Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. To His Excellency, the Vice Minister of Religious Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia, Dr. Haji Zainud Tauhid Saadi, MSE. To the Honorable BAZNAS Vice Chairman, Bapak Muhammad Mahdum, SA, MIDEC, AK, CA, CPA, CWM, and to all the invited guests and respected audience of the 5th Icons. Welcome back to the second day of the 5th International Conference of Zakat. Greetings from Jakarta, Indonesia. Alhamdulillah, praises to Allah, for He has blessed us with health and has granted us the opportunity to gather here again today at this conference. My name is Arwafila Ditya Sakta, and I will be serving as the Master of Ceremony for today's event. Alhamdulillah, we have now reached the second day of the event. During the first day, we held the first plenary session and also the parallel sessions. The first plenary session discussed the challenges of digital transformation within Zakat institutions. Speakers from various institutions and various backgrounds gathered and explained their experiences and insight on this matter. The plenary session was then followed by parallel sessions, and during these sessions, participants who have submitted their papers prior to the event presented their papers to an audience and several adjudicators. We would also like to announce that this event is currently being streamed live on BAZNAS TV YouTube channel, and we are proud to announce that this event is participated by more than 500 participants from across the globe. We hope that all the participants and speakers enjoyed the event yesterday. But the excitement doesn't stop there. We will have an amazing day ahead of us with many more speakers and experts who have made their time to come to this event and share their perspectives and knowledge with us. Now, before the event starts, allow me to read the agenda for today. After the opening, we will listen to a keynote speech, which will be followed by the second plenary session, which will be carried out in English. Then, we will hear another keynote speech, and will be followed by the Dhuhr break. After the break, we will hear another keynote speech, and then enter the third plenary session. After that, we will have the closing agenda for today. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now begin the first agenda of the day, which is a keynote speech from the Vice Chairman of BAZNAS, Bapak Muhammad Mahdum, SA, MIDEC, AKCA, CPA, CWM. To Bapak Muhammad Mahdum, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bismillah, alhamdulillah. Wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulillah. La hawla wa la quwata illa billah. Rabbi shrahli sadri wa yassirli amri wa hlul 'uqdatam min lisani yafqahu qawli, amma ba'du. His Excellency Mr. Dr. Haji Zainud Tauhid Saadi, MSE, Vice Minister of Religious Affairs of Republic Indonesia, His Excellency Haji Yandri Susanto, SPT, Chairman of the 8th Commission of the Board of Representatives of the Republic of Indonesia, His Excellency Professor Muhammad Kabir Hassan from University of New Orleans, USA, His Excellency Dr. Ayub Mi'ah from CZM, Bangladesh, His Excellency Mr. M. Irfan Sukarda from Islamic Economic Education and Socialization Coordinator, Bank Indonesia, dear Moderator, Committee, and participant of the 5th International Conference of Zakat, ladies and gentlemen. In this opportunity, it gives me a great honor to be delivering a speech on the urgence of regulation and the digital transformation of Zakat institution. In today's world, the importance of the usage of digital and technology in the Zakat management is inevitable. The traditional and manual means in Zakat management in this 4.0 industries era will be eroded by the digital strategies that are expected to be more effective, efficient, timely waster, faster, and more transparent. This includes the collection, distribution, and utilization of Zakat fund, reporting system, and many other aspects of Zakat management. The process of digitalization also related to the utilization of digital communication and the impact of media on contemporary social life. Ladies and gentlemen, according to Hootsuite, We Are Social, Indonesia Digital Report 2000 and 2001, around 73.5% of Indonesia's population is internet users. And around 61.8% of them is active social media users. These figures have increased by around 15% as compared to January 2020. This data shows that potential to enhance Zakat collection and disbursement through the digital transformation of the AMIL institution is very high. Therefore, institutional strengthening through information technology or IT optimization and digitalization of Zakat are critical. Some recent studies stated that digital utilization should be prioritized as people's behaviors during the COVID-19 pandemic changes. People are more aware of using digital platforms in fulfilling their needs. In the case of Indonesia, the contribution of digital channels towards total Zakat collected has increased from 15% in 2019 to 24%, almost double, in 2020, as data of August 2020. Ladies and gentlemen, a study done by Herma et al. In 2020 also strengthens in this matter. Their study showed that the increasing number of internet, smartphone, and social media users, as well as the growing availability of online payment application, have triggered some changes in a person's behavior in donating. This study is in line with a study done by Center of Strategic Studies of the National Zakat Board in 2020 of the effectiveness of the Zakat campaign of institutional brands and Zakat collection. Based on this study, social media has been the most influential media for the donators or muzaki to pay Zakat through BAZNAS. This study has substantiated the important role of digital transformation in Zakat institution that can improve their Zakat collection activities. Digital transformation in Zakat disbursement is also crucial so that the impact of Zakat can be increasingly beneficial for the mustahiq. Digitalization can also increase the transparency of management and distribution of Zakat. This, in turn, can upset public trust of Zakat Management Organization or OPZ. Ladies and gentlemen, BAZNAS has encouraged capacity building, capability and competence of AMIL Zakat Institution of or Zakat Management Organization OPZ in utilizing digital transformation in order to optimize their collection, disbursement and reporting activities. In this regard, BAZNAS has continued to strive to provide convenience for the community through BAZNAS Online Zakat. Digital fundraising in BAZNAS has been using online multi-platform, where payments are made online with integrated system and automation. The multi-platforms include BAZNAS platform, commercial platform, non-commercial platform, innovative platform, artificial intelligence platform, and social media platform. All these platforms are used in order to improve the optimization of zakat potential realization and to gain more trust from the public. Ladies and gentlemen, despite of the growing digital transformation used in BAZNAS and other AMIL institutions, regulation on zakat digital transformation from the perspective of Islamic jurisprudence and legal form is also essential. There are three reasons why regulation matters on this issue. First, regulations provide guidelines for AMIL institutions in developing digital and technology for zakat management. Second, regulation can encourage AMIL to be Sharia compliant, avoiding the prohibited activities in using digital and technology, such as riba, speculation, fraud, and many more. Third, regulation acts as a legal foundation and protection for all zakat stakeholders, including AMIL, Muzaki, Mustahik, to ensure their rights and safety. From this explanation, we realize that digital transformation for AMIL institution is important. However, the implementation of digital transformation in AMIL institutions should be guided by a clear and robust regulation in order to strengthen the development of this digital transformation. Ladies and gentlemen, I have come to an end of my speech. Thank you very much for your kind attention. I pray to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala that the 5th International Conference Zakat, or Iconz 2021, will deliver benefits for all us and for the betterment of Zakat movement in the world. Akhirul kalam, wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Bapak Muhammad Mahdum, for your speech. Moving on to the next agenda is the second plenary session. This session will invite speakers to discuss the topic of digital divide and digital transformation of zakat institutions in the Muslim world. This session will be conducted in English and moderated by Dr. M. Arif Mufraini, LC MSE. Without any further ado, Dr. Arif, the time is yours.
Okay, bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Subhanaka la ilma lana illa ma 'allamtana innaka anta 'allamul ghuyub. Allahumma shalli ala sayyidina Muhammad wa ala ali sayyidina Muhammad. Thank you for the Master of Ceremony for giving me an opportunity to chair the plenary session, represent all the diligent committee of this conference. Actually, I'm late to join the meeting, so if I'm not wrong, our first panelist already delivered the presentation, today's presentation. So, of course, without any further ado, I should move to the second presentation. Am I right about that? As it is already listed on the rundown of the agenda, our second prominent scholars is coming from New Orleans University, Professor, the famous one, Professor Kabir Hassan. I don't know whether he is already joined the plenary session or not. I should check.
Unmute me. Yes, I did, Dr. Arif.
Oh, thank you very much. How are you doing, Professor Kabir Hassan?
I'm doing fine, Alhamdulillah. It's 8 p.m. New Orleans time. It's
Whoa.
9 a.m.
Okay. Lovely then. Okay, I think if because our prominent scholar is already sit amongst us, so for the upcoming 45 minutes, I think will be given to the Professor Kabir Hassan. Time is yours.
Okay. Can you see my screen?
Yes. Thank you, Professor.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Rabbi shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri ahlul uqdatam min lisani yafqahu qawli. Assalamu alaikum, everyone, and good evening from New Orleans. It's 8 p.m. Monday night, and it's Tuesday morning, 9 a.m. in Jakarta. So our panel, I'm going to present a recently completed paper with one of my co-author, Dr. Aishat Muniza. And I'm going to talk about the role of technology in effective distribution of zakat to the poor and the needy. So this is my presentation content and introduction, zakat administration, use of technology, and recommendation using Internet of Things to manage zakat distribution, and how can we move forward. As you know, Indonesia has become a model for the rest of the Muslim world. So is Malaysia in terms of zakat management, collection, and distribution. So when you look at also at the same time, the technology is penetrating in Indonesian citizenship. Like my previous speaker mentioned that about more than 70% have access to internet. More than 60% Indonesians are involved in some sort of social media. So how can we leverage the technology in order to collect and distribute the zakat to the right person? And you know that zakat is one of the 5 fundamental pillars of Islam, and there are 80 plus times in the Quran it has been mentioned whenever it was mentioned that you pray. So this is our religious obligation we have to fulfill. Now when you look at technology, it has no religion, and Islam does not prohibit the use of technology in any form or fashion. Now with Industry 401 and we're moving to Industry 501, technology has become an integral part of our lives, and the pandemic has shown us the importance of technology. When everything was detached from each other, we still could function because of using technology. As a matter of fact, I have probably given more keynote speeches during the last 2 years through Zoom technology than I have done physically, because whenever you invite a scholar from another country, the logistics problem, flight problem, travel problem, all these things. So zakat being the third pillar of Islam, it is Islamic social finance tool, and administration need to be made efficient and effective so that it can reach the majority of the poor people in a country. Now, when you look at zakat administration, it varies from country to country. It is not uniform in all countries in the world, and technology can be used to enhance it. And actually, we can also integrate the zakat administration on board of different countries. You know that after you pay the local community and there's access, you are supposed to send it to the part of the country where there's a need for it. And if the country doesn't need it, you can send the zakat money to another a Muslim brother, poor Muslim brother in another Muslim country or non-Muslim countries. If you look at the history of zakat administration, at the inception during the time of the Khulafa Rashidin, 4 guided caliph, the zakat was managed by the state, and there are different stories and the Islamic anecdote. that there has been said that our Sahabas even declared war against the people who refused to pay zakat. But after the fall of the Ottoman Empire in 1925, now zakat has become a personal obligation of individuals. And many countries, yes, like Indonesia and Malaysia, I would say that is a forerunner. They have uh, institutional zakat collection and management through a government and private sector partnership. And there are also different types of incentive given to the citizens and the corporation so that they pay zakat on time. Now, if you look at Zakat administration Indonesia approach, so Wakala is a policy of returning Zakat money by the Federal Territory Islamic Religious Council to entities that pay Zakat to the Zakat Collection Center, MIWP, to distribute it to the eligible Asnaf. And entities allowed to apply for the refund of Zakat are, it could be individual, company or organization. So you get a tax benefit if you have Zakat in Malaysia, employer or institution of higher learning. So there is some sort of, could be centralization method. Some countries, zakat is collected in a centralized way, and some countries is collected at the individual level. Some countries is collected through corporation, like for the example of Center for Zakat Management. My next speaker, Dr. Mia Muhammad, I will speak more about it. So there is no single body responsible method. So there are different model and organizational structures that are being followed in different parts of the Muslim world. Now, when you talk about issues in zakat administration, now we need to first identify the problem, raise awareness. Now I have seen the BAZNAS and World Zakat Forum based in Indonesia and also Malaysia has done a remarkable job doing some fundamental practical research in the zakat collection, distribution, and management. Now, why we are interested in zakat administration? First thing is lack of awareness, how much to pay, when to pay, what to pay, to whom to pay, how to identify the asnaf of the poor people. Now, these are very fundamental. There is also cultural variation to this thing, and many of us in the Muslim world don't know that you are obligated to pay zakat, and you start paying zakat to your near relatives. Like, you know, in Bangladesh, parts of the among some of us, even I used to know at one time that you do not pay zakat to your poor relatives because you should be paying zakat to outside. So I'm talking about just a problem that we see the awareness is there, not there. The zakat is a fundamental pillar of Islam, and who are supposed to get zakat and how do you calculate zakat, whom to pay zakat, and so on. Now, when it comes to paying, collecting and distributing zakat, we have this lack of governance. There is no transparency. There is unclear procedures, and there is time-consuming and unnecessary processes in the verification of recipients. So we have to really openness, transparency, and integrity. We have to have the effective collaboration and performance orientation and good governance. So I must congratulate the government of Indonesia and the stakeholders who have started the World Zakat Forum. It is bringing many countries together so that we can learn from each other's experience. Now, let me give an example. Issue to Asnaf, poor and needy, use an example. So if you want to identify an Asnaf, a poor person, so you ask the person to complete the form and prepare all the supporting documents to require signatures and stamps from the relevant departments. Then it goes to physically to the Zakat office and apply by queuing. And the Zakat management calls for an interview. And you physically go to Zakat office and wait in the queue until called. And officer interviews, and next will be house inspection. And after on-site house inspection, wait for 3 to 4 weeks until the announcement. Physically go to the Zakat office to view the result from the notice board. You see the cumbersome process. That's why probably technology can be very helpful. Sometimes, you know, the fukara and miskin, you know, some people are probably poor, but they have the dignity. They don't want to go and stand on line and being interviewed. So it really encroaches upon their dignity. So we want to find a method through which we do not encroach or violate the dignity of the zakat recipient. So we have to really look at that part. You know, there are different hadith in the Islamic teaching talk about when you give something, left hand should not write what the right hand gives. So imagine the time and money wasted from an asnaf in this process. The question we're asking, all the steps involved, is this a fair, efficient, and effective process? So how stringent should the asnaf, especially the poor and needy selection process be? Now, of course, I can understand the fear of the zakat administrator is, what if the zakat money is given to a wrong asnaf or poor person? To mitigate this fear, stringent procedures are put to register and verify poor and needy, as I gave you an example in the previous slide. Now, don't forget, there is a hadith I want to recite and tell you. Allah's Apostle said, a man said that he would give something in charity. He went out with his object of charity and unknowingly gave it to a thief. Next morning, the people said that he had given his object of charity to a thief. On hearing that, he said, O Allah, all the praises are for you. I'll give alms again. And so he again went out with his alms and unknowingly gave it to an adulteress. Next morning, the people said that he had given his alms to an adulteress last night. The man said, O Allah, all the praises are for you. I gave my alms to an adulteress. I'll give alms again. So he went out with his alms again and unknowingly gave it to a rich person. The people next morning said that he had given his alms to a wealthy person. He said, O Allah, all the praises are for you. I had given alms to a thief, to an adulteress, and to a wealthy man. Then someone came and said to him, the alms which you gave to the thief might make him abstain from stealing, and that given to the adulteress might make her abstain from illegal sexual activity or adultery, and that given to the wealthy man might make him take a lesson from it and spend his wealth which Allah has given him, is Allah's cause. So the gist of this hadith or narration is that, yes, we try our best to identify the asnaf and give zakat, and if we make mistake, Allah will still give us barakah. So what type of technology is possible to be linked with zakat? Now, there are different technologies. Most researchers have linked zakat with blockchain technology. There is room to link any kind of technology using innovation of zakat. We call Internet of Things. There's so many data processing mechanism. We can really bring them together. One significant new innovation using blockchain is crypto zakat. So you have the blockchain platform. If you see the triangle, you have the zakat payer and digital wallet 2, 3. You have the regulatory authority that regulates the blockchain platform and the operator. And you have the information technology firm on the right hand side. You have the zakat payer, sorry, zakat recipient. They have their own digital wallet. So crypto zakat, which is an Ethereum platform where blockchain technology is used to facilitate zakat contributions, that offers an alternative solution with decentralized and direct transaction that may assist zakat organization to receive zakat money and disperse it to the specified recipients efficiently. So often the administrative process of zakat distribution is not explored in academic research from a practical perspective. But mashallah, the younger scholars are writing papers in this area in different countries. So we are heading the right direction. The Sharia parameters and the attributes of legal recipients of it derived from Quran are also discussed. If there is a gap of understanding in practice how this is done by the zakat administrator, so there has to be a capacity building, awareness, and advocacy program that has been done simultaneously to make the zakat collection and distribution more effective. So let me show you some graph that I borrowed from Dr. Mutaz Abu Jaib. the reason I am showing this thing is because it is done a very nice pictorial way. So what is a distributed ledger technology? So if you have pre-block technology, if you see at the middleman, there are 4 of these. With blockchain technology, they are cooperating with each other in seamless way. So that increases the security and trust without knowing each other. And this is a database of a growing list of a timestamp transactional records. So you have some permanent data that you're creating, security linked and timestamp. Nobody can really break into this thing. Can add but cannot remove. So it gives you traceability and it gives you also the indestructibility or immutability. And finally, records are linked using cryptography. You have a public key encryption, you have the encrypted text, decryption, and then you have a private key. So you have to have a key in order to get into your record. There is a transparency there, but at the same time, privacy is also protected. Now, challenges facing the Zakat, and also that technology can be used in Waqf as well. So you have people who has the money, you have to distribute their different technology on the top. So you have the payers, you have the agent who collects Zakat and Waqf institution. On the other side, you have the agents and beneficiaries. So it's a multi-system. Transaction cannot be traced right now without a technology. The centralized system data is technically with someone entrusted, technical risk of manipulation or hacking, and it has a very high governance cost. So what you can do, a blockchain solution could make things easy to break the walls between the different stakeholders. You have the payers, you have the beneficiaries on the right-hand side, you have the agent, you have the authority and supervisory authorities and auditors, and you have the Zakat and Waqf institution. So it provides the blockchain solution a single source of truth, a database system that everyone can trust. So a database that everyone trusts. So you collect the data, amount, date, type of donation. So you have all the donors on the left-hand side, and you also collect information of the recipient on the right-hand side. You have all sorts of national ID, amount, photo copies. You can collect tons of data. Then it goes to this location here that you say on the left, the bottom side of the Zakat authority, and also you have a people who are auditors, and they verify where the money is, how that money is being collected and spent. So using smart contracts to ensure that the conditions of the contributors are respected, the priorities and distribution function are programmed according to top management and conditions. And when you have this, you have the current traditional system is very archaic. On the top rectangle, you have the operational log. The contributor come and gives you the money or by text. You have the local database. The managers are there. The distribution channel, the beneficiaries get there. So what you can do, that local database, you can artificial intelligence, you can use the blockchain intelligence or blockchain technology through a smart contract, and can collect the data through encryption mechanism in a centralized location and distribute and collect in a proper way. Now, what are the potential benefits of blockchain technology? Number one, Zakat payment delivery at higher speeds, exchange value at higher speed. Scalability is an issue for blockchain technology. BAZNAS claims it can process 56,000 electronic transaction message per second. Second potential benefit, it reduces operational cost because there are a lack of intermediaries. The smart contract can reduce administrative costs for charities. Third benefit, greater transparency. Fraud in the charity sector cost British charities and charitable trusts approximately £1.6 billion per year. And blockchain technology can allow track and trace, and so the fraud and misappropriation will be reduced. Number four, strong governance. Zakat payers can have visibility of Zakat movement, money, which the money is moving, where it is going. Auditors will have a clear trace. and management will have greater visibility. Number 5, smart contracts for application. Automation of processes by use of smart contracts can reduce administrative costs for charities. When an applicant inputs all the correct data, funds can be released automatically. Having said this, there is also some potential challenge of this blockchain in Zakat management too. Number 1, that we have the lack of knowledge and human resources, a lack of awareness of the technology. So that means our education institutions, different education providers should develop courses so that people can understand the blockchain technology. University graduates can have, data analytics, different measures can be created in order to popularize it. Number 2, lack of cooperation among institutions. This defeats the purpose of distributed ledgers, fails to harness network effects, and can be less efficient. So in Indonesia, it's a archipelago. It's a big country spread around to different islands. So this network blockchain can really be effective connecting with different zakat, local zakat administrators, and so on. Now, the same thing can happen in Bangladesh and many countries, Muslim countries or non-Muslim countries. As I said before, we can connect the whole world under the same single truth of data source where we can connect each other. We can see where more zakat is collected, where you can see where less zakat is collected. We can also bring more zakat payer to the system, and also we can bring more zakat recipient to the system. So the blockchain maximizes value for organization when they collaborate. Number 3, there's a culture shifting dynamics. Now, blockchain represents a total shift away from the traditional processes. The old people like me, those are aged, they are reluctant to change. So change management is an important thing. Fortunately, our children, the younger generation or young students at the universities, they are more attuned to the modern technology, cellular technology, Internet of Things. So I think this culture shifting dynamics will not be that big problem, but right now it is a problem. Loss of control can deeply be unsettling. Zakat institution would need to embrace a complete culture shift for blockchain to thrive in zakat management. Number 4, the potential challenge. There is a speed and effectiveness that could be higher aggregate cost if you have different bits and pieces, you are managing it instead of integrating this. So nodes perform the same task of copying data to be the first to find a solution. And finally, issues with the token. There must be an acceptable token to buyers and sellers, to zakat beneficiary, mustahik, those who are zakat receiver, and potential solution should be create a network of service providers and accept this token as a payment system. So tokenization, so it is not only those who are the zakat platform provider, they will be doing all this stuff. Those who will be receiving, they also need to have this basic understanding how to receive money and how to register and so on. But so that leads to the two main hiccups of zakat distribution: inability to identify and validate the zakat recipients in a transparent, convenient manner, as I said before, explained in the previous 2 slides, and distribution of zakat without the recipient being physically present in zakat administrator's office. So what can you do? Is it possible to have a chatbot for this purpose? Imagine a situation whereby the poor and needy family whose household head is a single mother, and she goes to the zakat administration office to apply for zakat money. If she meets the male zakat officer who has no sympathy and empathy towards poor and interrogate her in a harsh manner, what would be the psychological impact on her in this situation? Instead of a chatbot or a robo officer can replace the function of the zakat officer, that would provide a win-win situation to both the zakat administrator, whose intention is to identify and verify the most deserved zakat recipients, and the needy and poor who are in dire need of zakat money as well. So use of technology will bring us so that we do not have the name and shame kind of thing. Our dignity is not being questioned. and people, those who are needy, they will be coming forward to apply for zakat money. Now, already many innovation in this regard is being used in different parts of the world. Now, I'm giving you some. On the left-hand side, if you see, you have the RICE ATM, automated teller machine. The user of the ATM machine must tap the special card they have for the purpose on the sensor of the machine. So you do this here, touch it. Then the machine will dispose allocated kilograms of rice throughout the designated collection point in the machine, which is located at the base of the machine. And in this special rice ATM machine, those who wish to donate money for the purpose can also do so by depositing cash through a slot in the machine. So you can do multi-purpose ATM machine on the left-hand side, or on the right-hand side, you could have an iris ATM where the machine can read your iris and can detect you who you are, whether zakat recipient or zakat payer. So iris sample of the user can be collected and used for registration and verification purposes, and the bank account will be created. You know, in many countries, you have the national ID, voter ID. You can integrate all this technology into a single a smart ID card where it can be used to identify everything about you. So there is also the privacy issue because you are giving a lot of information about yourself to an authority. So the trust has to be built in a society. In order to build a trust, you have to have a representative government, you have a civil society. All in all, you have to have a social capital. Now, institutions will matter, and if we have this institutional framework, we can have this technology more effectively. The the sample taken will be stored in the bank authentication database. The year of birth and all the other, vital information will be collected, and there will be passcode and digital PIN given. After that, when the user wants to withdraw money, can go to an ATM and scan iris using the iris scanning device. And the machine will then ask to enter PIN, and upon entering, you get your money. So that's an example of iris ATM. You can also have Internet of Things. Internet of Things refers to the billions of physical devices around the world that are now connected to the internet that can collect and share data. By using an IoT approach for zakat, the zakat administrator will choose a data-driven approach, and it will allow zakat payers to pay directly to the recipients without having an intermediary. What will be required in this case is the gadget and the internet connection to allow this process. Therefore, the financial resources zakat administrator shall be focused to ensuring this in the remote or poor areas where some intervention to provide the gadget and internet is required. How the Internet of Things will occur works is sensor and intelligence will be added to the objects used, and this will allow to collect data with the intervention of humans. And this technology is already being used, for example, robo advisory in Sharia finance. We have this called robo advisory in investing your money in the retail level, and that are being worked very nicely in different parts of the world. Now, how do you apply the internal things to enhance zakat distribution for the poor and needy? So the poor and needy will register with the zakat organization to receive zakat. Upon successful registration, a smart watch will be given. So I'm giving another example here, a smart watch to the person registered, where the condition of using it will be fully explained and written consent to collect data will be obtained from the person. Second step, the stress level of poor and needy will be monitored, and the stress level shows they're eligible to receive zakat. They will receive it without them needing to register. So you can even go one step forward. When people are stressed, needy, poor, hungry, so your sensor, the watch, the wristwatch you're watching, and Apple Watch can do many things right now. So a similar type of technology you can use where it can pinpoint, looking at your stress level, that whether you're a needy person or not. The stress level will measure using sensor the smart watch given to the registered poor and the needy, and therefore and there is no need for the poor person to register to receive zakat. And once third step, the zakat organization knows who is eligible to receive zakat. The employees of the zakat organization can detect via GPS the exact location of the recipient and deliver the zakat directly to them. So you can have global positioning GPS system, so you can actually pinpoint what that person at certain point in time. And this technology, Apple Watch, iPhone, we are already embedded this technology into there. We can use and we can sort of scale it up so that integrate with the zakat collection and management process. This means that there is no need for the poor and needy to notify whenever there is a change in their address, as automatically the location changes will also be detected. Now, in delivering zakat, the most classical way would be for the employees zakat organization to do physical delivery. For remote areas where there are no shops or banks or financial institution nearby, this could be the only option available. But here we can use the mobile cell phone technology in order to send money. We could have agent banking. So the different innovations that are being done in different parts of the world. Without physical delivery, the Zakat organization could issue a QR code, a type of matrix barcode that was first designed in 1994 for the automotive industry in Japan, by the smart device to the recipient. And you see this type of barcode or QR code you see a lot in different presentations when you do this, and it takes you directly to the information set where all the information is located. Zakat recipient could present the QR code to the nearest shop or a designated vendor near to his location and withdraw money or buy things using it. If you travel and if you have an iPhone, you can check in early and there's a barcode and you show the barcode when you try to pass the security, and that is being used every day, and I'm sure many of you use it. Now, what are the benefits of this? The proposed approach zakat distribution by adopting Internet of Things will be swift and convenient way for both zakat organization and the recipients of zakat. Now, however, in collecting personal data, you have to give consent. Using those info, zakat owners should strictly adhere to the personal data protection laws, and the information obtained should not be misused in any way. But unfortunately, the cybersecurity has become a big issue, and the piracy and the hackers can hack your information. That is happening on a regular basis. So there has to be a very strong internet security system in place before you start doing all the zakat collection and distribution through Internet of Things. In information fetching process, the personal space and privacy of the zakat recipient should not be infringed. So we ensure this, the countries using IoT should enact a legal framework to set the parameters of its use, and if such framework is not available in a jurisdiction in which the zakat organization adopts it, the international available best practice in this regard needs to be followed. And data breaches happening on a regular basis in the United States, like you have a credit card data is being hacked, the banking information data is being hacked. Even this, the pirates, data pirates, or the hackers, they hack different distribution system in the United States. They hacked a few months ago a distribution system of oil in the southern parts of the United States that really blocked the supply chain of oil, and as a result, the oil price went up for a few months until that problem was solved. Now, of course, we need a legal framework, and with the top of this, because zakat is a third pillar of Islam, it's one of the fundamental pillars. You also have to a strong Sharia law guiding this zakat collection and distribution. In regulating zakat digital technology, it is imperative to have a proper legal framework that only deal with the ethical issues in using of technology, but the Sharia parameters to use technology that aligns with the objective Sharia must be formulated. The way the maslaha, the benefit of all stakeholders will be protected. And many Islamic financial institutions collect zakat, and AUFI is an international rule-making body, and they give guidelines how zakat can be collected, sort of done, the accounting of zakat, and can be managed properly. And also there are rules and accounting rules and financial rules also being guidelines given by AUFI, and different countries have also their own laws and regulations to guide them. So all these things, alhamdulillah, is progressing. And again, I want to say Malaysia and Indonesia is our role model. Many countries can follow them and learn from them. So I'm coming towards the end of my presentation. So what would be the way forward? So right now there is a gap in research focusing on enhancing zakat distribution, as most of the available research focus on the function of zakat collection. It is found that using IoT, Internet of Things, zakat distribution can be enhanced by ensuring that by having a single registration, the zakat administrator, the poor and needy can be subsequently monitored to determine whether they're eligible to receive zakat or not. You can also find that out. Sometimes the poor people get out of this asnaf category, they actually become a zakat payer. You can also detect that. Moreover, since the location of the recipient can be traced in real time in a convenient manner, either by physical delivery of zakat or using QR code approach, the zakat administrator can distribute zakat in an effective and timely manner. Now, however, in collecting data required for the purpose, we should get the consent of the recipients, and it would be prudent to have a legal and regulatory framework put in place to regulate the technology that is used specifically for zakat administration purposes. We also anticipate the findings of the research that I have done in this paper will motivate the zakat administrator to link zakat administration, especially the zakat administration part, with technology. Now, there is a need to conduct further research on the technical aspect of implementing IoT-based zakat system. So we need data scientists, we need computer scholars in order to come forward and design the system in a seamless way so that it can bring the biggest benefit. I want to say one more thing. We talk about zakat, the third pillar of Islam, and unfortunately, the zakat historically for the last 1500 years has not been used in a more effective way to eradicate poverty. Part of the reason is that for many Muslim countries, we do not know what is the number of asnaf and what is the number of zakat payers, and how much the potential zakat can be collected. So I would request that different countries take this study, try to find out what is the potential zakat then be collected from each country. And there are different survey technology, primary data collection, secondary data collection that can be done. And fortunately, with the help and patronage of Center for Zakat Management and Dr. Muhammad Ayub Mia, we've completed a work in the context of Bangladesh using secondary data. What is the available zakat that can be collected in the context of Bangladesh? So with that, I want to conclude, and I want to acknowledge the writings of various authors over the years from which I have benefited immensely and whose ideas are mingled with mine in this presentation. Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Thank you very much for the presentation, Professor Kabir Hassan. It is a very clear highlight information and knowledge, even empirical findings all about the digital transformation of Zakat institution. He mentioned so many important issues, especially concerning the blockchain technology and crypto zakat. And even Professor Kabir Hassan goes into detailed explanation for the technical information system for the digital transformation of zakat institution for both distribution and collection system. And at the end, he also not forget to mention about the way how to regulate the technological information system. We grateful for the presentation, Professor Kabir Hassan. But before we move to the third panelist, I've been interrupted by the committee. With all due my respect for all the other panelists, we have to for a while to interrupt this plenary session. We need to hear speech from the chairman of the BAZNAS. So before we continue this plenary session, I would like to give the time again to the MC to lead the keynote speech from the chairman of BAZNAS. Feel sorry about it. Please, everybody, stay where you are, and also for the panelists, try to follow the speech from the BAZNAS first.
Thank you very much, Dr. M. Arif Mufraini. Ladies and gentlemen, we have just received information that the chairman of BAZNAS has just entered the room. Therefore, we will now listen to a keynote speech from the chairman of BAZNAS, Professor Dr. K. Haji Nur Ahmad, MA. To Professor K. Haji Nur Ahmad, MA, the time is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala ashrafil anbiya wal mursalin. Sayyidina wa maulana wa habibina wa syafi'ina wa qurrati a'yunina Muhammad wa ala alihi wa ashabihi ajma'in. La hawla wa la quwwata illa billahil aliyyil azim. Amma ba'd. Hadratul Muhtaramin, wabil khusus His Excellency Mr. Yakut Komas, Minister of Religious Affairs, His Excellency Yandri Susanto, SPT, Chairman of the Egg Commission of the Board of Representatives of the Republic of Indonesia, Mr. Muhammad Kabir Hassan from University of New Orleans, USA, His Excellency Dr. Ayub Maya from CZM, Bangladesh, dear moderator, committee, and participant of the 5th International Conference of Zakat, ladies and gentlemen, wabil khusus Director of BAZNAS Center of Strategic Studies, Mr. Hasbi, and all speakers. First of all, we would like to express our deepest thanks to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala for His blessing and mercy. So on this beautiful day, we can meet through virtual Zoom, the 5th International Conference of Zakat, in the best health, sehat wal afiat. Inshallah, hopefully this COVID-19 pandemic will end soon, so we can return to our activities as usual, inshallah. Second, salawat and salam always be given to our beloved Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Third, I really appreciate for organizing this conference, and I would like to take this opportunity to deliver some important points. One, we can take the advantage and the digitalization are to manage zakat. In fact, sadaqah starting from planning, collecting from musaki, distributing to mustahik, monitoring, evaluating, and accountability to the government and the community. It should be noted here that digital transformation will accelerate and improve the performance of zakat organization, making it easier for musaki and mustahik to get information and access. It will also make it more transparent for all people. Two, however, the digital transformation will considerably promote the management more open. There are no boundaries between office, state organization, especially to the musaki and mustahik segments. Three, anytime, anywhere, from anywhere, zakat, infak, and sadaqah can be obtained and of course anywhere it can be distributed. Therefore, it is needed a mutual agreement and even joint regulation on the use of digitization among Zakat management. For I hope that this conference we will have an agreement to use digital technology in the management of Zakat and mutual cooperation as well to strengthen the use of digitalization. We are also expecting there is regulation for the use of digital technology in order to create togetherness, solidarity, and do not harm each other. Finally, thank you very much to Puskas for organizing this very successful conference. Terima kasih. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much to Professor Dr. K. Haji Nur Ahmad for their speech. Now, we will continue with the second plenary session moderated by Dr. M. Arif Mufraini. To Dr. Arif, the time is yours.
Okay, thank you again, Master of the ceremony of the conference. I'm back again. Sorry again for the a while interruption, but of course it is important information from the keynote speaker. Before we move to the second distinguished panelist, I need to also to give an information for this plenary session. This plenary session will be conducted for more about 3 or 4 hours long, as already mentioned in our rundown agenda. So of course, at the end of the plenary session, we will have question and answer QA for 30 minutes or 60 minutes or 1 hour. Let's move on for the second distinguished panelist from the CZM Bangladesh. Is Dr. Ayub Mia. I hope I mention your name. You there already, Dr. Ayub Mia?
Yeah, assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi.
Waalaikumsalam. Thank you again for the upcoming 40 minutes. Time is yours.
Yeah. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. As-salatu as-salamu ala Rasulihil Kareem. Excellencies, Honorable Moderator, guest speakers, participants, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Many thanks to the organizer of the conference for giving me the opportunity to share my thoughts and experience on the issue of digital transformation of Zakat organizations. Ladies and gentlemen, as you know, the digital divide is defined as the gap that exists between those who have reliable internet access and devices and those with very limited access or none at all. People without access to the internet and other information and communication technologies, ICTs, are put at a socioeconomic disadvantage as they are unable or less able to obtain digital information, shop online, participate democratically, or learn and offer skills. In fact, it's a hard reality that the world is divided into two, one haves and have-nots in terms of wealth or in terms of access to internet. The COVID-19 pandemic has accelerated the digital divide globally, including my country, Bangladesh. Can I request Sister Jahara to show my slides because I have sent my slides to her. I'm not sure about it.
Yes, please. We need assistance from the committee to share the screen.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Let me continue. In fact, Bangladesh is a country with a clear-cut digital divide between rural and urban areas, which is primarily caused by income and wealth inequalities. According to a study in 2020, only 50% of the households in the urban areas have internet access, whereas less than 30% of the homes in rural areas have it. In terms of gender, only 10% of the country's total female population have ever used ICT services. Moreover, in regards to internet speed, Bangladesh ranks 134th among 143 countries. So it is clearly understandable that 70% of rural households in Bangladesh, especially the poor, are left behind in terms of internet access. Bangladesh government has declared a goal of creating a digital Bangladesh by 2021. The word digital Bangladesh, in fact, refers to four interconnected elements: digital government, digital education, digital business, and digital citizen. Data literacy, as well as availability and usage of computers and digital devices, are critical components of digital Bangladesh. Bangladesh government is taking initiatives to address the rural-urban divide in socio-economic development through the elimination of rural-urban disparities in the first and second level digital divides. This has become a key issue as well as a major challenge for policymakers, practitioners, and academics. Ladies and gentlemen, the COVID-19 pandemic has forced educational institutions, more particularly all over the world, including Bangladesh, to close since March 17, 2020. As a result of the crisis, countries all over the world were implementing remote learning strategies, depending heavily on online classes or distance learning. Bangladesh, on the other hand, has had a different experience. Although some schools and colleges have chosen to offer online classes and tests, others have not. There are questions about technological availability and affordability for conducting remote learning. The lack of remote learning facilities demonstrates that the country's education system has yet to fully embrace digitalization. As a result, many students around the country are now without access to education, students potentially leading to greater inequality in the future. On the other hand, digital health, in fact, our use of telemedicine platforms has been popular in Bangladesh. Again, the people living below the poverty line are deprived of these digital facilities. There is a concern that technology may actually be widening the gap within the context of several social determinants of health, social, and economic factors. In reality, during COVID-19, particularly in Bangladesh, the poor people are seen waiting in front of hospitals without receiving even basic healthcare services. Some people are seen exhausted running from one hospital to another and continuously being turned away. Digitization of healthcare system may contribute to reduce the inequality, but it is still a far away. In terms of poverty in Bangladesh, a recent study of South Asian Network on Economic Modeling has conducted a survey countrywide and assumed an estimated 42% of people staying under poverty line, which was 21.6% before the pandemic in 2018. It is assumed that almost 24.5 million people have become new poor by this time, and it may further rise if the pandemic continues with its recent surge. What could be the impact of digitization of Zakat management in general? In fact, digitization changes economic behavior of human beings in general and Muzaki in particular. The positive impact of digitization can contribute the national economy significantly. Adoption of digital tools in Zakat management may strengthen Zakat mobilization and distribution system. In fact, it has been widely discussed by Dr. Kabir Hassan in his previous presentation. Digitization of Zakat management may strengthen transparency and accountability of the utilization of resources in general and Zakat in particular. The right holders of Zakat are the disadvantaged people who are the first victims of digital inequality or digital divide. So Zakat can minimize the gap in a very significant way. Center for Zakat Management that I am representing here has been striving for more than a decade to institutionalize Zakat by adopting modern management strategies and systems and all kinds of digital tools. I will try to share our experience, practical experience in this regard. In terms of resource mobilization, CZM follows the available digital means in different ways. A crowdfunding platform has been launched by the government in Bangladesh for fundraising to support the needy during COVID-19 pandemic. CZM has been acknowledged as one of the charity organizations in that platform. CZM itself has introduced a Zakat apps, mobile apps for payment of Zakat digitally, and it has already been introduced and is going on. We made provision to pay Zakat through CZM's web page payment gateway. The Muzakkis deposit their small Zakat amount through e-payment tools. In Bangladesh, the brand name is Bikash, Nagod, Rocket, and so on. Very small Zakat payers also take the advantage of paying Zakat to CZM. Muzakkis of corporate houses transfer their Zakat money through online banking channel. However, Dr. Kabir Hassan has already mentioned that we don't have nationwide Muzakki database as nationally or from the government side didn't have any survey or census regarding the potential of Zakat and the numbers of Muzakkis and the mustahiks in this country. In terms of finance and accounts management, Center for Zakat Management maintains accounts and financial control through digital system. And we also provide digital financial statements quarterly to the Muzakkis and the corporate sponsors. We also maintain the information database of all Muzakkis relating to involved with CZM activities. Now we are working to develop a software for effective monitoring of the financial transaction of the Muzakkis for their, not Muzakkis, sorry, mustahiks, for their income generating activities. The financial statements of CZM and the Zakat fund is available in our web page. We publish online and offline newsletter highlighting our distribution programs and other different activities. In terms of distribution of Zakat to the mustahiks, we adopted some programs in health sector, health, education, livelihood, vocational training, and so on. In terms of emergency humanitarian assistance, this direct experience during the COVID-19 pandemic, we provide cash support to as many as 25,000 needy households through online money transfer, as we maintained a very reliable data bank of the mustahiqs. In fact, we have experienced the advantage of maintaining a reliable database, particularly in the situation of emergency. CZM also provided emergency relief to the flood victims, and we also distribute warm clothes to the cold victims. Highly accurate target people are the beneficiaries of our support under different programs. In fact, having a reliable database of the mustahiqs helped us to perform the management responsibilities during the emergency of the social distancing. In fact, if I just refer to Dr. Kabir Hassan's discussion a few minutes ago, he mentioned that in some cases, the mustahiqs need to come to the Zakat administrator's office and to register with them and or to apply for Zakat status from them. But in terms of the practice of CZM, no mustahiqs need to come to our office. Rather, our personnel, our manpower visited the houses of the mustahiqs and identified who are the real mustahiqs and prepared a database. In terms of food support, in fact, we provided food support to the unproductive households, and they don't need to apply or they don't need to come to our office. Rather, our manpower just delivered the food items to their doorsteps. In the same manner, for in terms of health services, we also follow the same policy. CZM operates as many as 50 primary healthcare centers in the remote rural areas with the support of certified doctors and paramedics. Special services to the pregnant and lactating mothers are provided by the health centers. And simultaneously, referral services also provided in the specialized hospitals. And our health worker and the doctors just referred the patients for special services, and we take the necessary steps for the further treatment. We made some survey to identify the eye cataract patient and the ENT patients, and in a very effective way, and we under an agreement with the highly reputed specialized eye hospital in Bangladesh, we provided services to these patients. Children with congenital heart diseases get sophisticated treatment at a highly specialized hospitals. We also provide financial support to cancer treatment, kidney dialysis, and other critical patients. Thus, the patients are connected with CZM for healthcare services. Again, digital tools help us to provide the services to the needy. Needless to say that many disadvantaged people are still left behind due to digital divide. CZM identifies and selected the needy and underprivileged students of public universities for providing financial supports through digital scrutiny. We provide stipends to as many as 4,000 students, and the money is digitally transferred to their bank accounts per month. CZM operates and supports 10 schools with 5,000 students, including boarding facilities, and it is managed digitally. CZM support as many as 21 Hifz madrasa with 2,000 students, and bring these students to the mainstream after completion of Hifz. Thus, the students are connected digitally with CZM. However, we face serious difficulties when we try to implement online and digital classes, as most of the underprivileged students do not have access to digital device or smartphones or internet connectivity. In terms of poverty alleviation, as per the prescription of Islamic Development Bank, CZM has taken two-step strategy for poverty alleviation. Number one, basic needs support to the unproductive households that I have mentioned a few seconds ago, and providing capital, cash capital, and skill development training to the productive households. CZM follows rigorous survey for selecting the mustahiks as per Sharia rules and assess the needs of the target people. In fact, a very comprehensive questionnaire has been fulfilled by the potential mustahiks, and it has been processed and scrutinized digitally. And we developed a database of the mustahiks. And the purpose of this database is not only to provide the cash or training, but it is also for integrated program intervention, including health, education, nutrition, safe water, and sanitation, etc. An ICT team has been working for developing programs for monitoring of these projects. In fact, during the last 10 years, we provided supports to the mustahiks for poverty alleviation program. The number just crossed 1 million. And very recently, we started one intervention that after the graduation of the mustahiks, they become eligible for involving with formal banking system. That means we transfer their capital and savings to a bank account of their own. In Bangladesh, the agent banking is very much popular. Again, it's a further development of digitalization of banking system. And our mustahis are just getting these facilities. In terms of dawah on Zakat, CZM has introduced annual Zakat fair in 2013. Due to COVID-19 pandemic, it was disrupted in 2020. This year, we organized digital Zakat fair 2021. We also organized online capacity building programs for university stipend holders. Social media, all types of social media has been extensively used for awareness building about Zakat. Zakat FAQ system was implemented during Ramadan digitally. Month-long TV program on Zakat has been aired during last couple of years. Even in USA, one community TV channel aired our Zakat program. CZM has introduced many dawah material using digital tools. In fact, adoption of digital tools in a very sophisticated form made our dawah activities more effective and easier. Even our communication with World Zakat Forum and the Zakat management organizations around the world has been possible due to proliferation of digital technology. Ladies and gentlemen, I am just about to conclude my discussion. Before conclusion, I would like to mention some of the potential and needs of digitization of Zakat management. In fact, digitization of Zakat management will save time, space, energy, cost. So global Zakat management organizations need to adopt digitalization very quickly in its whole process of operation. Prior to effective digitization of Zakat management, the people of the community needs to be socialized and educated about Zakat. Zakat organization need to train the human resources on IMS and ICT. Zakat organization need to be strengthened in its governance, Sharia compliance, and management efficiency. The policy of transparency and accountability must be ensured by Zakat management organization, particularly by using digital tools. Monitoring system of resource mobilization and distribution program must be in order through digital means. In conclusion, I would like to say the access to internet and availability of devices by the population of a country depends on its national economic growth and policy strategies of the government. The less developed Muslim countries are facing serious challenges to facilitate the transformation of digitization. I fully agree with Dr. Kabir Hassan that we need to conduct more researches on how to implement digital process in Zakat management more effectively. So ZMOs, Zakat management organizations should take realistic efforts to digitize the Zakat management system following the regulatory guidelines, because we cannot ignore or avoid the regulatory implications of a particular country. With these few words, I would like to conclude my presentation. Many thanks to all for patient hearing. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
Thank you again, Dr. Ayubnya, for the clear presentation. I do highlight the concerns of you that technology of Internet of Things, I think, might be widening the gap of our livelihood factors, such as health factors or education factors. So, of course, digitalization of Zakat system could be means of mobility of the transfer of payment among us to shorten the gap. Imagine if it is really happening from region to region in the country, in one country, from country to country in the world, saving even more time effectively and efficiently. But not to forget to deal with the human resource first. Research are needed, of course. And also another thing we also learned from the presentation, the way how to make Mustahik become eligible to doing banking after the program. Let's move then to the last panelist of the speaker for the today plenary session. It's come from our famous Deputy Director of DES Bank Sentral of Indonesia, Bapak Muhammad Anwar Basori. I see him before. Okay. For the upcoming 40 minutes, please, time is yours.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. M. Arif Mufrainis, moderator. We thank and appreciate for the Indonesian National Zakat Board for inviting us, Bank Indonesia, the Central Bank of Republic of Indonesia. My name is Muhammad Irfan Sukarno, the Deputy Director of Department of Islamic Economic and Finance, Bank Indonesia. His Excellency, the Chairman of Indonesian National Zakat Board, Professor Dr. Kiai Nur Ahmad, and the Vice Chairman, Mr. Muhammad Mahdum, also the distinguished speaker, Professor Khabir Muhammad, and also Dr. Muhammad from CCM Bangladesh. His nice and good presentation. Please allow us to represent the Central Bank of Indonesia to present our material. I hope the organizing committee could help us to present my material presentation, please.
Yes, please do.
Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I hope you all in the good health in this pandemic era, and I think the digital era transformation has come for the pandemic. Please, next slide. I would like to have an outline in four. The first is Indonesia position in global Islamic economic and finance, and then the second, the impact of COVID-19, and the third is the digitalization effort, strategy, and synergy in Islamic economic and finance in Indonesia, especially. And 4 is the conclusion. Next slide. I would like to present the Indonesia position in OIC member countries. According to the statistic 2019, Indonesia is the biggest Muslim countries with GDP around more than $1 trillion or around 14.8% of OIC countries. And Indonesia also is the most competitive country in attracting foreign direct investment among OIC member countries. Is around 20% of all 57 OIC countries is come to Indonesia for FDI flows. And next slide. What about Indonesia position in the global Islamic finance? This is the report from ICD, one of the group of Islamic Development Bank, Cooperation with Definitive. They issue the Islamic Finance Development Reports. In the 2020 report, Indonesia is number 2. The number 1 is Malaysia. But in the previous year, this report is position Indonesia is the number 1 and Malaysia is number 2. So in the last 2 years, between Indonesia and Malaysia is in the top 2 of the global Islamic finance. With an asset is, even we are the number 2, the asset of Indonesian Islamic finance still in the number 6 or the number 7, around $100 billion our asset, but it is very increasing. The growth of Islamic banking especially is more than the conventional banking. Why the position of the Indonesian Islamic finance in the global is increasing more in coming year, because it's supported by a strongly government authorities policy and the synergy ecosystem Islamic economy, including Islamic commercial finance, Islamic banking, Islamic capital market, with Islamic social finance such as Zakat and Wakaf. Also the increasing of the Islamic economic and finance literacy. Here in Bank Indonesia, we call it the Zakat or Wakaf, is call it Islamic social finance. It's part of the Islamic finance. Next slide. What about in the World Giving Index in 2021? Indonesia is the number 1. This report is issued by GIF Publication in UK. And one of the supporting factor that Indonesia is the number 1 is the increasing role of Islamic social finance, such as Zakat or Wakaf during the pandemic of COVID-19 is increasing more than the previous year. 2 items that Indonesia is in the number 1 is because the volunteering time by country, Indonesia is number 1, and the country participation based in donated money, Indonesia is the number 1. So these 2 factor is make Indonesia number 1 in the World Giving Index in 2001. Next slide. How about in the Global Islamic FinTech? This is the report by the Global Islamic FinTech Reports 2021. Indonesia is number 4. But this report say Indonesia is the same like Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and Kuwait are the exciting hubs that should be on investor horizon. Next slide. The framework of Islamic FinTech, Global Islamic FinTech Social Finance, there's Islamic Social Finance FinTech. From 2041, Islamic FinTech identified in OIC only 6 related to social finance. So it's the same like our Zakat presentation to 2.5% from FinTech identified in OIC countries that's related to the Zakat and Wakaf. Next slide. Focusing on Indonesia, the infrastructure, market size, and growth Islamic fintechs. Indonesia is the home to the world's largest Muslim population and innovative Islamic fintech with significant headroom for growth. One or two the key advantage of Indonesia based by this report is the capital, the talent, and also the Sharia principle is. That's why the report make Indonesia is one of the best global Islamic fintech in the world. Even this report projected about the market size between 2020 into 2025, the Indonesian Islamic fintech, the growth is higher than average OIC countries is about 21%. The average OIC countries, the growth of Indonesian Islamic fintech is around 23 or 24%. So many international viewer or experts see Indonesia is much higher than the average OIC countries talking about the Islamic fintech. Next slide. The impact of COVID-19. Next slide. Based of some resources, that's the impact of COVID-19 to society's behavior, shifting into online and change behavior of consumption. The growth online is around 45%, despite buy to the store basically decrease up to 50%. Percentage on average increase around 1.5 times in 6 ASEAN countries. Indonesia is the second biggest, from 28% in 2009 into 46% in 2020. The expansion to a product of health, food, communication, data package increased more than 50%. Meanwhile, public transportation and gasoline decreased around 42% because there's a limitation of mobilization for the people because of the pandemic. Next slide. How about the digitalization effort, strategy, and synergy in Indonesia Islamic economic and finance? As the central bank, we have accelerated digital economic and financial transaction in the whole. As a regulator in the payment system digitalization as well as greater public preference acceptance of digital technology drive the rapid growth of the digital economy, fintech development, and digital banking moving forward. The e-commerce transaction in 2021 will increase around 52.6%. The previous year is around 29%. And the digital banking transaction in 2021 will increase around 38%, previously only 21%, sorry. And the electronic money used in 2021 will increase 43%. Previously only 32%. So all in 2021 will be increased in e-commerce, in digital banking, electronic money compared to the previous year. Next slide. Bank Indonesia, as the regulator of payment system in Indonesia, has issued the blueprint of Indonesia payment system in 2025 to navigate the policy direction of national payment system, integrating Indonesia digital economy and finance, while at the same time ensuring the central bank's proper function in digital era. This blueprint consists of 5 important elements. The first is the integration of national digital economy and finance. The second component, digital transformation within the banking industry. The third component, interlink between fintech and banks. The fourth component, the balance among innovation, consumer protection, integrity, and stability, as well as fair competition. And the 5th component is the national interest on cross-border use of digital economy and finance. This will be the framework for national payment system in Indonesia, including for Islamic social finance like Zakat or Wakaf. Next slide. The financial technology and Islamic value. If we see about the core Islamic value, is there's a similarity between the value of fintech and Islamic value, such as the fintech offers simplicity. This is in line with Islamic desire simplicity and avoid difficulty. And fintech offer easy access and easy finance disbursement, potentially create new risk if there is no regulation about fintech. There's the Sharia regulation or the proper regulation by the authority. And the fintech continues to grow, including Islamic fintech. Islamic fintech needs to offer Sharia compliant products, such as for source of finance halal product, also support Islamic social finance for collecting or for payment. And also the establishment of Sharia marketplace to offer halal product using fintech in payment process, and also for supporting the digital infrastructure for Islamic social finance in collecting and payment. Next slide. This is the Bank Indonesia, the central bank, a blueprint of Islamic economic and financial development. We have a 3 pillar. The first pillar is strengthening Islamic economic, is focused in halal industry, how the ecosystem, development of ecosystem. The second pillar is strengthening the Islamic financial sector of financing. This is the financial sector development, including Islamic social finance and the integration among Islamic commercial finance and Islamic social finance. This is in the second pillar, the Bank Indonesia as the central bank included and contributed to the development of the Islamic social finance such as Zakat and Wakaf. And the third pillar is the strengthening research, assessment, and education. These three pillars is come to in the end in 2025. That's make Indonesia as the global center for Islamic economic and finance. Next slide. The Bank Indonesia strategy and implementation of digitalization in Islamic economic and finance is to oversee the national Islamic economy and finance in the euro area. Strengthening strategization is carried by consideration of the three components: the people, the process, and the technology. Concerning about the Zakah Wakaf, it is in the pilot 2, the Sharia finance. We would like to develop and contribute along with the other authorities like BAZNAS and Ministry of Religious Affairs for development financial market infrastructure, for digital online zakat infak sodakoh, ZISWAF, and for instrument integrated between commercial and social finance such as cash wakaf link sukuk payment. Next slide. This is our survey conducted in 2020 about payment system or financial supported to the Islamic social finance, particularly for zakat. The collecting zakat portion dominated by banking sector, Islamic banking around 61.8%, and then followed by mobile application, and then crowdfunding, and then the e-commerce. The application used such as that's the name of Link Aja or Kitab Isa platform or Islamic banking, mobile banking. And the majority of amount in zakat payment, each transaction is below 2 million rupiah, is around around $200. And on average, online payment zakat is 2 million rupiah below or below $200, around 82%. That's the result of the survey for collecting the zakat. And for distributing the zakat, the majority distributed zakat is into cash or direct to the zakat recipient or to the mustahik, around 61%. Distributed zakat through bank transfer only 34%, and through a card only 1%. That's the survey results for distributing the zakat. Next slide. Like the previous slide that Bank Indonesia has launched the blueprint for a national payment system. One of the key components of our payment system is the QRIS or Quick Response Code Indonesia Standard. With payment standards such as quick response through QRIS, payment transaction quicker, easier, and efficient. Before QRIS, people mostly made cash transaction, and for non-cash transaction, each payment system provider had an exclusive QR code. As a result, the customer have more than one payment application installed on the smartphone, which become impractical and inefficient. If there are 3 QR providers, so they have to install 3 applications. But after the QRIS has launched, the payment are fast, easy, practical, and efficient because one QR can be scanned by many payment applications. And our target for this QRIS merchant is around 12 million merchant, and now is around 9 million or 10 million has reached. We know that, and we acknowledge that transaction and merchant QRIS increasing, and religious sector social, such as in the Islamic social finance, zakat, wakaf payment, is one of the community that play the role in the increasing target of QRIS. The provider of QRIS in Indonesia is around 68 bank and non-bank provider, and at least 3 is Sharia provider, is 2 Islamic bank, Bank Syariah Indonesia, Bank Muamalat, and Link Aja Syariah. Next slide. This is the example of QRIS for Ummah, digitalized Islamic activity, supported by Bank Indonesia and other relevant stakeholders. QRIS is widely used for the distribution of zakat, infak, sodako, either to the national, provincial, district level of Islamic boarding school or pesantren, we call it in Indonesia, most zakat board, amilisan, and social activities. You can see in the picture, there's BAZNAS, Indonesia National Zakat Board, with QRIS for ambulance free and for top up sodako, and many society social activities that now use QRIS provided by the central bank. Next slide. This is the simple model of Islamic social finance in payment system. That's the left side here, the party who pays zakat and wakaf, the sources of fund with saving, electronic money. The instrument could be used debit card. The instrument could be mobile banking, internet banking, ATM, EDC, or QRS. And the party manage zakat or wakaf, or the institution who manage zakat wakaf, they have a bank account, a saving and electronic money, and the canal distribution through bank account or through QRS. And the method distribution is to transfer and top up to the party receive zakat or wakaf who has a bank account and got a saving of electronic money. This is a simple model. Next slide. But we have also to learn from other ecosystem which is more developed than the Islamic social finance. We can call it such as a digital commerce ecosystem between the bank model and the new player model, and we could learn from that. The business model now is different between bank model and new player model. The bank model is focused on how to get customer to use product. The new player model is focused on how to deliver connection to meet customer life habit and build digital commerce ecosystem. The roles in the digital commerce ecosystem is platform provider and distributor to the customer or to the receiver, or also the fintech marketplace, the expert at distributing smart solution to customer, the wholesale specialist provider of services of data, and the platform provider is enabling services and technology. Next slide. Lesson learned also from shifting innovation in financial technology from traditional banking, bank-driven, and financial technology, customer-driven. The banking service is not always to have the institutional bank, but to provide banking services. Not always have the institutional bank. So the financial and customer-driven, there's the bank and the financial market infrastructure, and back end, the front end. So the key message is how to make a connection between the customer who receive the banking services. Next slide. Lesson learned also from interlinked bank and fintech. The digital transformation by collaboration bank and fintech. Survey Finextra and Euro Banking Association stated that 81% banking executives said that collaboration with fintech is the best strategy for digital transformation. So even you know that the banking is the size is much bigger than the fintech, but more than 80% of banking executives in Europe say to face the digital transformation, they must synergy collaborate with the financial technology to make, to adopt and to develop together for serving customer. Next slide. This is the national strategy for Islamic economic Indonesia launched by our president in 2019. There's a fourth pillar. The second pillar is related to the Islamic finance. And in this second pillar, there's one of the main program is the integrated zakat, infak, sodako, wakaf with fiscal and commercial finance in increasing the reach and inclusivity, such as the potential for benefiting from the wide infrastructure and already established in Islamic commercial finance, such as Islamic banks, who has infrastructure, including digital infrastructure, to go hand in hand with the Islamic social finance to reach and inclusive for benefiting the customer, for to integrate it and synergy between the commercial and social finance. This is in our National Master Plan for Islamic Economic and Finance. And next slide. Also, in other authority in FSA, Financial Services Authority Indonesia FSA or OJK, they have a roadmap for Islamic banking 2020 to 2025. In the second pillar, they have the synergy ecosystem for Islamic economy, particularly synergy with Islamic social finance. So in this roadmap for Islamic banking issued by the FSA, Indonesia FSA, there's two kind of synergy between Islamic bank and Islamic social finance, is such as optimization social fund as well as increasing social function of Islamic bank. And the second objective is optimization the use of Islamic bank account by Islamic social finance institutions such as Zakat or Wakaf institution. From national perspective, Master Plan of Islamic Economic of Indonesia, they also mentioned about integrating between commercial and social finance. From central bank perspective, we have the blueprint of in Bank Indonesia blueprint also mentioned about synergy between commercial and social finance. And also from Indonesia Financial Authority, they have a roadmap for Islamic banking, also mentioned about the synergy between commercial finance, especially Islamic bank, with social finance, included in digitalization of the Islamic social finance. Next slide. This is some kind of example, innovation and decision of this collection, innovative platform with platform GoPay, OVO, Dana. This is with BAZNAS Zakat. In e-commerce platform, in Tokopedia, in Shopee, there's Islamic social finance services. People can put donated the money for the zakah or infaq or wakaf. And also for example, from one of the Islamic banking in Indonesia, they have a mobile Islamic banking with zakat, infaq, sodakoh, wakaf, ziswaf services. So all is in place in Indonesia, in e-commerce, in zakat institution, and also in the mobile Islamic banking. It makes easier, practical, and quicker for customer in Indonesia to put the money or pick the program related to customer or people needs. Next. This is the one of our future expectation. We have in central bank some kind of digital corridor for Islamic economic and finance. We have Islamic economic sectorial data capture from economic halal value chain. We have data capture from Islamic fintech technology. We have data capture from Islamic boarding school virtual market, and also if we have collaborate with the zakat authorities or wakaf authority, we can put also in this digital data corridor for the Islamic social fund. So in the future, we have a digital corridor for all Islamic economic and finance in Indonesia. That's our projection in the future. Next slide. Come to the end, to the conclusion. There's three simple conclusion. One, during pandemic COVID-19 globally and domestically, the need of the new source of growth. One of the new source of growth is we in the central bank see as the Islamic economic and finance, including the Islamic social finance, has great potential as the new source of growth that could be utilized for recovery of economic through the development of the sector and accelerated by digitalization. And the third, supporting the digitalization in Islamic social finance, zakat and wakaf, need a synergy between Islamic commercial finance, including financial technology, and Islamic social finance institution. Because we could optimize the wide spread of infrastructure that already established in the Islamic commercial finance. If we hand in hand go together, collaborate, coordinated with the social finance, we could have a win-win solution for both commercial and social finance. That's the end of my presentation. Thank you for the participant to hear and see our presentation. I give it back to the moderator. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Bapak Irfan Sukarna. It has been a tremendous presentation. Tells all about the acceleration for the digital economics and financial transaction, e-commerce, digital banking. Bapak Irfan Sukarna also deliver us to the blueprint of 5 elements of Indonesian payment system until 2025. And also what even more interesting, the presenter mentioned is the similarity of the financial technology ecosystem and Islamic values. I also would like to enlighten to the attendants again the survey result of payment system supported to Islamic social finance. Quite optimistic fact or phenomenon. So of course we have to appreciate to the desk of Bank of Indonesia and also OJK. Now we are coming up to the question and answer session. I'm not quite sure how many times we do still have here. Okay, I see so many people raise their hand in the chat room, but of course, I should rely on the committee to pick up maybe 1 or 2 or 3 questions for today question and answer session. Okay, okay, here you are, the Q&A. The first one addressed to Professor Kabir. How can any digital instrument such as robo, zakat, etc., be introduced in our lower class society? Nice question. And then to all speakers, what do you think about the implementation of zakat digitalization in your local country? It's supposed to be addressed to the Professor Kabir Hasan and also Dr. Ayub Mia. Yeah? And the third one, please. Okay, again to Professor Kabir Hasan and also Dr. Ayub Mia. In Indonesia, people prefer to distribute zakat on their own to their acquaintance or well-known ulama rather than to the institution. How about in Bangladesh? Moreover, mostly millennials use the internet, less than 30% of Indonesian population. So what are some important factors that can increase Muzaki intention to distribute zakat via institution besides the digitalization, both in Indonesia and Bangladesh? In your opinion, what actually causes the low interest? These 3 questions are very much related to the discussion today. So due to the limitation of the session, I will give, perhaps 5 minutes answer and opinion from for each panelist. So please, we can start from Professor Kabir Hasan.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you for 3 very important questions. So let's start with how can we use robo zakat introduced in a lower class society? It will be very difficult, as the numbers given by all 3 speakers, including Dr. Ayub Nia and Mr. Irfan Sukurma, that digitalization is unequally divided in the country. If you take Indonesia, is one of the question is that 30% of the people have digitalization. And not only that, the robo zakat is beyond digitalization. The technology, when you talk about a different level of uses of technology, since many people use Android or cell phone or iPhone technology, it comes with many things and it is very user friendly. There is a saying in technology called 2080. So most of the people really do not know how to use 80% of the technology, only knows 20%. That's the role probably even for me. And I have an iPhone 12. There are so many functionalities you can use. You can download apps, you can do many things, but I'm not really. Even though, I can consider me, I'm an educated person, I belong to the upper class of this society. But think about a day laborer who, he or she may have a mobile technology, but the knowledge is not really that much spread. So right now it will be difficult, but we have to develop the infrastructure, as Mr. Arfan very nicely showed in his presentation. The Indonesian government, the central bank, is taking the digital corridor. Once you start bringing up that digitalization of the country, then it will become a lot easier. There will be less digital divide between the rich and the poor, the higher class and the lower class. Now, talking about Dr. Ayub Mia on the second question has given a very nice, during this pandemic, they have used the Zakat app, in mobile technology in order to send money to the recipients, or also connecting with the Muzaki, the Zakat payers. So that technology can be easily and quickly implemented. But the question is scalability. When your level of operation increases, whether this technology that you're using in order to do a low level transaction, whether that can be possible in the highest level of transaction. And another question being asked that why instead of giving a centralized authority of zakat, we are giving this individually or to the local ulama? I think the part of the reason is culture and also trust. People really want to see, because their money is being spent in the on the 8 different um, uh, ways that zakat money should be spent, because many people think that this is my religious duty, I can do it individually, I know, so that could be fine. So what I believe, that option should be given to the zakat payer as well too. If the zakat payer is knowledgeable, he has an understanding of zakat from the Quran and Sunnah, and he has money, he wants to distribute money in his locality, because start with locality, wants to give money to his poor relatives, that's fine. But in order to have a bigger macroeconomic impact, it is better to collect and distribute zakat in a bulk way, in a centralized way. So I am in favor of both ways, but in order to have major impact, you need to have this macro economic impact. You need to have an aggregate way in the centralized or zakat collection. Now, another part of this thing is why people will give money to the ulamas and different religious institutions, because um, again, the trust question. They know that if I give money to this ulama or the imam of the mosque, I have known him for 5 years, he's an honest person. Ultimately, it boils down to trust factor. If you can trust that our money is being spent in the proper way, I have fulfilled my religious obligation, because it's the third pillar of Islam. At the same time, I'm also contributing to the socio-economic development of the country. So we have to bring the trust. As you know, this is what we call social capital. The social capital should have been the greatest in Muslim countries, but unfortunately, the social capital is the lowest in Muslim countries. There was a study done by the Georgetown University, Hussein Nasser and one of his colleagues. So he looked at about 137 countries in the world and looked at what are the Islamic values. That means I'm talking about the social capital. So there are different indicators they use. These are the Islamic values. So collected data. Do you know, out of the top 20 countries, there is not a single Muslim majority country in the top 20 countries. Do you know who are the top 5 countries? New Zealand, Netherlands. These are the people, they are following our Aqidah, our Sharia, but we are not really following it properly. We are Muslim by name, but not by action. So we have a Muslim majority country, but the teachings of Islam are very much absent. So whatever we want to do, want to change our country, digital technology, zakat management, we really need to increase our religiosity. We have to follow our religion spiritually. I'm not talking about ritualistic, pray 5 times a day. Yes, you have to pray, but the spiritual Islam we need to really bring, so that betterment for Muslim and non-Muslims together. I want to stop here. I want to give chance to the other speakers.
Yes, very nice, Professor. We don't have to be reluctant. We have to ready for the change. Okay, the second one, please, Dr. Ayub Mia.
Yeah, thank you very much. In fact, in terms of Bangladesh, the observation of the the person who raised question is absolutely similar to Indonesia, that the people are loving to pay their zakat to the religious scholars, the ulemas, rather than to institutions. In this point, I would like to highlight on the other side. That means why our Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam managed the zakat from his government. That means the responsibility of the government is to manage zakat, its collection and distribution. For a private organization or a private individual, it is difficult to maintain or to attain the trust of the zakat payers. From my personal experience for last more than 10 years, it is really very, very difficult to satisfy the zakat payers, because each zakat payer, individual zakat payer, has their own perception and questions. And not only that, they demand some report, and again the reporting format is different from each other. That means it is a highly difficult and complex situation to satisfy all types of zakat payers. So our Prophet ﷺ logically manage the zakat from the government side. That means suppose if we can just just compare with the tax system, that nobody can raise question where the government just spend the money, or how do they manage, and what is their system of managing the tax or the resources. But in terms of a private organization for zakat management, the individual zakat payer may raise different type of questions. So, in fact, it is logically proved that Islam rightly set the rules for managing zakat by the government. That is one point. Another point is, Dr. Kabir Hassan rightly said, the trust. In fact, we need to build a very trustworthy organization in different Muslim countries. From our personal experience, the Center for Zakat Management is in fact the only formal zakat management organization in Bangladesh. But thousands of religious ulemas and religious schools and orphanages are there who are utilizing zakat. But they don't have any formal management system. They don't have auditing. They don't have transparency or accountability or under any regulation. So CZM is trying to establish its reputation as a transparent and accountable organization to the public. And alhamdulillah, we are just gaining the confidence of the people, and it is increasing day by day. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the highlight. And now we come to the Bapak Sukarna, please, from the TSPI.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Zakat integration implementation in a Muslim country, I think the message is clear. We have to optimize and coordinate and synergy with other institutions which is more developed and well established, such as the synergy and integration between the Islamic commercial finance, such as Islamic Bank, who has more infrastructure, capital, people to coordinate and go hand in hand with the Islamic social finance institution, such as the Zakat institution or Wakaf institution, and we can provide the services for both area for the customer, so the customer could have Islamic commercial finance also as the Islamic social finance in the one platform. Let's make the digitization is more implemented more easier, because supported by the more established infrastructure from the Islamic commercial finance, such as Islamic banks. Indonesia, as an example, one of the biggest Islamic bank in Indonesia has a mobile banking platform, which have around 4 million customers, 3 or 4 million customers in this mobile banking, and around 50% of this customer is paying zakat or infak sodaqah to this mobile banking. So we could imagine if in Indonesia there are around 30 million Islamic banking customer. if this 30 million Islamic customer with providing services by the Islamic banking, supported by the regulator or authorities to hand in hand go together with the Islamic social finance to develop and collecting and distributed all the zakat infrastructure in the digital platform through the Islamic banking platform. I think it's more easier, practical, and easy to implement than only by the Islamic social finance itself. So the key message is synergy integration between the Islamic commercial finance and the Islamic social finance for the digitalization of zakat in our country. Maybe that's the message. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, thank you very much for the explanation of all questions. I should ask the committee again, is there still any other question for this plenary session, or we should end up for another agenda?
No, we have another agenda, Doctor, so we have finished the question and answer session.
Okay then. Okay, thank you very much for the information. I do feel sorry for all attendants. Maybe nothing has to be satisfied. Yeah, nothing has to be sufficient in one conference. That's why you have to attend for more conference, seminar, etc., etc. Before we end up this plenary session, I would like again to thanks to the all panelists, my prominent scholar, Professor Kabir Hasan. Thanks to stay lately in the night to be with us, and also Dr. Ayub Mia to giving us some information about his experience in the Bangladesh, and also our speaker from Desk BI, Bapak Irfan Sukarna. See you again, inshallah, in another opportunity, another conference. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, times I'll give again to the Master of Ceremony.
Thank you very much, Dr. Arif, for moderating the plenary session. And thank you to all the speakers for their time and insights. Now, before we continue, we would kindly like to ask all speakers and participants to turn on their camera for the photo session. The photo session will be led by the operator from the committee. Thank you very much. Now, before we continue to the next session, which is the keynote speech from His Excellency, the Vice Minister of the Religious Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia, we would like to announce for all participants from the parallel session that was held yesterday that the announcement for the winners of the presentations yesterday will be held at the end of the event during the closing ceremony. So we would like to inform to all of the participants who attended the parallel session yesterday to please stay within the forum until the end of the event today.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Alhamdulillahi wa kafa. Wassalatu wassalamu ala sayyidina Muhammadin Mustafa wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ahli sidqi wal wafa ma ba'du. Yang saya hormati Ketua BAZNAS, Bapak Profesor Dr. Nur Ahmad. Yang saya hormati Dekan Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis UIN Syarif dan Hidayatullah Jakarta. Yang saya hormati Dekan Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis Universitas Muhammadiyah Profesor Hamka. Yang saya hormati para narasumber, yang saya hormati para pimpinan lembaga amil zakat, yang saya hormati para praktisi dan akademisi bidang zakat, hadirin, hadirat yang saya muliakan. Izinkan sebelumnya saya menyampaikan permohonan maaf dari Bapak Menteri Agama Republik Indonesia yang sedianya beliau hadir pada kesempatan hari ini, tapi karena beliau masih ada agenda di Arab Saudi, sehingga beliau mewakilkan kepada saya untuk menyampaikan sambutannya. Dan izinkan saya menyampaikan sambutan ini dalam bahasa Indonesia. Pertama-tama marilah kita memanjatkan puji syukur Alhamdulillah. Kita dipertemukan dalam sebuah event besar yang sangat strategis dalam mendukung pembangunan nasional, yaitu The International Conference of Zakat. Ini adalah event tahunan yang selalu kita sambut karena dari kegiatan inilah kita akan mendapatkan ide-ide visioner untuk masa depan pengelolaan zakat di Indonesia. Saya sangat bahagia dapat berada di tengah-tengah para praktisi dan pemangku kepentingan bidang zakat. The International Conference of Zakat yang diselenggarakan oleh Puskas BAZNAS bermitra dengan dua universitas bergengsi di Jakarta, yaitu UIN Syarif Hidayat Jakarta dan Universitas Muhammadiyah Profesor Hamka atau Wahamka, merupakan langkah tepat untuk menarik para generasi muda dalam berpartisipasi mengembangkan tata kelola zakat di Indonesia. Dengan level kegiatan sekelas internasional, maka ini sekaligus mempromosikan potensi zakat dan tata kelolanya kepada dunia internasional. Hadirin yang saya muliakan, sejak era kemerdekaan, filantropi Islam telah dipraktekkan secara masif di kalangan umat Islam. Zakat salah satunya menjadi bagian penting sejarah perkembangan Islam di muka bumi Nusantara. Zakat pula lah yang menjadi salah satu penopang pengembangan masyarakat Islam di seluruh pelosok negeri. Peran pemerintah dalam memfasilitasi pengembangan pengelolaan filantropi Islam telah memasuki periode yang sangat panjang. Deretan kebijakan telah lahir dan memberi bukti nyata dalam mendorong fungsi zakat bagi penguatan ekonomi keumatan. Pemerintah di berbagai level bahu-membahu untuk terus mengembangkan zakat lebih berdaya guna dan memberi manfaat secara lebih luas. Pada tahun 2020-2024, penguatan tata kelola zakat telah ditetapkan sebagai bagian dari rencana strategis Kementerian Agama Republik Indonesia. Penguatan kelembagaan, transformasi digital, fasilitasi akses publik dalam menunaikan zakat, dan penguatan pengawasan adalah sederet fokus yang kini tengah ditingkatkan. Semua ini bertujuan agar potensi zakat benar-benar dapat dicapai dan memanfaatkannya juga berdampak bagi pembangunan nasional. Di saat bersamaan, partisipasi publik dalam tata kelola zakat adalah kunci suksesnya program-program penguatan zakat. Kita memiliki kampus-kampus dengan jumlah mahasiswa yang sangat banyak, lembaga kajian, ormas Islam, dan lainnya. Peran pemerintah adalah memfasilitasi semua ini agar dapat berpartisipasi secara aktif dalam merencanakan, melaksanakan, dan mengawasi tata kelola zakat. Khusus untuk para akademisi, kami sangat menunggu peran yang lebih besar, peran yang lebih luas dalam menghadirkan kajian-kajian berbasis data yang akan menjadi pijakan pemerintah dalam penguatan pengelolaan zakat. Kami percaya dengan kapasitas sumber daya manusia dan kompetensi yang dimiliki para akademisi sangat mumpuni dalam menghadirkan kajian strategis bagi masa depan zakat. The International Conference of Zakat yang kelima tahun 2021 bertepatan dengan 2 tahun pandemi COVID-19. Ini tentunya sangat tepat untuk menghadirkan ide-ide out of the box bagaimana menempatkan zakat dalam menopang penanganan pandemi dan juga penanganan pasca pandemi. Mari kita gali ide terbaik untuk diterapkan dalam kebijakan penguatan tata kelola zakat untuk kita semuanya. Hadirin yang berbahagia, demikian sambutan ini yang dapat kami sampaikan kepada seluruh peserta yang telah berpartisipasi dalam rangkaian The International Conference of Zakat. Saya atas nama Kementerian Agama Republik Indonesia mengucapkan banyak terima kasih. Marilah kita perkokoh persatuan, karena dengan itu kita akan semakin meneguhkan langkah kita dalam menghadapi segala bentuk permasalahan. Sebagai penutup, marilah kita doakan bangsa kita agar segera dibebaskan dari berbagai wabah dan mara bahaya. Demikian yang dapat kami sampaikan. In uridu ila islah wa ma taufiq illa billah wallahu muwaffiq ila aqwamit thoriq. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih banyak kepada yang terhormat Bapak Wakil Menteri Agama Dr. Haji Zainud Tauhid Saadi untuk speech-nya. Alhamdulillah, we have finally finished half of today's session with remarkable speakers who have brought various insights and fruitful discussions to the forum. But the exciting discussions don't stop here. We still have the last plenary session to anticipate. We would like to announce the audience that the event is currently being streamed on BAZNAS TV YouTube channel. For more information regarding this event and other research and events regarding Zakat, you can follow Puskas BAZNAS Instagram account at Puskas BAZNAS. PUSKASBAZNAS. Now, we will proceed to the Zuhur and lunch break. Due to the event, which is mainly based in Jakarta, the break will follow Jakarta time. We apologize if there is a slight time difference between Jakarta and the other participants' time. We would also like to remind all participants to return to the Zoom meetings at exactly 1 p.m. Jakarta time. The break will last for around 60 minutes to an hour. Please keep this in mind. See you all after the break. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Memberi banyak manfaat dengan menjadi pengelola zakat di Indonesia. Badan Amil Zakat Nasional BAZNAS hadir dengan semangat menggelorakan gerakan cinta zakat. Dibentuk oleh pemerintah berdasarkan keputusan Presiden RI nomor 8 tahun 2001 yang memiliki tugas dan fungsi menghimpun dan menyalurkan zakat, infak, dan sedekah pada tingkat nasional. BAZNAS tersebar di seluruh Indonesia dan mengkoordinasikan 34 BAZNAS provinsi dan 464 BAZNAS kabupaten dan kota, 91 lembaga amil zakat, serta 140 unit pengumpul zakat di berbagai instansi. Dengan membawa semangat untuk menjadi lembaga utama menyejahterakan umat, BAZNAS telah mendapatkan berbagai penghargaan sebagai bentuk kepercayaan publik sebagai lembaga yang akuntabel, di antaranya ISO 9001-2015 setiap tahunnya sejak tahun 2004. Diaudit dengan hasil wajar tanpa pengecualian sejak 2002. Penghargaan intensitas, konsistensi, dan inovasi dalam penanggulangan COVID-19 dari BNPB. Penghargaan internasional keberhasilan mewujudkan SDGs dari Global Good Governance tahun 2021. Best Business Transformation dan Best Indonesia Customer Quality dari majalah SWA, dan penghargaan-penghargaan lainnya. Dengan menjaga semangat pengelolaan zakat yang berdasarkan syariat Islam, amanah, kemanfaatan, keadilan, kepastian hukum, terintegrasi, dan akuntabilitas, Badan Amil Zakat Nasional melakukan pendistribusian dan pendayagunaan sesuai syariat kepada 8 asnaf dan dirangkum ke dalam 5 sektor utama. Sosial, pendidikan, kesehatan, dakwah, dan ekonomi. Dengan terus berinovasi memudahkan akses berbagi bagi seluruh masyarakat Indonesia, BAZNAS menyediakan berbagai kanal pembayaran melalui konter, berbagai minimarket, layanan transfer, hingga puluhan kanal dan dompet digital. BAZNAS terus berupaya melebarkan manfaat dalam berbagai program produktif dan tepat guna yang berprinsip pada aman syar'i, aman regulasi, dan aman NKRI. Bersama BAZNAS, wujudkan masyarakat adil, makmur, dan sejahtera di seluruh Nusantara. BAZNAS, lembaga utama menyejahterakan umat. Memberi banyak manfaat dengan menjadi pengelola zakat di
Kiai Haji Ahmad Dahlan, pendiri Perserikatan Muhammadiyah yang memiliki spirit mencerdaskan, mencerahkan, dan berkemajuan sejak dulu hingga sekarang. Buya Hamka, sosok ulama intelektual bangsa yang menginspirasi kami membentuk generasi muda yang unggul dalam kecerdasan spiritual, intelektual, emosional, dan sosial. Universitas Muhammadiyah Profesor Dr. Hamka atau biasa disebut UHAMKA hadir di tengah-tengah kota metropolitan Jakarta dengan lokasi perkuliahan yang mudah dijangkau berbagai sarana transportasi ibu kota. Kemudahan aksesibilitas meningkatkan efektivitas agar generasi muda bisa lebih mudah mendapatkan pendidikan yang lebih berkualitas. UHAMKA, universitas yang mengedepankan nilai al-Islam dan kemuhammadiyahan dalam proses belajar mengajar dan di segala aspek kehidupan, untuk membentuk lulusan yang unggul secara intelektual maupun spiritual.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Dengan lisensi akreditasi A yang kami miliki, lulusan UMK bisa dengan mudah memasuki dunia kerja yang serba kompetitif maupun sukses dalam berwirausaha. Karena UMK membekali pribadi setiap lulusan berkarakter, cerdas, kreatif, dan inovatif di era industri 4.0 yang serba digital.
UMK memiliki 10 fakultas dengan sarana dan prasarana perkuliahan modern seperti Fakultas Farmasi dan Sains, didukung oleh tenaga pengajar ahli dengan sarana dan prasarana perkuliahan yang modern untuk mencetakkan lulusan yang handal dalam penelitian kesehatan.
Alasan saya memilih UMK adalah karena alat-alat yang lengkap dan tenaga-tenaga pengajar di sini adalah dosen-dosen yang profesional.
Salah satu studi unggulan adalah penelitian uji kehalalan bahan makanan. Bidang penelitian ini sering menjadi rujukan perusahaan besar dalam menentukan kehalalan suatu produk. Fakultas Ilmu Kedokteran dengan fasilitas laboratorium yang komprehensif menerapkan sistem belajar mengajar yang selalu bersinergi antara pengembangan teori dengan praktek perkuliahan. Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis membentuk lulusan yang handal di bidang ekonomi dan bisnis keislaman dengan salah satu studi yang diterapkan adalah filantropi keislaman. Sarana perkuliahan juga dilengkapi dengan perpustakaan dengan bahan pembelajaran yang fokus pada studi ekonomi, akuntansi, manajemen, serta perbankan keislaman. Selain itu, terdapat juga laboratorium bank syariah. Fakultas Teknik menerapkan sistem pembelajaran yang mengasah kecerdasan dan kemahiran mahasiswa dalam menguasai bidang studi pilihannya, sehingga dapat berkontribusi langsung pada kemajuan teknologi serta mempersiapkan masuk dunia kerja. Selain itu juga agar mereka mampu mengukir prestasi pada berbagai kompetisi inovasi teknologi.
Kami dari program studi teknik elektro, dan alhamdulillah inilah hasil karya kita, robot pemadam api.
Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan. Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan memberikan pendidikan secara intensif kepada calon tenaga pengajar maupun pendidik sehingga setiap lulusan memiliki kecakapan sikap, pengetahuan, keterampilan umum, dan keterampilan khusus pada skala nasional maupun internasional. Meneruskan reputasi UMK sebagai penyedia profesi guru yang handal dan terpercaya.
Alasan saya kuliah di sini karena akreditasi A. Wah, di sana segala gitu, daftar di UMK.
Dalam mencetak profesi guru yang profesional, proses perkuliahan didukung oleh fasilitas dan metode perkuliahan terkini, mempersiapkan tenaga pengajar yang dapat berkontribusi langsung pada kesejahteraan masyarakat, membentuk masa depan generasi muda bangsa yang cerdas. Fakultas Agama Islam. Fakultas Agama Islam hadir membentuk tenaga pengajar pendidikan agama Islam yang juga mampu mengelola lembaga berbasis keislaman. Fakultas Psikologi mengembangkan ilmu psikologi yang terintegrasi dengan nilai Islam untuk menghadirkan lulusan yang unggul di berbagai profesi ilmu psikologi. Fakultas Ilmu Kesehatan menghasilkan tenaga kesehatan yang unggul melalui pengembangan ilmu-ilmu kesehatan untuk meningkatkan kesejahteraan serta kesehatan masyarakat. Fakultas Ilmu Sosial dan Ilmu Politik dengan program studi utama ilmu komunikasi membentuk lulusan yang unggul di berbagai bidang ilmu komunikasi dengan dukungan pengajar profesional serta fasilitas perkuliahan yang dibuat sama dengan dunia kerja nyata. Sehingga setiap lulusan dapat kompetitif memasuki dunia kerja sekaligus mempunyai jiwa entrepreneurship dalam upaya untuk meningkatkan kesejahteraan masyarakat.
Saya mengambil jurusan ini karena fasilitas di FISIP UMK sangatlah menunjang kebutuhan mahasiswa. Masuk UMK, kalian nggak akan nyesal.
Sekolah Pasca Sarjana UMK. Sekolah Pasca Sarjana UMK menjawab tantangan para mahasiswa dan pekerja yang ingin mengejar jenjang pendidikan yang lebih tinggi, juga untuk meningkatkan profesi dan kompetensi bekerja.
Saya memilih UMK karena untuk menunjang pendidikan dan karir saya ke depan, dan karena terakreditasi A sehingga membuat saya yakin untuk memilih kampus ini.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Pusat Neuroscience UHAMKA adalah lembaga yang mengkhususkan diri untuk mengkaji bagaimana ilmu tentang otak dan perilaku manusia diaplikasikan di berbagai bidang, seperti leadership, marketing, edukasi, dan sebagainya. Pusat Neuroscience UHAMKA adalah satu dari sangat sedikit lembaga yang mengkaji bidang itu di Indonesia. Jika ada di antara rekan-rekan semuanya yang ingin mendalami tentang otak manusia, silakan bergabung ke UHAMKA.
UHAMKA, universitas yang
Visi kami adalah mewujudkan UIN Syarif Hidayatullah Jakarta menjadi perguruan tinggi bereputasi global dengan keunggulan integrasi ilmu, keislaman, keindonesiaan, dan juga sains. Sebagai strategi dalam rangka merealisasikan visi tersebut, kerangka pengembangan jangka panjang UIN Syarif Hidayatullah Jakarta disusun dalam 4 tahapan pengembangan atau milestones sebagai berikut. Capaian pertama adalah Capacity Building for Research University, yakni dari tahun 2015 hingga 2019. Yang kedua adalah Capacity Strengthening for Excellent Research University di tahun 2020 hingga 2024. Kita saat ini berada pada tahapan ini. Target ketiga adalah Expanding Global Partnership and Engagement, yakni di tahun 2025 hingga 2029. Dan akhirnya, kita berharap bisa mencapai Globally Recognized Islamic University. Misi pertama, menyelenggarakan pendidikan dan pengajaran yang inovatif dan kreatif berbasis teknologi informasi dan sesuai kebutuhan global. Misi kedua, menyelenggarakan pendidikan tinggi berbasis riset yang bermutu dan unggul untuk pengembangan keilmuan, transformasi sosial, dan peningkatan daya saing bangsa. Misi ketiga, menyediakan akses pendidikan tinggi yang berkualitas bagi masyarakat luas secara berkeadilan. Misi keempat, menyelenggarakan pendidikan tinggi dalam kultur organisasi yang profesional, akuntabel, berintegritas, dan entrepreneurial untuk memudahkan pelaksanaan misi pada tataran yang lebih teknis dan operasional. Keempat poin misi tersebut diuraikan dalam tujuan strategis yang mencakup 9 butir.
Tujuan strategis pertama adalah mengembangkan kualitas pembelajaran dan berbasis penelitian, teknologi informasi, dan inovasi. Ada 4 sasaran strategis yang perlu di-highlight. Yang paling penting adalah pemantapan dan pengembangan program studi. Dan UIN Jakarta telah memiliki 78 program studi dan mayoritas adalah program sarjana S1. Nah, untuk ke depan, UIN Syarif Hidayatullah Jakarta berupaya untuk memantapkan dan meningkatkan kualitas program studi magister dan doktor. Ini menjadi karakter khusus dari pengembangan universitas menjadi research university.
Tujuan strategis kedua adalah meningkatkan prestasi akademik dan non-akademik mahasiswa pada tingkat nasional dan internasional. Langkah-langkah strategis yang kita lakukan adalah pertama, melakukan berbagai kegiatan pembinaan mahasiswa sesuai dengan ADART dan pedoman kegiatan dari masing-masing organisasi mahasiswa. Kedua, secara periodik setiap tahun akan dilakukan audit internal terhadap organisasi dan kegiatan kemahasiswaan. Ketiga, memberikan kesejahteraan kepada mahasiswa dalam bentuk Universitas Islam Negeri Syarif Hidayatullah Jakarta menawarkan berbagai sumber beasiswa yang bisa diakses para mahasiswa secara kompetitif dan transparan. Tujuan strategis ketiga adalah menghasilkan lulusan yang mempunyai daya saing dalam dunia global. Untuk meningkatkan kualitas lulusan, kita melakukan berbagai kegiatan yang memperkuat aspek soft skill dari mahasiswa. Kita mendorong dan memfasilitasi BEMA dan UKM agar menyelenggarakan kegiatan yang berorientasi pada entrepreneurship atau kewirausahaan. Kita berikan ruang kepada mahasiswa untuk mengundang para pakar dari berbagai bidang sehingga mahasiswa mendapatkan nilai tambah yang maksimal. Tidak lupa, sesuai dengan identitas kampus Islam, kita berusaha meningkatkan ketakwaan mahasiswa dengan mendorong ibadah sholat berjamaah di Masjid Student Center dan kultum dalam 3 bahasa. Dalam konteks moderasi beragama, kita memfasilitasi seluruh sivitas akademika bekerjasama dengan para wakil dekan di bidang kemahasiswaan untuk menyelenggarakan kegiatan yang memperkuat komitmen kebangsaan, bersikap toleran, dan anti kekerasan.
Tujuan strategis keempat adalah menghasilkan penelitian dan publikasi yang berkualitas serta pengabdian pada masyarakat yang berbasis riset. Ciri khas dari World Class University yang paling penting adalah publikasi internasional di jurnal internasional yang berprestasi. Dalam hal ini, Unsur Bidayatullah Jakarta merupakan perguruan tinggi yang telah memproduksi lebih dari 800 dokumen Scopus. Dan oleh karena itu, dalam hal publikasi ini ditargetkan jumlah yang lebih besar. Minimal dalam tahun depan itu 1000 dokumen Scopus yang dihasilkan oleh Unsur Bidayatullah Jakarta.
Tujuan strategis kelima adalah meningkatkan kualitas dan dampak kerjasama nasional dan internasional. Jika kita bicara tentang kerjasama dengan company atau dunia usaha, maka kita bekerja sama dengan BUMN, swasta, baik itu berskala nasional, regional, maupun internasional. Kemudian, berbicara tentang kerjasama dengan lembaga sosial, lembaga keagamaan, dan pendidikan, kita juga terbuka bekerja sama dengan lembaga manapun, baik nasional maupun internasional. Semua kerjasama tersebut dapat berjalan dalam ranah akademis maupun non-akademis. Tentunya bisa berupa pemagangan kerja untuk mahasiswa, kerjasama riset, seminar atau kajian, maupun dalam bentuk pengabdian terhadap masyarakat.
Tujuan strategis ke-6 adalah mengembangkan layanan dan fasilitas yang berkualitas, kondusif, dan inklusif. Insya Allah, Universitas Jakarta akan mengembangkan prasarana terpadu. Ya, ke depan memang ini fasilitas ini kita akan terus benahi. Tujuan strategis ke-7 adalah penguatan sistem manajemen perguruan tinggi yang berlandaskan good university governance, university performance improvement, competitive academic university, and global recognized university. Good university governance adalah pembenahan ya secara transparan, akuntabel manajemennya ya, sehingga terbuka semua sekitar akademik tahu informasi yang ada di university. University performance improvement ya, ini selalu kita perbaiki kinerja university ke depan, baik itu akademik maupun non akademik. Kemudian kita benahi juga untuk kompetitif akademik university dari sisi kurikulum ya, dan juga akreditasi. Saya kira Jakarta akreditasi sudah A, indeks kinerja utama para pimpinan yang menghendaki universitas kita mendapat pengakuan secara global. Sebetulnya memang sudah banyak diketahui, terutama Islamic Study. Jadi kalau orang mau belajar Islamic Study, pasti larinya ke UI. Tujuan strategis ke-8 adalah pengembangan kualitas sumber daya manusia yang profesional dan berintegritas. Hampir 40% dosen kita itu bergelar doktor, ya, Jadi dosen kita yang masih master itu kita support terus untuk mengambil S3 baik di dalam maupun di luar negeri. Untuk meningkatkan kualitas STEM kita, biasa kita mengadakan beberapa pelatihan, ya, sampai yang mau guru besar pun ada istilahnya sekolah guru besar atau pelatihan untuk menjadi guru besar. Itu kita tingkatkan, begitu pula untuk tenaga pendidikan.
Tujuan strategis ke-9 adalah pembentukan kelembagaan yang memiliki keunggulan entrepreneurship. Hal ini terkait dengan pengembangan lembaga struktural dan juga non-struktural yang dimiliki oleh UIN Syarif Hidayatullah Jakarta. Saat ini telah ada 8 lembaga struktural dan 33 lembaga non-struktural. Lembaga non-struktural inilah yang akan menjadi garda terdepan untuk pengembangan entrepreneurship.
Pengembangan di UIN Jakarta tentu perlu upaya bersama. Perjuangan harus dilanjutkan untuk memajukan pendidikan di Indonesia. Mari kita berjuang bersama memajukan bangsa Indonesia.
As Muslims, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala calls upon us to give zakat to help those in need. It is stated in the Quran, Surah At-Tawbah, verse 103, "Take alms out of their riches, and thereby cleanse them, and bring about their growth and righteousness, and pray for them. Indeed, your prayer is a source of tranquility for them." As a nation with the largest Muslim population in the world, Indonesia holds a great potential and prospect within zakat collection. According to data collected by the National Board of Zakat of the Republic of Indonesia, Indonesia holds a zakat potential of 233.9 trillion rupiah. However, there is still a large gap present between the potentials of zakat and the total of zakat collection. This is mainly caused by the low zakat literacy levels within the community. Therefore, it is crucial for the development of an accurate zakat literacy measurement tool. In 2019, BAZNAS has developed a methodology which can accurately measure the comprehension levels of the community regarding zakat through the Zakat Literacy Index. The comprehension level of the community is crucial for zakat stakeholders. This is due to the fact that the comprehension level of a person influences their behavior and attitude towards decision-making in the payment of zakat. The indicators within the Zakat Literacy Index precisely measures 2 dimensions of a muzaki, which consists of the basic knowledge and the advanced knowledge dimension. In 2020, BAZNAS, in collaboration with the Ministry of Religious Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia, implemented the Zakat Literacy Index through a survey. This survey was conducted through the 5 main regions of Indonesia, with a total number of 3,200 respondents from 32 provinces across Indonesia. The respondents of the Zakat Literacy Index are muzaki and potential muzaki, both men and women. The results of the survey showed that the overall score of the National Zakat Literacy Index in 2020 is categorized within the moderate category of literacy, with a total score of 66.78. Furthermore, the total national score for the basic knowledge dimension also falls into the moderate category with a total score of 72.21. Whereas, the advanced knowledge dimension falls into the low literacy category with a total score of 56.68. Therefore, the national level of zakat comprehension in Indonesia is considered sufficient in regards to basic zakat knowledge. However, aspects regarding zakat management through legal zakat institutions is still considered relatively low. The Zakat Literacy Index does not only measure the basic and advanced knowledge of muzaki, but also the factors regarding decision-making of Muzaki. Survey results show that both men and women participated within the survey. However, women had slightly higher literacy levels compared to the men. The respondents of the survey were also categorized into 3 main age groups, which consist of ages below 17, ages between 17 till 45, and ages above 45. Among all 3 age groups, the majority of the respondents who had low literacy levels were those within the category of 17 and under. The survey also shows that 55% of the respondents prefer to pay zakat during the holy month of Ramadan. The majority of the respondents also prefer paying zakat at the masjid, which they find is the most accessible. The majority of the respondents claim that their main source of information regarding zakat is from religious lectures. Therefore, Puskas BAZNAS would like to recommend for authorities and regulators to utilize the results of this survey to create more effective, efficient, and planned regulations towards national zakat management. Zakat institutions can use these results to evaluate their programs and consider these aspects for improvement of their institutional management. Zakat is about social welfare and as a form of gratitude to Allah. By improving the level of literacy, not only will Muslims become more aware of the importance and benefits zakat bring, but also will have a stronger connection with Allah. Let us achieve universal welfare through zakat. The BAZNAS Center of Strategic Studies was first established on the 1st of August 2016, according to the BAZNAS Chairman Decree number 20, year 2016.
Since its establishment, BAZNAS Center of Strategic Studies has been committed to become the global reference for zakat literature.
The BAZNAS Center of Strategic Studies aims to develop zakat research based on classic Sharia sciences and implement them into the modern world of zakat management. We work to strengthen zakat management through collaboration with both national and international stakeholders, such as the government, other zakat institutions, academicians, and experts who also visualize a better world through zakat. Through integrating data analysis, observation, and technology, we aim to mobilize BAZNAS to become a world-class zakat institution. Since its establishment, the BAZNAS Center of Strategic Studies has published a series of working papers, policy briefs, official news, proceedings, and books. Puskas has published a total of 110 books since its establishment. Several books that Puskas BAZNAS has published over the years are the Zakat National Index Concept in 2016, the Zakat Village Index in 2017, the Risk Management for Zakat Institutions in 2018, the Zakat Literacy Index in 2019, and BAZNAS COVID-19 Pandemic Management in 2020. As an institution who aims for not only national but also international zakat development, Puskas BAZNAS has also published many of their research in Arabic and English for international readers. Puskas BAZNAS also holds annual events and training as a platform for sharing knowledge and experience related to zakat development. Several events that Puskas BAZNAS has held in the past is the International Conference of Zakat, the Islamic Economics Winter Course, the World Zakat Forum, and Puskas Public Expose. These events were a result of collaboration with both national and international institutions.
Puskas BAZNAS strives to support the development of professional, accountable, and trustworthy Zakat institutions through research-based programs. The existence of Puskas BAZNAS, which functions as a center for data, research development, and strategic studies of Zakat, with intellectual excellence, raises studies which correspond with the current strategic issues of society through the documentation and publication of strategic community studies, and provides advocation and input on regulations towards the direction of Zakat development based on scientific findings. Zakat functions as a tool for Islamic development and social welfare throughout the history of Islam. Even until the present, Zakat continues to eradicate poverty and create social welfare through research, scientific approach, and faith in Allah. Puskas BAZNAS hopes to continue to unlock all the potentials of Zakat and support BAZNAS in achieving universal welfare through Zakat. BAZNAS Center of Strategic Studies, the global reference for Zakat literature.
Since 2004, BAZNAS has achieved ISO 9001 of 2015, and BAZNAS financial report has been audited by public accountant with unqualified audit opinion since 2002, and achieved gold and bronze award from Indonesia Community Engagement Award 2018 for public community category. BAZNAS received the International Award in Global Islamic Finance Award 2018 and 2 awards as Best Zakat Distribution Program and Humanitarian Award in 2019. The most favorite philanthropy institution on the Anugerah Syariah Republika Award 2018. Got the Best Service on Zakat Management Organization category in 2019. BAZNAS got Padma Mitra Award in 2019 in the category of the Sustainability of Value Chain in Organization. Since establishment, BAZNAS Indonesia has attempted to provide benefit to mustahik or zakat beneficiaries in order to increase their quality of life through BAZNAS programs. The programs categorized in 3 general topics: economic development programs, social programs, and advocational programs. The social programs including BAZNAS Disaster Response. BAZNAS Disaster Response is a work unit from BAZNAS Distribution Division, which is tasked for reducing disaster effects that causing poverty and reducing the risk of poverty due to disaster. BAZNAS Active Service is a social emergency service program for mustahik with a model of handling on target, on time and fast, and handling accurately. BAZNAS Free Hospital. BAZNAS Free Hospital is a program that represents BAZNAS in integrated health service for all mustahik, which include curative, preventive, rehabilitative, promotive, and advocacy aspects. BAZNAS Scholar School. BAZNAS Scholar School is a BAZNAS education institution at junior high school level. The student is a child from economically disadvantaged family. BAZNAS Scholarship Institution. BAZNAS Badan Amil Zakat Nasional is the highest government zakat institution that was established by the Presidential Decree number 8, year 2001. Its major function is to collect and distribute zakat, infak, and sadaqah at the national level. In accordance with the law number 23 of 2011 concerning management of zakat, BAZNAS Indonesia is given the authority to manage zakat nationally. Based on its law, BAZNAS is declared as a non-structural procurement institution that is independent and is responsible to the President through the Minister of Religious Affairs. BAZNAS spread throughout Indonesia and organizing 23 national laws, 15 LAS provinces, 34 BAZNAS provinces, and 514 BAZNAS regencies and cities. Since 2004, BAZNAS has achieved ISO 9001 of 2015, and BAZNAS financial report has been audited by public accountants with unqualified audit opinion since 2002, and achieved gold and bronze award from Indonesia Community Engagement Award 2018 for public community category. BAZNAS received the International Award in Global Islamic Finance Award 2018 and 2 awards as Best Zakat Distribution Program and Humanitarian Award in 2019. The Most Favorite Philanthropy Institution on the Anugerah Syariah Republika Award 2018 got the Best Service on Zakat Management Organization category in 2019. BAZNAS got Padma Mitra Award in 2019 in the category of the sustainability of value chain in organization. Since establishment, BAZNAS Indonesia has attempted to provide benefits to mustahik or zakat beneficiaries in order to increase their quality of life through BAZNAS programs. The programs categorized in 3 general topics: economic development programs, social programs, and advocational programs. The social programs including BAZNAS Disaster Response. BAZNAS Disaster Response is a work unit from BAZNAS Distribution Division, which is tasked for reducing disaster events that causing poverty and reducing the risk of poverty due to disaster. BAZNAS Active Service is a social emergency service program for mustahik with a model of handling on target, on time, and fast, and handling accurately. BAZNAS Free Hospital. BAZNAS Free Hospital is a program that represents BAZNAS in integrated health service for all mustahik, which include curative, preventive, rehabilitative, formative, and application aspects. BAZNAS Scholar School. BAZNAS Scholar School is a BAZNAS education institution at junior high school level. The student is a child from economically disadvantaged family. BAZNAS Scholarship Institution. BAZNAS Scholarship Institution is a program that provides education funds for college students from economically disadvantaged economic families as the intergeneration responsibility. The Economic Development Programs. Zakat Community Development is BAZNAS empowerment program through community and village by integrating aspects of da'wah, economy, education, and humanity comprehensively, which is funded by zakat, infak, charity, and other religious social funds. The Institute for Economic Empowerment Mustahik, institution that is assigned to improve the quality life of mustahik through agriculture, animal husbandry, fishery, marine, plantation, and continuous sustainable forestry based on Zakat empowerment value and become one of the basic elements to fulfill BAZNAS vision. BAZNAS Microfinance is one of the BAZNAS utilization institutions on economic sector that running empowerment program on micro business owner or society which is classified as mustahil and have commitment as an entrepreneurship in the form of non-profit productive financing. BAZNAS Institute of Mustahil Breeder Empowerment is a program institution to carry out the function of livestock production, marketing, and institutional assistance for breeders. The art vocational programs including BAZNAS Center of Strategic Studies. BAZNAS Center of Strategic Studies is a program that assigned to do strategic research on Zakat to advance national Zakat. Mualaf Center BAZNAS is a program that is assigned to provide guidance and assistance for Mualaf according to Islamic Sharia guidelines to be a kafah Muslim and Muslim. Badan Amil Zakat Nasional is the highest government Zakat institution that was established by the Presidential Decree number 8, year 2001. Its major function is to collect and distribute Zakat, infak, and Sadaqah at the national level. In accordance with the law number 20 of 2011 concerning management of Zakat, BAZNAS Indonesia is given the authority to manage Zakat nationally. Based on its law, BAZNAS is declared as a non-structural government institution that is independent and is responsible to the President through the Minister of Religion Affairs. BAZNAS spread throughout Indonesia and organizing 23 national laws, 15 LAS provinces, 34 BAZNAS provinces, and 514 BAZNAS regencies and cities. Since 2004, BAZNAS has achieved ISO 9001 of 2015, and BAZNAS financial report has been audited by public accountants with unqualified audit opinion since 2002, and achieved gold and bronze award from Indonesia Community Engagement Award 2018 for public community category. BAZNAS received the International Award in Global Islamic Finance Award 2018 and 2 awards as Best Zakat Distribution Program and Humanitarian Award in 2019. The most favorite philanthropy institution on the Anugerah Syariah Republika Award 2018 got the Best Service on Zakat Management Organization category in 2019. BAZNAS got Padma Mitra Award in 2019 in the category of the sustainability of value chain in organization. Since establishment, BAZNAS Indonesia has attempted to provide benefit to mustahik or zakat beneficiaries in order to increase their quality of life through BAZNAS programs. The programs categorized in three general topics: economic development programs, social programs, and advocational programs. The social programs including BAZNAS Disaster Response. BAZNAS Disaster Response is a work unit from BAZNAS Distribution Division, which is tasked for reducing disaster events that causing poverty and reducing the risk of poverty due to disaster. BAZNAS Active Service is a social emergency service program for mustahik with a model of handling on target, on time, and fast, and handling accurately. BAZNAS Free Hospital. BAZNAS Free Hospital is a program that represents BAZNAS in integrated health service for all mustahik, which include curative, preventive, rehabilitative, formative, and application aspects. BAZNAS Scholar School. BAZNAS Scholar School is a BAZNAS education institution at junior high school level. The student is a child from economically disadvantaged family. BAZNAS Scholarship Institution. BAZNAS Scholarship Institution is a program that provides education funding for college students from economically disadvantaged economic families as the intergeneration responsibility. The Economic Development Program. Zakat Community Development is BAZNAS empowerment program through community and village by integrating aspects of dakwah, economy, education, and humanity comprehensively, which is funded by zakat, infak, charity, and other religious social funds. The Institute for Economic Empowerment Mustahik, institution that is assigned to improve the quality life of mustahik through agriculture, animal husbandry, fishery, marine, plantation, and continuous sustainable forestry based on zakat empowerment value and become one of the basic elements to fulfill BAZNAS vision. BAZNAS Microfinance is one of the BAZNAS utilization institution on economic sector that running empowerment program on micro business owner or society which is classified as mustahik and have commitment as entrepreneurship in the form of non-profit productive financing. BAZNAS Institute of Mustahik Breeder Empowerment is a program institution to carry out the function of livestock production, marketing, and institutional assistance for breeders. The advocational programs. The advocational programs including BAZNAS Center of Strategic Studies. BAZNAS Center of Strategic Studies is a program that assigned to do strategic research on zakat to advance national zakat. Mualaf Center BAZNAS is a program that is assigned to provide guidance and assistance for mu'alaf according to Islamic Sharia guidelines to be a kafah Muslim and Muslim. Badan Amil Zakat Nasional. is the highest zakat institution that was established by the Presidential Decree number 8, year 2008. Its major function is to collect and distribute zakat, infak, and sadaqah at the national level. In accordance with the law number 20 of 2011 concerning management of zakat, BAZNAS Indonesia is given the authority to manage zakat nationally. Based on its law, BAZNAS is declared as a non-structural government institution that is independent and is responsible to the President through the Minister of Religious Affairs. BAZNAS spread throughout Indonesia and organizing 23 national laws, 15 large provinces, 34 BAZNAS provinces, and 514 BAZNAS regencies and cities. Since 2004, BAZNAS has achieved ISO 9001 of 2015, and BAZNAS financial report has been audited by public accountant with unqualified audit opinion since 2002, and achieved gold and bronze award from Indonesia Community Engagement Award 2018 for public community category. BAZNAS received the International Award in Global Islamic Finance Award 2018 and 2 awards as Best Zakat Distribution Program and Humanitarian Award in 2019. The most favorite philanthropy institution on the Anugerah Syariah Republika Award 2018. Got the Best Service on Zakat Management Organization category in 2019. BAZNAS got Padma Mitra Award in 2019 in the category of the sustainability of value chain in organization. Since establishment, BAZNAS Indonesia has attempted to provide benefits to mustahik for zakat beneficiaries in order to increase their quality of life for BAZNAS programs. The programs categorized in 3 general topics: economic development programs, social programs, and advocational programs. The social programs including BAZNAS Disaster Response. BAZNAS Disaster Response is a work unit from BAZNAS Distribution Division, which is tasked for reducing disaster events that causing poverty and reducing the risk of poverty due to disaster. BAZNAS Active Service is a social emergency service program for mustahik with a model of handling on target, on time and fast, and handling accurately. BAZNAS Free Hospital. BAZNAS Free Hospital is a program that represents BAZNAS in integrated health service for all mustahik, which include curative, preventive, rehabilitative, promotive, and application aspects. BAZNAS Scholar School. BAZNAS Scholar School is a BAZNAS education institution at junior high school level. The student is a child from economically disadvantaged family. BAZNAS Scholarship Institution. BAZNAS Scholarship Institution is a program that provides education funds for college students from economically disadvantaged economic families as the intergeneration responsibility. The Economic Development Program. Zakat Community Development is BAZNAS empowerment program through community and village by integrating aspects of dakwah, economy, education, and humanity comprehensively, which is funded by zakat, infak, charity, and other religious social funds. The Institute for Economic Empowerment Mustahik. institution that is assigned to improve the quality life of Mustahik through agriculture, animal husbandry, fishery, marine, plantation, and continuous sustainable forestry based on Zakat empowerment value and become one of the basic elements to fulfill BAZNAS vision. BAZNAS Microfinance is one of the BAZNAS utilization institutions on economic sector that running empowerment program on micro business owner or society which is classified as Mustahik and have commitment as an entrepreneurship in the form of non-profit productive financing. BAZNAS Institute of Mustahik Breeder Empowerment is a program institution to carry out the function of livestock production, marketing, and institutional assistance for breeders. The art vocational programs including BAZNAS Center of Strategic Studies. BAZNAS Center of Strategic Studies is a program that assigned to do strategic research on Zakat to advance national Zakat. Mualaf Center BAZNAS is a program that is assigned to provide guidance and assistance for Mualaf according to Islamic Sharia guidelines to be a kafah Muslim and Muslim. BAZNAS Zakat Nasional is the highest performing Zakat institution that was established by the Presidential Decree number 8, year 2001. Its major function is to collect and distribute Zakat, infak, and sadaqah at the national level. In accordance with the law number 20 of 2011 concerning management of Zakat, BAZNAS Indonesia is given the authority to manage Zakat nationally. Based on its law, BAZNAS is declared as a non-structural government institution that is independent and is responsible to the President through the Minister of Religious Affairs. BAZNAS spread throughout Indonesia and organizing 23 national laws, 15 LAS provinces, 34 BAZNAS provinces, and 514 BAZNAS regencies and cities. Since 2004, BAZNAS has achieved ISO 9001 of 2015, and BAZNAS financial report has been audited by public accountant with unqualified audit opinion since 2002, and achieved gold and bronze award from Indonesia Community Engagement Award 2018 for public community category. BAZNAS received the International Award in Global Islamic Finance Award 2018 and 2 awards as Best Zakat Distribution Program and Humanitarian Award in 2019.
Indonesia. Badan Amil Zakat Nasional BAZNAS hadir dengan semangat menggelorakan gerakan cinta zakat. Dibentuk oleh pemerintah berdasarkan keputusan Presiden RI nomor 8 tahun 2001 yang memiliki tugas dan fungsi menghimpun dan menyalurkan zakat, infak, dan sedekah pada tingkat nasional. BAZNAS tersebar di seluruh Indonesia dan mengordinasikan 34 BAZNAS provinsi dan 464 BAZNAS kabupaten dan kota, 91 lembaga amil zakat, serta 140 unit pengumpul zakat di berbagai instansi. Dengan membawa semangat untuk menjadi lembaga utama menyejahterakan umat, BAZNAS telah mendapatkan berbagai penghargaan sebagai bentuk kepercayaan publik sebagai lembaga yang akuntabel, di antaranya ISO 9001-2015 setiap tahunnya sejak tahun 2004. Diaudit dengan hasil wajar tanpa pengecualian sejak 2002. Penghargaan intensitas, konsistensi, dan inovasi dalam penanggulangan COVID-19 dari BNPB. Penghargaan internasional keberhasilan mewujudkan SDGs dari Global Good Governance tahun 2021. Best Business Transformation dan Best Indonesia Customer Quality dari majalah SWA, dan penghargaan-penghargaan lainnya. Dengan menjaga semangat pengelolaan zakat yang berdasarkan syariat Islam, amanah, kemanfaatan, keadilan, kepastian hukum, terintegrasi, dan akuntabilitas, Badan Amil Zakat Nasional melakukan pendistribusian dan pendayagunaan sesuai syariat kepada 8 asnaf dan dirangkum ke dalam 5 sektor utama. Sosial, pendidikan, kesehatan, dakwah, dan ekonomi. Dengan terus berinovasi memudahkan akses berbagi bagi seluruh masyarakat Indonesia, BAZNAS menyediakan berbagai kanal pembayaran melalui konter, berbagai minimarket, layanan transfer, hingga puluhan kanal dan dompet digital. BAZNAS terus berupaya melebarkan manfaat dalam berbagai program produktif dan tepat guna yang berprinsip pada aman syar'i, aman regulasi, dan aman NKRI. Bersama BAZNAS, wujudkan masyarakat adil, makmur, dan sejahtera di seluruh Nusantara. BAZNAS, lembaga utama menyejahterakan umat.
Kiai Haji Ahmad Dahlan, pendiri Perserikatan Muhammadiyah yang memiliki spirit mencerdaskan, mencerahkan, dan berkemajuan sejak dulu hingga sekarang. Buya Hamka, sosok ulama intelektual bangsa yang menginspirasi kami membentuk generasi muda yang unggul dalam kecerdasan spiritual, intelektual, emosional, dan sosial. Universitas Muhammadiyah Profesor Dr. Hamka atau biasa disebut UHAMKA hadir di tengah-tengah kota metropolitan Jakarta dengan lokasi perkuliahan yang mudah dijangkau berbagai sarana transportasi ibu kota. Kemudahan aksesibilitas meningkatkan efektivitas agar generasi muda bisa lebih mudah mendapatkan pendidikan yang lebih berkualitas. Uhamka, universitas yang mengedepankan nilai al-Islam dan kemuhammadiyahan dalam proses belajar mengajar dan di segala aspek kehidupan, untuk membentuk lulusan yang unggul secara intelektual maupun spiritual.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Dengan lisensi akreditasi A yang kami miliki, lulusan UMK bisa dengan mudah memasuki dunia kerja yang serba kompetitif maupun sukses dalam berwirausaha. Karena UMK membekali pribadi setiap lulusan berkarakter, cerdas, kreatif, dan inovatif di era industri 4.0 yang serba digital.
Uhamka memiliki 10 fakultas dengan sarana dan prasarana perkuliahan modern seperti Fakultas Farmasi dan Sains, didukung oleh tenaga pengajar ahli dengan sarana dan prasarana perkuliahan yang modern untuk mencetakkan lulusan yang handal dalam penelitian kesehatan.
Alasan saya memilih UMK adalah karena alat-alat yang lengkap dan tenaga-tenaga pengajar di sini adalah dosen-dosen yang profesional.
Salah satu studi unggulan adalah penelitian uji kehalalan bahan makanan. Bidang penelitian ini sering menjadi rujukan perusahaan besar dalam menentukan kehalalan suatu produk. Fakultas Ilmu Kedokteran dengan fasilitas laboratorium yang komprehensif menerapkan sistem belajar mengajar yang selalu bersinergi antara pengembangan teori dengan praktek perkuliahan. Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis membentuk lulusan yang handal di bidang ekonomi dan bisnis keislaman dengan salah satu studi yang diterapkan adalah filantropi keislaman. Sarana perkuliahan juga dilengkapi dengan perpustakaan dengan bahan pembelajaran yang fokus pada studi ekonomi, akuntansi, manajemen, serta perbankan keislaman. Selain itu, terdapat juga laboratorium bank syariah. Fakultas Teknik menerapkan sistem pembelajaran yang mengasah kecerdasan dan kemahiran mahasiswa dalam menguasai bidang studi pilihannya, sehingga dapat berkontribusi langsung pada kemajuan teknologi serta mempersiapkan masuk dunia kerja. Selain itu juga agar mereka mampu mengukir prestasi pada berbagai kompetisi inovasi teknologi.
Kami dari program studi teknik elektro, dan alhamdulillah inilah hasil karya kita, robot pemadam api.
Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan. Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan memberikan pendidikan secara intensif kepada calon tenaga pengajar maupun pendidik sehingga setiap lulusan memiliki kecakapan sikap, pengetahuan, keterampilan umum, dan keterampilan khusus pada skala nasional maupun internasional, meneruskan reputasi UHAMKA sebagai penyedia profesi guru yang handal dan terpercaya.
Alasan saya kuliah di sini karena akreditasi A. Wah, di sana segala gitu, daftar di UHAMKA.
Dalam mencetak profesi guru yang profesional, proses perkuliahan didukung oleh fasilitas dan metode perkuliahan terkini, mempersiapkan tenaga pengajar yang dapat berkontribusi langsung pada kesejahteraan masyarakat, membentuk masa depan generasi muda bangsa yang cerdas. Fakultas Agama Islam. Fakultas Agama Islam hadir membentuk tenaga pengajar pendidikan agama Islam yang juga mampu mengelola lembaga berbasis keislaman. Fakultas Psikologi mengembangkan ilmu psikologi yang terintegrasi dengan nilai Islam untuk menghadirkan lulusan yang unggul di berbagai profesi ilmu psikologi. Fakultas Ilmu-Ilmu Kesehatan menghasilkan tenaga kesehatan yang unggul melalui pengembangan ilmu-ilmu kesehatan untuk meningkatkan kesejahteraan serta kesehatan masyarakat. Fakultas Ilmu Sosial dan Ilmu Politik dengan program studi utama ilmu komunikasi membentuk lulusan yang unggul di berbagai bidang ilmu komunikasi dengan dukungan pengajar profesional serta fasilitas perkuliahan yang dibuat sama dengan dunia kerja nyata. sehingga setiap lulusan dapat kompetitif memasuki dunia kerja sekaligus mempunyai jiwa entrepreneurship dalam upaya untuk meningkatkan kesejahteraan masyarakat.
Saya mengambil jurusan ini karena fasilitas di FISIP UHAMKA sangatlah menunjang kebutuhan mahasiswa. Masuk UHAMKA, kalian nggak akan nyesal.
Sekolah Pasca Sarjana UHAMKA. Sekolah Pasca Sarjana UHAMKA menjawab tantangan para mahasiswa dan pekerja yang ingin mengejar jenjang pendidikan yang lebih tinggi, juga untuk meningkatkan profesi dan kompetensi bekerja.
Saya memilih UHAMKA karena untuk menunjang pendidikan dan karir saya ke depan, dan karena terakreditasi A sehingga membuat saya yakin untuk memilih kampus ini.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Pusat Neuroscience UHAMKA adalah lembaga yang mengkhususkan diri untuk mengkaji bagaimana ilmu tentang otak dan perilaku manusia diaplikasikan di berbagai bidang, seperti leadership, marketing, edukasi, dan sebagainya. Pusat Neuroscience UHAMKA adalah satu dari sangat sedikit lembaga yang mengkaji bidang itu di Indonesia. Jika ada di antara rekan-rekan semuanya yang ingin mendalami tentang otak manusia, silakan bergabung ke UHAMKA.
UHAMKA, universitas yang
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Welcome back, participants. I hope you enjoyed the break and came back fresh and ready for the next exciting session. Now, let us move forward to the next agenda, which is a keynote speech from the head of the 8th Commission from the House of Representatives of the Republic of Indonesia. We would like to inform to the audience that this session will be conducted in Bahasa Indonesia. Kepada yang terhormat Bapak Haji Yandri Susanto, SPT, kami persilahkan.
Masih nunggu.
Selamat datang kepada Bapak Haji Yandri Susanto. Waktu dan tempat kami persilahkan.
Ya, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi
Bisa dengar suara saya?
Bisa, Pak. Sudah jelas.
Oh, oke. Saya mulai ya.
Iya, siap, Bapak.
Baik. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Shalatu wassalamu ala asrofil anbiya'i wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Asyhadu an la ilaha illallah wahdahu la syarikalah wa asyhadu anna Muhammadar Rasulullah la nabiyya ba'da. Ketua BAZNAS, Prof. Nur Ahmad, yang saya hormati beserta seluruh jajaran, para peserta konferensi zakat, yang saya hormati, puji syukur kepada Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, salawat dan salam mari kita kirimkan kepada Nabi besar Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. Para peserta konferensi, saya hari ini berada di kota Madinah, kemarin di Mekah dan Jeddah dalam rangka untuk melakukan pembicaraan serius antara pemerintah Indonesia dan pemerintah Saudi untuk melaksanakan kerinduan umat Islam di Indonesia untuk pergi ke tanah suci, yaitu umroh dan haji. Kami sudah ketemu dengan Menteri Haji Saudi Arabia, Menteri Urusan Islam Saudi Arabia, Gubernur Mekah, dan lain sebagainya. Karena bagaimanapun haji dan umroh itu merupakan kegiatan atau rutinitas yang harus kita lakukan lebih terus-menerus supaya umat Islam kegiatan keagamaannya menggeliat kembali tanah air. Nah, termasuk kegiatan zakat yang sedang kita galakkan seperti ini. Bapak Ibu yang saya hormati, bahwasanya Indonesia adalah muslim terbesar di dunia, lebih dari 210 juta muslim. Oleh karena itu saya tegaskan kembali, rutinitas atau kegiatan keislaman itu menjadi warna tersendiri di tanah air kita. Apakah itu ibadah puasa dengan hingar-bingarnya tentang Idul Fitri dan Idul Adha, kemudian haji dan umroh, Idul Kurban, dan lain sebagainya, termasuk yang saya tegaskan kembali, masalah kehidupan zakat yang menyentuh tentang kontraksi atau interaksi antara satu manusia dengan manusia yang lain, antara yang mampu dengan tidak mampu. Oleh karena itu saya menyambut baik konferensi 5 tahun ini, sehingga bisa membuat kita semakin yakin bahwa dengan keberadaan zakat yang terus kita galakkan itu bisa menyentuh akar persoalan di Indonesia, yaitu masalah kemiskinan, masalah kebodohan, dan lain sebagainya. Oleh karena itu saya berharap dengan seluruh jajaran BAZNAS, termasuk para pihak terkait, para akademisi, para kampus, para penggiat zakat, itu terus-menerus tanpa kenal lelah untuk memastikan bahwa para wajib zakat di Indonesia itu benar-benar terpanggil atau sadar bahwa ada sebagian harta yang dititipkan oleh Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala menjadi milik orang lain, diantaranya fakir miskin, yatim, dan lain sebagainya. Oleh karena itu, transformasi atau peningkatan pelayanan atau literasi atau membuat suasana menjadi lebih baik sehingga para wajib zakat atau muzaki itu lebih sadar, lebih yakin, lebih percaya, itu tentu harus dimulai dengan performance kita. Dalam artian pelayanan dan lain sebagainya itu terus kita tingkatkan, diantaranya dengan digitalisasi. Oleh karena itu, zaman sekarang, zaman media sosial, orang terkadang tidak mau repot, tidak mau terlalu panjang administrasinya, birokrasinya, maka terobosan digitalisasi merupakan salah satu jawaban untuk memastikan bahwa target nasional tentang pengumpulan zakat insya Allah akan mendekati target. Karena dari komitmen Komisioner BAZNAS yang dipimpin oleh Prof. Nur Ahmad, tentu kami sudah dengar, Komisi 8 sangat mendukung, sangat apresiasi, dan tentu tidak cukup dengan seperti ini, maka perlu dukungan semua pihak, yaitu ya pemerintah daerah, pemerintah pusat, provinsi, kemudian para pihak, dan lain sebagainya. Itu intinya kerjasama merupakan kunci dari segala sesuatu untuk sebuah keberhasilan. Nah, zakat ini menyasar Bapak Ibu banyak orang. Ya, tadi saya katakan ada yang wajib zakatnya, ada yang penerima zakatnya. Maka transparansi atau keterbukaan informasi itu terus kita dorong. Maka di Komisi 8, bila mana hal-hal yang ada yang perlukan kebijakan atau payung hukum ataupun dorongan dari sisi politik dari DPR, tentu kami tidak pernah akan menghambat ataupun tidak pernah akan mengatakan tidak mau bekerjasama dengan BAZNAS. Tentu komitmen kami dari awal bahwa BAZNAS merupakan faktor penting terhadap interaksi sosial yang ada di Indonesia, karena saya katakan tadi ini bangsa atau negara yang berpenduduk muslim terbesar di dunia, maka zakat perintah Allah Subhanahu wa taala merupakan kewajiban sebagai seorang muslim yang mampu untuk melakukan zakatnya. Maka yang diamanat oleh negara termasuk BAZNAS, DPR atau lain sebagainya itu punya kewajiban untuk memastikan bahwa saluran-saluran informasi, saluran-saluran untuk orang bisa membayar zakat, literasi tentang zakat itu terus saja kita perbaharui, terus saja kita maksimalkan, sehingga orang yang selama ini belum terpanggil untuk membayar zakat, insya Allah bisa terpanggil. Kemudian penyaluran juga itu bisa lebih dipertanggungjawabkan. Artinya para penerima zakat itu bisa dipastikan tepat sasaran. Istilah saya kalau di Kementerian Sosial itu saya sampaikan, jangan sampai orang yang berhak menerima justru tidak menerima, orang yang tidak berhak menerima justru menerima. Artinya ini kewajiban kita digitalisasi ini memastikan bahwa saya juga minta para penerima zakat itu benar-benar tepat sasaran. Karena tadi kalaulah pengumpulan zakatnya bagus, transparansi, kemudian bisa diakses oleh banyak pihak, artinya orang yang selama ini belum terpanggil akan berlomba-lomba ikut juga menyisihkan sebagian hartanya untuk bayar zakat, kemudian penyaluran juga tertata rapi. Saya kira tadi saya katakan di awal tadi, persoalan bangsa yang hari ini, kebodohan, kemiskinan, itu perlahan-perlahan bisa kita selesaikan dengan ikut andilnya peran penting dari BAZNAS. Nah, oleh karena itu sekali lagi para pihak yang terlibat langsung maupun tidak langsung, para akademisi kampus, mudah-mudahan dengan terus-menerus kita melakukan konsolidasi kekuatan di antara kita, insya Allah hal-hal yang menjadi hambatan itu bisa kita selesaikan dengan baik, kita urai di mana bottleneck-nya, di mana persoalan yang bisa kita lakukan, cari solusi yang terbaik. Maka sekali lagi dengan program ini saya sambut baik. Mudah-mudahan doa saya sebagai Ketua Komisi 8 DPR RI, BAZNAS di bawah pimpinan Dr. Nur Ahmad dan kawan-kawan, ini merupakan tonggak sejarah bahwa BAZNAS atau dari sisi zakat itu bisa ikut andil, hadir dalam mensejahterakan atau menanggulangi kemiskinan dan kebodohan di Indonesia yang memang hari ini PR kita di Republik ini. Kita tidak mau terjebak dengan pertengkaran atau perdebatan di mana-mana tentang radikal atau mengkafirkan orang dengan gampang. Justru menurut saya persoalan hari ini yang paling penting bagaimana kita menyelesaikan kemiskinan, kebodohan, kemudian kenakalan remaja, narkoba, dan lain sebagainya. Maka kalau ini yang kita urai, saya yakin seiring dengan waktu, pertengkaran atau saling membenci satu sama lain, cebong dan kampret, kafir dan tidak kafir, radikal tidak radikal, dia Pancasila saya tidak dia tidak Pancasila saya Pancasila, itu semakin hari bisa kita tarik ke tengah, yaitu kita cari persamaan sebagai satu warga negara Indonesia. Maka sekali lagi selamat kepada BAZNAS yang saya lihat tanpa henti, tanpa kenal lelah, terus saja melakukan inovasi-inovasi atau terobosan-terobosan yang sangat menyejukkan hati kita semua dan menggembirakan kita semua. Dan saya yakin insya Allah dengan kesungguhan kita niat lillahi ta'ala, mengharap ridho Allah Subhanahu wa ta'ala, saya doakan dari kota suci Madinah Al-Munawwarah ini, insya Allah BAZNAS semakin bersinar, semua pihak yang terlibat dalam BAZNAS semakin kuat dan kokoh, persatuan dan kekompakan kita semakin terjaga. Maka sekali lagi dengan BAZNAS yang kuat, pengumpulan zakat yang banyak, tentu para penerima juga akan semakin banyak. Ujungnya adalah kesejahteraan rakyat, di mana pengentasan kemiskinan dan kebodohan itu insya Allah bisa kita capai. Salam dari Tanah Suci Madinah. Mudah-mudahan tadi saya buka tadi dengan bahwa saya di sini bersama Menteri Agama dalam rangka untuk memastikan umroh dalam waktu dekat insya Allah bisa terlaksana, dan haji tahun depan, musim haji tahun 2022 tidak ada halangan, dengan catatan pandemi tidak menggila lagi atau tidak menjadi gelombang berikutnya, karena kita tahu di Eropa sekarang ada lockdown, di Belanda, Austria, dan Jerman. Ya, mudah-mudahan tanah kita dan tanah Arab itu terhindar dari COVID-19 atau varian lainnya, sehingga ibadah kita kepada Allah Subhanahu wa taala, baik ibadah sosial maupun ibadah individu, itu bisa kita laksanakan khusyuk dengan tenang dan tentu membawa kemaslahatan bagi bangsa kita yang sangat kita cintai. Saya kira itu Bapak Ibu, Prof. Nur Ahmad, saya mohon maaf tidak bisa hadir secara langsung, tapi karena kedekatan saya dengan BAZNAS sebagai tanggung jawab sebagai Ketua Komisi 8, dari awal saya katakan saya tidak pernah akan menyerah atau tidak ada kata tidak mendukung, pasti mendukung apa menjadi program yang luar biasa dari BAZNAS, termasuk dukungan para stakeholder yang lain. Saya kira itu Bapak Ibu, mohon maaf bila ada kekurangan. Kepada Allah Subhanahu wa taala kami mohon ampun. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Bapak Haji Yandri Susanto. Now, we will begin the third and final plenary session of the event. This session will be conducted in Arabic and moderated by Mr. Imran Bayhaqi, LCMA. To Mr. Imran Bayhaqi, the floor is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Ila hadrati al-muhtaram al-umana fi hay'ah az-zakat al-wataniyah. Ila hadrati al-muhtaramah Doktorah Amani Lubis, Raisah Jami'ah Al-Islamiyah Al-Hukumiyah Syarif Hidayatullah, Jakarta. Wa ila hadrati al-muhtaram Gunawan, Profesor Dr. Gunawan Suryo Putro, Rais Jami'ah Profesor Hamka lil Muhammadiyah. Wa ila Sayyidil Muhtaram kadzalik Dr. Hasbi Zainal, Muhammad Hasbi Zainal, Mudir Markaz Ad-Dirasat Al-Istiratijiyah li Hay'ah Az-Zakat Al-Wataniyah bi Al-Jumhuriyah Al-Indonesia. Wa tab'an al-muhtaramun al-afadil al-uzama al-muhadirun fi hadhihi lahdhah fi hadhihi jalasah al-arabiyyah al-qaimah al-mubarakah. Ayuhas sadah wa ya ayuhat sadat minal musyarikin wal musyarikat, wahyikum tab'an bi tahiyatil Islam. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah wassalatu wassalamu ala Rasulillah wa ahlan wa sahlan wa marhaban bikum ayuhal hadirun wal hadirat wa bil khusus lil muhadirin alladzina qad syaraku ma'ana insyaallah, wa sayulqina al-muhadarah al-qaimah haula at-tahawul ar-raqmi az-zakat fil fiqh al-islami al-mu'asir wa tatawwuriha fi al-alam al-islami. Wa taban indana al-waqt muhaddad jiddan, lidzalika nuhawil an nastamila ahsan mumkin hadal waqt likay la yudhi' al waqt. Fa ismahu li ayuhal asatidzah wa zumala al a'izza qabla an nabda bi fa'iliyatina al yawm atasharraf bi da'wati fadilah al ustad al muhadir al awwal wa huwa ad-doktor Abd Mahmud Samirat, huwa doktorah fi al-iqtisad wal masarif al-islamiyah, wa huwa tab'an khabir fi su'un az-zakat wal himayah al-islamiyah محاضر في العديد من الجامعات ومناقش للعديد من الرسائل ماجستير والدكتوراه في الأردن. المحاضر الطيبة المباركة، وشكرا على حضوركم يا سيد دكتور عبد محمود السميرات. هل شارك معنا؟ نعم، وقد شارك معنا. أهلا وسهلا. فطبعا إليك فليتفضل مشكورا.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين، وأفضل الصلاة وأتم التسليم على سيدنا محمد صلى الله عليه وسلم. اللهم لا علم لنا إلا ما علمتنا، سبحانك إنك أنت العليم الحكيم. والعصر إن الإنسان لفي خسر إلا الذين آمنوا وعملوا الصالحات وتواصوا بالحق وتواصوا بالصبر. بادئا ذي بدء أتوجه بالشكر والتقدير إلى دولة أندونيسيا، القيادة والشعب والحكومة. أيضا أتقدم بالشكر والتقدير إلى هيئة الزكاة الوطنية، وإلى الصديق العزيز الذي التقيناه في الأعوام الماضية الدكتور حسبي، وإلى المقدم البرنامج أيضا، وإلى الفريق العامل في هيئة الزكاة الوطنية. فكل الشكر والتقدير لكم جميعا على هذه الاستضافة وعلى هذه الدعوة الكريمة لإلقاء هذه المحاضرة من خلال مؤتمركم الذي تعقدوه في هذه الأثناء عن بعد. فنسأل الله جل في علاه أن يتقبل منا وأن يجعل هذا العمل الطيب والعمل الصالح في ميزان الأعمال يوم القيامة. فحقيقة الزكاة هي الركن الثالث من أركان الإسلام، ولها دور كبير في مجال الحماية الإنسانية والحماية الاجتماعية. وبرز هذا الدور جليا خلال جائحة كورونا. فالجوائح والكوارث والنوازل هنا لابد من تقديم الدعم والمساعدة للفئات المتضررة. وديننا الحنيف والفقه الإسلامي فقه مرن. هناك فقه النوازل وفقه المستجدات، الفقه المعاصر الذي يواكب المستجدات. فلا بد من تطوير أدوات الزكاة التي يتم التعامل معها. أنا قرأت العنوان جيدا حقيقة، وأعجبني عنوان المؤتمر المتعلق بالتحول الرقمي ورقمنة الزكاة. اليوم هناك ثورة معلوماتية في العالم، ونحن جزء من هذا العالم. فلا بد أن نواكب العالم وأن نواكب روح العصر من خلال هذه الثورة الرقمية والثورة المعلوماتية، وأن يكون هناك دور للمجالس الفقهية ومجالس الفتوى في مواكبة هذه المستجدات. فحقيقة مرة أخرى يعني نشكر القائمين على اختيار هذا العنوان الطيب وعلى هذا الشعار الطيب لهذا المؤتمر. هذه الأوراق التي تقدم لها أهمية بالغة في إحياء فريضة الزكاة في نفوس المسلمين وجيل الشباب، وتوعية وتثقيف الموسرين والأغنياء بأن هناك حق في هذا المال وهو الزكاة، وهو للفقراء والمحتاجين في الأصناف الثمانية التي ذكرها الله تعالى في القرآن الكريم. وعندما نتحدث عن دور الزكاة في جائحة كورونا، الكل يعلم مدى تأثر الكثير من الفئات بفعل هذه الجائحة وآثارها من إغلاقات المتاجر والمصالح المالية. وهذا بطبعه وسع من دائرة الفقر والبطالة وظهور شريحة جديدة، وهي فئة عمال المياومة والمتضررين من جائحة كورونا. معظم جهات الحماية الإنسانية المعنية بالإغاثة والمساعدات والزكاة كان لها دور كبير وما زال خلال جائحة كورونا للتصدي والتخفيف من حدة آثار الجائحة. على سبيل المثال لا الحصر، صندوق الزكاة الأردني وهي الجهة الوحيدة التي تقوم بجباية وجمع الزكاة ودفعها للأصناف الثمانية في المملكة الأردنية الهاشمية منذ اليوم الأول للجائحة وإعلان الإغلاقات والحظر الشامل، سارع إلى إطلاق حملة كبيرة للمساعدات والإغاثة في مناطق جيوب الفقر شملت الأسر التي تضررت من هذه الجائحة. صندوق الزكاة أيضا قام بتطوير أدواته الرقمية، ففي الجوائح والكوارث والنوازل لابد أن تكون أدوات جديدة تنسجم مع روح العصر، فتظهر أهمية الزكاة الرقمية ورقمنة الزكاة في مجال التحصيل والدفع والتوزيع. العالم اليوم يمر بثورة واسعة وكبيرة في مجال الاتصالات وتكنولوجيا المعلومات. لابد من الإشارة إلى أن الدول التي تواكب الثورة الرقمية وبالأخص رقمنة الزكاة في مجال التحصيل والدفع واجهت الكثير من المشاكل والتحديات في ظل الظروف التي فرضتها جائحة كورونا من الإغلاقات والحظر الشامل لفترات طويلة. فلا بد من وسيلة للوصول إلى الغني حتى يتم دفع حتى يدفع من ماله الزكاة، وبالمقابل لا بد من الوصول إلى شريحة الفقراء لإغاثتهم وتقديم المساعدة لهم. وهذا ما كان أن يتحقق لولا أن الثورات المعلوماتية والاتصالات كانت مهيئة مسبقا، وهناك أرضية وهناك جهات داعمة في مجال الحماية الإنسانية ومنها صناديق الزكاة والمؤسسات الوطنية للزكاة كما هو العهد في المؤسسة والهيئة الوطنية في الزكاة في أندونيسيا وغيرها من المؤسسات، فكانت تواكب المستجدات في أدواتها. وهذا ما يدعو إليه ديننا الحنيف الدين الإسلامي بمواكبة التطوير والتحديث. فهناك ما يسمى بفقه المستجدات وفقه الواقع وفقه النوازل. تطور رقمي متسارع بشكل كبير نشهده اليوم. ركن الزكاة يتعلق بالمال والنقد، فالعالم الرقمي أتاح المجال لاستخدام أجهزة التواصل من حواسيب وأجهزة الخلوي والتطبيقات الذكية والأجهزة اللوحية في مجال حفظ البيانات ومعالجتها وتحويلها إلى معلومات والدفع الإلكتروني والتحديات والتحويلات المالية. التطبيقات الحديثة في مجال الزكاة الرقمية أيضا كان لها دور كبير في مجال احتساب الزكاة والتعامل مع قضايا الزكاة فيما يخص الأفراد والشركات والأموال التي تجب فيها الزكاة. وما هذا كان أن يكن لولا أن هناك أرضية مهيئة لهذه الرقمنة وللتحول الرقمنة. صحيح يجب أن نعترف أن هناك قصور ما زال في مجال رقمنة الزكاة، ولكن نقول أن هناك وضعنا اليد أو القدم على السلم للوصول إلى نهاية السلم في مجال التحول الرقمي. التحديث التطبيقات الحديثة في مجال الزكاة الرقمية كان له دور كبير في مجال احتساب الزكاة والتعامل مع قضايا الزكاة فيما يخص الأفراد والشركات والأموال التي تجب فيها الزكاة. فالزكاة الرقمية ليست محصورة فقط على التحويل الرقمي من الدفع النقدي إلى التحويل غير النقدي، بل تعدى أثرها إلى أكثر من ذلك. هنا الشكر والتقدير أيضا من خلال مؤتمركم الجليل وهذه الهيئة الطيبة الكريمة هيئة الزكاة الوطنية التي تقوم على انعقاد هذا المؤتمر. نود أن نشكر ونقدم الشكر والتقدير لمجالس الفتوى والاجتهادات والمجامع الفقهية في دول العالم الإسلامي في إصدار فتاوى تتواءم مع روح العصر والمستجدات وفي مجال الزكاة الرقمية ورقمنة الزكاة. اليوم العالم بأسره ونسبة كبيرة من المواطنين في كل دولة من دول العالم منغمسون في استخدام الإنترنت والهواتف الذكية، بل أن نسبة منهم ممن يقضون ساعات طويلة على الإنترنت، وهناك نسبة منهم يستخدمون أجهزة المحمول في الحصول على خدماتهم البنكية والتسوق من خلال هذه الميزة الموجودة على الشبكة العنكبوتية. لذلك مؤسسات الزكاة والحماية الاجتماعية منذ بداية جائحة كورونا استفادت من هذا التطور والرقمنة في مجال تحصيل الزكاة في فترات التعطل والإغلاقات والحظر الشامل. أيضا الرسائل النصية SMS في مجال احتساب الزكاة كان لها دور أيضا. هذه الأدوات زادت وحافظت على نسبة الإيرادات والتحصيلات المالية للزكاة. هناك أيضا بطاقات الدفع الإلكتروني، البطاقات الذكية، التي تقدم للفقير والمحتاج، التي هي عبارة عن وسيلة نقد يقوم الفرد المحتاج باستعمالها من المتجر عند الحاجة، ويحصل على ما يريد من أدوات تموينية أو حاجات يومية بالقدر الذي يحتاجه، فيستطيع أن يصرف منها الفقير بالقدر الذي يحتاجه. وهذا خفف من عناء جمع الموارد التموينية من طرود ومواد غذائية، ومن ثم نقلها وحفظها في مستودعات، ومن ثم نقلها وتوزيعها إلى الأسر الفقيرة في مناطق بعيدة. فهذا الأمر، التحول الرقمي ورقمنة الزكاة والبطاقات الذكية، حققت المزيد من الفوائد، ويسرت الأمور الكثيرة على الغني وعلى الفقير أيضا، والوصول إلى الفقير. هذه البطاقات الذكية ساعدت كثيرا في ظل جائحة كورونا، الوقت والجهد وتوفير الكلفة في عملية توزيع الزكاة للمحتاجين. أيضا الزكاة الرقمية يمكن أن تعالج قضية توزيع الزكاة في مصارفها الثماني الواردة في القرآن الكريم، وهذا ما هو مطلوب خصوصا مع النماء المتزايد للسكان في البلدان الكبيرة. فعندما تصاب أي من البلدان بنوازل أو كوارث أو جوائح مثل جائحة كورونا، هذا يتطلب الاستجابة السريعة للمعالجة، وخصوصا المعاناة التي كانت جرات إغلاق المنافذ الحدودية والبرية والجوية جراء جائحة كورونا. ديننا الإسلامي يحض على التماسك والتكاتف، مثل المؤمنين في توادهم وتراحمهم وتعاطفهم كمثل الجسد الواحد، إذا اشتكى منه عضو تداعى له سائر الجسد بالسهر والحمى. وتعاونوا على البر والتقوى ولا تعاونوا على الإثم والعدوان. فهذا هو حال المجتمع المسلم. فهنا لابد من أدوات حديثة لاستخدامها في مجالات الاستجابة السريعة في الوصول إلى الأشخاص المتضررين أينما كانوا في أي بلدة من البلدان أو حتى داخل البلد نفسه. صندوق الزكاة الأردني، الهيئات الزكاة الأخرى، وهيئة الزكاة الوطنية في إندونيسيا كان لها دور في مجال الحماية الإنسانية، لها دور كبير في جائحة كورونا في مجال مواجهة وفي مجال مواكبة الزكاة الرقمية. عندنا على سبيل المحاصر، لا على سبيل صندوق الزكاة الأردني أطلق العديد من التطبيقات. هناك تطبيق خاص للتسهيل على المتبرعين في دفع زكاتهم وصدقاتهم من خلال هواتفهم الذكية لأرقام الحسابات والمشاريع في صندوق الزكاة، حيث بلغ مجموع ما تم إنفاقه من قبل الصندوق في البرامج المختلفة خلال جائحة كورونا حوالي 15 مليون دولار. وكان للصندوق جهد خارجي أيضا في توزيع المساعدات أثناء جائحة كورونا في القدس الشريف والمسجد الأقصى. فلم يقتصر الزكاة ولم تقتصر الصندوق على الداخل، بل كان للإخوة في المسجد الأقصى والقدس الشريف كان لهم مجال في المساعدة من فقراء وأسر وأيتام وغير ذلك، حيث فعل الصندوق الأدوات الإلكترونية التالية خلال جائحة كورونا. فهناك بطاقات السحب والموقع الإلكتروني ونظام إي-فواتيركم استخدم في مجال الدفع للزكاة والتحويل المالي. هذه الأدوات أهم ما يميزها السرعة، الأمانة والسهولة وتقليل الكلف ومواجهة التحديات التي تفرضها جائحة كورونا من إغلاقات وحظر شامل وغيرها. هذه الأدوات كانت نموذج عصري في تطوير العمل الزكوي بما ينسجم والشريعة الإسلامية، والتي غالبا ما انعكس هذا التطوير على المتعاملين مع هذه المؤسسات من أغنياء في عمليات الدفع أو فقراء ومحتاجين في عمليات الحصول على الدعم النقدي. هذه الاستعانة بالأدوات الرقمية والتحول الرقمي للزكاة أيضا ساهمت في التصدي والتخفيف من حدة آثار جائحة كورونا على الفئات المتضررة، وخصوصا زيادة نسبة الفقر والبطالة جراء جائحة كورونا، مما قلل من الأثر الكبير في مشكلتي الفقر والبطالة. أقول أخيرا وليس آخرا، أتوجه بالشكر والتقدير مرة أخرى إلى القائمين على هيئة الزكاة الوطنية، على القائمين على انعقاد هذا المنتدى وهذا المؤتمر للزكاة، للجنة القائمة على تنظيم هذا المؤتمر واستمرارية انعقاده في ظل جائحة كورونا. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
وعليكم السلام ورحمة الله وبركاته. شكرا يا دكتور، شكرا كثير.
شكرا بارك الله فيكم.
فضيلة الأستاذ دكتور عبد محمود السميرات، ما شاء الله على المحاضرة القيمة والطيبة Barakallahu fiik wa jazakumullah khairal jazaa. Jadi beliau tadi memberikan penguatan kepada kita tentang pentingnya zakat ya sebagai salah satu rukun Islam yang ketiga, yang kita juga tidak menafikan bahwa zakat memiliki peranan yang sangat penting ataupun manfaat yang sangat besar. Apalagi di saat musim corona ataupun pandemi ya, faijah disebutnya jaihah ya, jaihah yang begitu mengkhawatirkan, dan beliau juga di Urdun merasakan bagaimana besarnya efek dari pandemi ini ya, kemiskinan juga semakin bertambah. Oleh sebab itu zakat menjadi salah satu solusi ya untuk bisa memberikan bantuan dan memberikan perlindungan al-insaniyah ya, memberikan himayah al-insaniyah kepada orang-orang yang memang sedang membutuhkan. Dan tentu di sini juga beliau menjelaskan ya tentang pentingnya digitalisasi tadi ya. Dengan adanya pandemi ternyata kemajuan teknologi itu tidak dinafikan begitu sangat membantu memudahkan urusan, termasuk juga dalam hal memungut zakat dan distribusi, sehingga kemudian tidak ada banyak interaksi yang langsung, dan ini bisa juga menjaga diri kita. Kemudian juga beliau berharap ya, agar terus peranan-peranan ini ditingkatkan ya antara lembaga-lembaga zakat yang ada di setiap negara dan juga ormas-ormas Islam untuk bahu-membahu membangun, membesarkan, memakmurkan negaranya masing-masing melalui peranan-peranan zakat yang sangat strategis ini. Baik, jazakumullah khair katsir ya Dokter. Walan insyaallah qad syaraka ma'ana aidan al-muhadir min Indonesia Dr. Oni Syahroni wa masyaallah katib wa kathiru kitabatuhu ya fi majalat wa huwa tab'an udwan hay'ah raqabah syar'iyyah di Majlis al-Ulama al-Indonesiyin atau Indonesia. Fa ilaihi falyatafaddal mashkura. Ustaz Doni mawjud?
Ahlan bik, Ustaz Imran.
Tafadhal Ustaz.
Boleh di-share slide-nya, Ustaz?
Silakan lajnah panitia membantu untuk nge-share.
Sudah ya? Sudah tayang belum ya? Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah. Wassalatu wassalamu ala Rasulillah wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa man tabi'a hudah ma ba'd. Rabbi shrah lana sudurana wa yassir lana umurana wa hlul 'uqdatam min lisanina yafqahu qawlana. Nataqaddam bitakbir wa syukri wal imtinan bil qa'imina bil mu'tamar wa nahusu bidzikri hay'atuz zakah al-wataniyah Prof. Nur wa nahusu bidzikri aidan markazud dirasat al-islamiyah li az-zakah wa nahusu bidzikri Ustaz Hasbi wa sair al-qa'imina bil mu'tamar wa nashkurukum ala hadha al-mu'tamar al-qayyim wa kadzalika nataqaddamu bisyukri wal imtinan wa taqdir li asatidati al-muhadirin Ustaz Habib al-Asmirat Ustaz Mrigo wa sairul muhadirin wala nansa bidzikri aidan sairul musyarikin bil mu'tamar wa ismahuli an aku bi al-ard wa syarh haula ta'awun muassasatiz zakah ma'a syarikat ar-raqmiyah fi sadaqat Indonesia namudzajan min manzurin fiqhi. يعني تعاون مؤسسات الزكاة مع الشركات الرقمية في جمع الصدقات Indonesia نموذجا من منظور فقهي. Jadi bagaimana kolaborasi antara lembaga zakat dengan platform digital ya, seperti kitabisa.com, fintech payment, GoPay, GrabPay, ShopeePay, Link Aja dan lainnya. Dan bagaimana itu menurut manzur fiqhi. اسمحوا لي أن أشرح من 4 نقاط. أولا عن واقع التعاون بإندونيسيا، وثانيا حكم تعاون مؤسسة الزكاة مع الشركات الرقمية في جمع الصدقات، وثالثا لماذا ونقصد بالأدلة، وختاما بالبدائل والحلول. أولا واقع التعاون. كيف وقع حدث هذا التعاون بين مؤسسة الزكاة والشركات الرقمية؟ تقوم الشركات الرقمية تتمثل في ماركت بليس، crowdfunding، fintech payment بتسويق المشروع في قنوات الشركة لمشروع معين مقابل نسبة مئوية أو مبلغ مقطوع، وقد تملي هذه الشركات شروطها على مؤسسة الزكاة. Jadi beberapa perusahaan bekerja sama dengan muassasatus zakat untuk funding donasi zakat dan mendapatkan bagian tertentu sebagai kompensasinya. Naqsu bihadhihi syarikah huwa crowdfunding, syarikat crowdfunding atau marketplace atau fintech payment bima fi dzalika uang elektronik atau e-money. ونخطو إلى نقطة ثالثة. ما حكم التعاون؟ وكيف حكم تعاون مؤسسة الزكاة مع الشركات الرقمية في جمع الصدقات؟ طبعا أنا لا أستطيع أن أدخل في صحة أو عدم صحة الاستغلال الأمثل بالتكنولوجيا، تكنولوجيا المعلومات أو أدوات رقمية، لأن هذا لا شك فيه ولا ريب فيه، ولا بد لنا من الاستغلال الأمثل للأدوات الرقمية. ولكن ما أريد أن أشرح لي ولنا ولكم جميعا هو كيف نظرة الفقه الإسلامي خاصة قوانين الزكاة لما يترتب عليه من هذا التعاون. أولا الأصل يجوز لمؤسسة الزكاة التعاون مع الشركات الرقمية في جمع الصدقات بالشروط التالية. أولا لابد من اختيار الشركات الرقمية التالية ذات المواصفات التالية: صفة الأمانة والشفافية، بات انحيازها تجاه الأمة، ثم الترخيص عليها كشركات إسلامية من الجهات المهنية KDSN، Komisi Fatwa MUI، OJK، ثم ألا تتعارض مع أسس الزكاة، وختاما ألا تتجاوز نصيب العمالة وأجرة الشراكة على الثمن، يعني إذا كان مثلا مؤسسة الزكاة لجنة الزكاة تتعاون مع شركة فينتك بيمنت، إيماني أو crowdfunding أو ماركت بليس، ثم حصل على مبلغ 1 مليون أو 1 miliar kolaborasi sehingga mendapatkan 1 miliar dana zakat, infak dan sedekah, summa ya'khudhani minha nasib sumun, hal yajuzu lahuma li mu'assasati zakah aw syarikat ar-raqmiyah an takhudh min al-mablagh al-majmu' alladhi tamma jam'uha ka ujratil umalati aw ka ujratil syaraka. Wa naqul idza kana hadha zaizan fa innahu la yajuzu alla tata'adda as-sumun lima qala ilaihi Ibnu Atiyah wa Dhahak wa Mujahid wa Syafi'i. Hadza awalan. Wa thaniyan لا يجوز لمؤسسة الزكاة التعاون مع الشركات الرقمية في جمع الصدقات إذا كان نصيب العمالة والأجرة تتجاوز الخمس لما أدى ذلك إلى إنقاص حق المستحقين والضرر عليهم. وثانيا لا يجوز إذا كان نصيب العمالة وأجرة الشراكة تتجاوز الثمن تتجاوز الخمس لأن في ذلك إضرار بالمستحقين. ولذلك لا بد أن نطبق هذه النظرية إلى ما هو واقع ولازم في صناعة فيلانتروبي في إندونيسيا، لأن كثيرا من شركات الرقمية قد تملي شروطها على مؤسسة الزكاة بما قالوا بأن التعاون سيكون إذا كان نصيب الشركة أكثر من الخمس، وإذا كان ذلك حادث فإن ذلك تتعارض مع أحد أسس الزكاة من أن نصيب العمالة والشراكة لا يجوز أن تتعدى الخمس، وفي ذلك إضرار بحق المستحقين. وثالثا والنقطة الثالثة لماذا توصلنا إلى نقطتين السالفتين؟ أولا حيث لا تعتبر الشركات الرقمية عاملين، وإنما لعبت دور الشراكة لمؤسسة الزكاة ويبقى دور العمالة في مؤسسة الزكاة استنادا إلى تعريف العاملين عند الفقهاء. وإذا كان مؤسسة الزكاة مثلا بإندونيسيا أو بالمناطق بجاوا بسمطرة تتعاون مع شركات الرقمية، فهل تعتبر شركات رقمية عاملين كما قال إنما الصدقات للفقراء والمساكين والعاملين؟ هل تعتبر شركات رقمية عاملين كما نص إليه هذه الآية؟ فنقول لا تعتبر الشركات الرقمية عاملين، وإنما لعبت دور الشراكة لمؤسسة الزكاة ويبقى دور العمالة في مؤسسة الزكاة. وإذا توصلنا إلى هذه النتيجة فإن النصيب لهما لا يجوز أن تتعدى الخمس. وثانيا هذا كما قال إليه الفقهاء بأن لا يسمى أحد أو شخصية اعتبارية عاملا إذا لم يقم بعمل العمالة متفرغا ومتخصصا، أو بمعنى آخر سيكون عاملا إذا كان متفرغا ومتخصصا في نشاط أو أنشطة العمالة. وثانيا حيث تؤخذ الخمس من صنف في سبيل الله لأنه ضمن برنامج ومشروع تسويق Fatwa Majelis Ulama Indonesia Komisi Fatwa MUI Rakam 8 Sanah 2011 Al-Faid wa 11 Au tu'khadu min sinfil amilina la tata'adda as-sumun wa la tata'adda as-sumun wa hadha ma qalahu ra'yu Syafi'i wa Tabari wa Mujahid wa Dhuha يعني لا تتعدى الثمن كما يؤكد ذلك قرار هيئة الشريعة لمؤسسة رقم 4 عام 2018 بأن التعاون مع الشركات الرقمية جائز بشرط حفاظ المؤسسة على مهام العمالة والحفاظ على أخلاقية الشراكة وألا تتعدى الأجرة على الخمس من صنف العاملين إذا لم تتمكن حسابه على المزكي ووضع الأولوية في جمع الإنفاق والصدقات. ونختم بالنقطة الرابعة بدائل وحلول. أولا للمؤسسات الزكاة الابتكار ما يستطيع أن يقوم بابتكارها. ابتكار أدوات الرقمية الذاتية للمؤسسة والاعتماد عليها. يعني lembaga zakat يقوم بالابتكار بالأدوات الحديثة الرقمية يملكها هي نفسها. وثانيا الاستغلال الأمثل للأدوات والوسائل الرقمية التي تملكها مؤسسة زكاة جمع الصدقات. al-istighlal al-amthal li al-adawat al-wasail ar-raqmiyah allati tamliku hiya mu'assasatu zakam. Hadhihi minal badail wal hulul wa kadzalika aidan husnul ada wa taswiq allati la budda ayakuma biha mu'assasatu zakat. Wa hadza ma astati an uqaddimu wa jazakumullahu khairan. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Syukron ya Dr. Ani Sahroni ala muhadarah al-tayyibah wal mubarakah wa huwa yatahaddas an waqi ta'awun hay'ah zakat di Jumhuriyat Indonesia ma'a syariah ma ba'da syarikat ya al-mawjudah fi Indonesia wa khasatan asyarikat raqmiyah ya raqmiyah walan وبعدين طبعا سنفتح ya niqash atau tadakhulat في آخر إن شاء الله. والآن نأتي إلى المحاضر الثالث وهو محمد الأول ميدوكي. هل هو شارك معنا؟ محمد أول هو من نيجيريا وإذا لم يكن موجود موجود محمد الأول الحمد لله ميدوكي أهلا وسهلا بكم ما شاء الله. كيف حالك أستاذ؟ ما شاء الله بارك الله فيك. الحمد لله شارك معنا محمد الأول ميدوكي هو طبعا عضو هيئة الزكاة والأوقاف ya في نيجيريا. ففي هذه الندوة سنستفيد المعلومات التنوير منه إن شاء الله وعليه فليتفضل نشكره. صوت لم يكن موجود يا أستاذ لو سمحت ما زال ميوت. لم يخرج الصوت صوتك. Mungkin ini ada gangguan, mohon maaf sebentar. Panitia mohon bagian IT mengkondisikan suara beliau belum keluar itu.
Brother Lawal.
Halo, Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam.
Waalaikumsalam.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullah.
أيوة تمام واضح خرج صوت. نسمع تفضل يا أستاذ تفضل.
الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين سيدنا ونبينا محمد صلى الله عليه وسلم. ربي اشرح لي صدري ويسر لي أمري واحلل عقدة من لساني يفقهوا قولي ولا حول ولا قوة إلا بالله. الحمد لله نشكركم ونشكر لكل الإخوة الإخوة الإسلام في هذه المناقشة اليوم. لكن أقدم لكم العذر لأنني إن شاء الله سأقدم هذه القصيدة باللغة الإنجليزية لأن لي كتبت هذا القصيدة باللغة الإنجليزية وأنا ما فهمت أن هذه المحاضرة اليوم تكون باللغة العربية. اللغة الإنجليزية عندي أقوم الآن، ويمكن إن شاء الله في سنة القادمة يمكن أن نستطيع أن نقدم باللغة الإنجليزية، لكن إن شاء الله نسأل الله السلامة والعافية. My distinguished brothers and sisters, the moderator, إخوة الإسلام في إندونيسيا all over the world, I am greeting you with the best form of greeting of Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I have been given a topic to discuss on the digital transformation on Zakat in contemporary Islamic jurisprudence and its development in the Muslim world. First of all, I would like to tell you that I intend to go through some slides which I've sent you much earlier. If you can place it, fine. If you cannot, I can still go, briefly on the hard copy, in my hand. I intend to have some key concepts of the topic of discussion, and then the issue of the digital transformation, as well as some contemporary issues, and then also the other issue of our own continent, that is sub-Saharan Africa, and then also some of the challenges on the topic of discussion. In this century, our societies have experienced changes in virtually all spheres of life. Digital technology have been one of the drivers of these changes. As an economic tool as well, and also religious, Zakat too have been witnessing a digital transformation in its administration and the management today through various ways and means of digital transformation. Zakat has also witnessed some digital transformation in terms of awareness creation, and thanks to social media, and also the evolution of the digital and cryptocurrency have invoked contemporary jurisprudence in the Islamic world. Mr. Moderator, distinguished brothers and sisters, in this presentation, digital transformation of Zakat will be explored alongside position of the contemporary scholars in the Muslim world, especially on the issue of cryptocurrency. Digital transformation, in fact, is being defined in many ways. The concept of digital transformation is formed by a merger of personal and corporate IT environments and encapsulates the transformational effect of new digital technologies such as school, mobile, social, mobile, analytical, cloud technologies, and the Internet of Things. Digital transformation is presented as the integration of digital technologies and the business process in the digital economy, Shabak 2020. Digital transformation is the process of using digital technology to create new or modify existing business process, culture, and customer experience to meet changing in business and market requirements, and also the remaining business of the age. Digital transformation is part of what we experience today. Still on the Islamic jurisprudence with respect to the topic of discussion today, the Islamic jurisprudence went ahead to define the digital transformation as an act through which Islamic scholars or jurists formulate a set of rules, guidance, and regulations using Quran, Sunnah, Ijtima, Qiyas as sources. Over the centuries, these have been formulated and elaborated upon by successive generations of learned jurists through interpretations, analogy, consensus, and discipline according to IIBI 2020. Muslim world or the Islamic world refers to an Islamic community which is also refers to as the Ummah. This comprises of any person that believe in the doctrine of Islamic religion. It also refers to societies where Islam is practiced. I try to bring off this concept, as you can see, if it has been shared, that the digital transformation has brought about changes from one. In Zakat, it is normally physical cash, what was known before, and the issue of animals are taken as animals and given as Zakat, while farm produce are also taken, as Allah said, وَآتُوهُ يَوْمَ حَصَادِهِ. You also give it on the very day you have harvested your crops, and also that of the minerals for those who possess the mineral resources that are the cattle. But with the digital transformation, today there is the direct money transfer between one account to another, or between one app to another. And when it comes to, that is the issue of cash. And when it comes to the issue of animals, now in some fuqaha, or as it may applies in some areas, the animals' value are transferred and digitally sent to where it is needed. The issue of farm produce as well. In many states or in many countries, it is not the farm produce that are given, but the value of that zakatable farm produce is what is transferred. And then, of course, that of the mineral resources are almost not transferred by hand, but rather converted to cash or converted to its value and sent to where it is going to be administered. The digital, in fact, has brought about some advantages in Zakat management. These are one, creating awareness. Today, awareness is more created both within the rural and the urban areas using the digital technology on Zakat. Even what is done with the Zakat by Zakat institutions such as BAZNAS, such as here in Sozeko, PPZ in Malaysia, and many others, you can see what is done with Zakat is become more transparent and more accountable. Using the digital transformation also has reduced risk. It has reduced risk. There is risk mitigation on the subject matter. And actually, this has more advantage in the management of Zakat today than before. Then I now move to some of the contemporary issues. Indeed, issues are arising, and scholars all over the world are rising to the occasion. I want to salute our scholars in the, especially those in Indonesia, those in Malaysia, those in, the Middle East, where they are considering the transformation in a very intellectual manner of giving the Muslim Ummah the lead in interpretation and this jurisprudence we are talking about today. The issue of salary and wages, the issue of cryptocurrency, and the issue of the conversion of this farm produce is part of what today is also a part of discourse in the issue of digital transformation. Why? Because the issue of salary, now in many parts of the world, you have started to collect zakat on salary. But here in Africa, most especially in the sub-Saharan Africa, the issue is still very contentious. Zakat on salary and wages is an unsettled juris dispute as summarized by Abdullah. Why? Even though zakat on salary, as advocated by scholars like Al-Qardawi, is very popular among the economists and some contemporary jurists, correct, it still receives lukewarm response and sometimes vehement denunciation from other jurists. The issue of how still remains the center of debate, and up till now, persistently is an unresolved issue in the obligation of zakat on salary, even though maslaha as a justification behind its obligation is something that is largely acceptable, but it is odd against the requirement of completeness of how or acceptance by almost all the jurists, old and new. Nevertheless, Dr. Al-Iftah Al-Misriya agreed with the accountability of salary and wages. While Muslim jurists differ on opinion with respect to paying of value of property eligible for the zakat, that is, now we have gone through the issue of the zakat on salary. And I wish our ulama here in sub-Saharan Africa will very soon comprehend this concept and look at the maslaha and support it so that we will raise more funds for the maslaha of the Ummah in this time of need, even without Corona. The poverty is also pandemic around this axis of the world. Muslim jurists differ on the issue I raised with regards to farm products. You can move to the next slide. By the paying their value. However, the predominant fatwa is issued by Ibn Taymiyyah in Majmu' al-Fatawa, where he says, as for paying the value of wealth eligible for zakat in money because of a need, interest, or justice, there is nothing wrong with that. For example, a man may sell the fruits of all crops of his land for some dirhams. In this case, he should pay a tenth of the value of these dirhams. He should not be asked to buy fruits or wheat with which money of zakat and give it as money of zakat to the poor. Imam Abdul Rahman stated the permissibility of such an act. Also, if he has 5 camels, then he is obliged to give a sheep as zakat. But if he does not find a sheep to buy, he can pay the value in money and is not obliged to travel to another city to buy a sheep to give instead of the sheep he's supposed to give in his environment. Now, after this, we are moving to the next slide. And one of the big issues is the issue of the cryptocurrency. Well, cryptocurrency was first invented in 2008 by Satoshi Nakamoto when he posted a white paper describing the implementation of his cryptocurrency called Bitcoin that used blockchain technology. Now, this is the beginning. More than 10 years later, hundreds of cryptocurrencies and innumerable other applications of blockchain technology are readily available, such as Binance, Storm, Trust Wallet, etc., etc. That's in the next slide. If you can move to the next slide. Now, these are some of the, cryptocurrency issues. But if we look at what the jurists have said nowadays with regards to this issue, there are two divisions. Let's go through some of them very briefly. A cryptocurrency, you go to the next slide. A cryptocurrency like Bitcoin can be considered as a decentralized autonomous organization, an open source, peer-to-peer digital network that enforces the rules it's set up with. This particular decentralized autonomous organization setting, the money supply is set to be an algorithmic rule, and the integrity of the network replaces the need to trust the integrity of human participants. The growth of cryptocurrency technology therefore poses a challenge to traditional monetary authorities and the central banks. Central banks understand this, and many banks have initiated their own national cryptocurrency initiative. E.g., here in Nigeria, there is INERA by the Central Bank of Nigeria. We go to the next slide. Islamic scholars have different opinion on the cryptocurrency. Some of the jurists of Islamic bodies said that or issued fatwa against it. Some of these jurists are the Grand Mufti of Egypt, Turkish Ministry of Religion, Sheikh Haytham from the UK-based Muslim, among others. They commonly base their fatwa on the fact that cryptocurrency is easy to use for illegal activities. It is intangible and can only be used via the internet. Bitcoin allows for money laundering and fraud. 2, they also look at it as open to speculation, that is excessive gharar, easily be used in illegal activities such as money laundering, and they are not under state audit and supervision. However, you go to the next slide. In 2014, a Californian-based academic, Mr. Kaf, a prominent author of Islamic finance textbook, deemed Bitcoin a legitimate medium of exchange, even though he sees it as a vulnerable to manipulations. Distinguished brothers and sisters, Mr. Moderator, also Islamic jurists in South Africa have ruled in favor of cryptocurrencies. Again, they have become socially acceptable and commonly used. Therefore, cryptocurrency can be considered haram or halal, depending on the technological and religious viewpoints. This was advanced by Fowlers. Cryptocurrency operates on some protocol, such as proof of work protocol, protocol of stake, protocol of etc., etc. However, the protocol of work is considered halal. Therefore, the protocol of work-based cryptocurrency is agreed to be zakatable, provided the currency satisfies the zakat obligation. This was advanced or recorded by Fowlers. However, we go to the next slide. Kitmir Network is a Sharia-compliant company, a public network based on proof of work and blockchain, aimed to enhance financial exclusion through adoption of innovation solutions with a cryptocurrency called payment. So ZECOM, that is our own Zakat organization here in Sokoto, Nigeria, with its official mandate from government to conduct a solid and reliable system of Zakat and work collection, management, distribution, and investment for the benefit of the needy in the society, has had cause to partner with Kitimir in context of the pandemic, which causes economic downfall and worsens the situation of the poor and the needy. We've learned to use the cryptocurrency as an innovative way to connect the donors and the beneficiaries, which makes the whole workflow more efficient, transparent, and reachable. This initiative was the first of its kind to demonstrate the blockchain and cryptocurrency could be vital in human relief as far as we are concerned here in the sub-Saharan Africa. Now, let me give briefly some information with regard to digital transformation and the scholars here in sub-Saharan Africa. Can you move to the next slide? Sub-Saharan Africa is undergoing a digital transformation. Can you see from the slides how the mobile cellular subscription in sub-Saharan Africa has risen from 2000 and to today, 2020. It has not, except in 2006, except in 2015 and 2016. That is only when it is like at equilibrium. But all others, yes, from 2020, or from 2000 to 2020, 20 years ago, you can see how the digital issues has risen in the sub-Saharan Africa. According to the International Monetary Fund, internet penetration in sub-Saharan Africa has grown tenfold since the early 2000s, the early 2000s, compared with a mere threshold increase in the rest of the world. And the region was home to nearly half of the world mobile money accounts in 2018. And we will see the fastest growth in mobile money technology through the 2025, according to the Brookings Institution. 3 of the most digitally advanced countries in the region are Kenya, Nigeria, and South Africa. Nevertheless, there are still digital divides brought about by one, unstable electricity supply, poor network coverage in some remote areas, and smartphone is still not accessible to many Africans. Unfortunately, many of the scholars in the region are not aware of the advantage of digital platforms with respect to administration and management of Zakat. But this is what we are doing at the World Zakat Forum, led by Dr. Zainul Baharul Nur. We are making an effort to see how the entire sub-Saharan Africa and other parts of Africa, who also have one of the largest Muslim population now and in the very near future, to understand this issue of Zakat and digital transformation of Zakat for easy administration and management. Now, some of our challenges, of course, before I end up this presentation, are one, effect of colonialism on African countries has undermined the practice of Zakat and its administration, especially where the colonization is by the France. The Francophone countries, unlike the Anglophone, are more or less aggressive to Islamic cultural heritage and undermine to a great extent the issue of Zakat. Rather, taxes take over the issue of Zakat. 2, poor government consideration of Zakat as a tool of social and economic development of their states. One cannot understand why in Europe and in other parts of the country with Muslim minority can have Islamic bank and Islamic products such as sukuk. Only this to be accepted in Nigeria and some other sub-Saharan African very recently. Therefore, the government themselves, because of this effect of colonization, have not understood the importance of the Islamic finance, vis-a-vis that of Zakat and Waqf in making life better and governance better and in structural, educational, and other livelihood of our people. The issue of also lack of contemporary knowledge of Zakat management in the region. The old knowledge of Zakat application or administration is what is still being practiced by most part of the sub-Saharan Africa. But the contemporary knowledge of this Zakat and digital transformation are yet to really get across the length and breadth of the region. But efforts are being made under the World Zakat Forum, and inshallah, we are seeing light at the end of the tunnel. This is Africa for you, and you can see Nigeria at the middle on the bottom. I have some recommendations to also offer in the next slides before I finish this presentation. One is more intellectual engagement of stakeholders in Muslim. No, next slide. Next slide. More intellectual engagement of stakeholders in the Muslim world on digitalization of Zakat administration and management needs to be carried out by all stakeholders, most especially the advanced Zakat bodies across the globe and Waqf in Turkey, in Kuwait, in Indonesia, in Malaysia, and in many other parts of the world, including Britain. They really need to look into this and more research to be supported by institutions of higher learning and government agencies on administration and management of Zakat. I also wish to recommend creating more awareness on the impact of digital transformation on Zakat administration and management by all stakeholders. And then finally, study tour and exchange program, including scholarship for students on Islamic finance vis-a-vis Zakat and Waqf administration. The Zakat organizations or institutions like BAZNAS, like PPZ, like Zakat Negeri Kedah, these are some very, very strong Zakat institutions today, like the Sanzat in South Africa and like the Sudan Institute of Zakat Sciences. There's a need for those stronger to look back within their continent and even outside the continent, how to assist in bringing Zakat institutions that are much, much lower the bottom to see what they are doing. Because I tell you this from experience. And sometimes 5 years back, when I became in contact with the BAZNAS through Irfan Sheikhi Bey, Dr. PhD here in Indonesia. I'm telling you today, SOZECOM of Nigeria, because of the interaction with BAZNAS and different state tours we have undergone to BAZNAS, it seems to be much more better off in training and understanding, the issues around Zakat administration and management than their contemporaries in elsewhere who have not had that opportunity. Therefore, that will definitely help in the overall growth of Zakat in the world and also the digitalization of Zakat, which is inevitable. I thank you for giving me this opportunity to participate in this Iconz that I've been participating physically due to coronavirus today, and last year it has been through the Zoom. I hope next year, inshallah, coronavirus will be over and we'll be able to meet in any part of Indonesia to share more experience, to share knowledge, and of Silatul Rahim and more love between us and you. We thank you most sincerely, and we pray Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to reward you for studying these Iconz. We thank all of you, and we pray Allah to reward you. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Syukran jazilan ya Ustadz Muhammad Awal, Masya Allah, ala ma'lumatikum al-qaimah wa nastafid tab'an istifadan tamaman min hadhi al-muhadarah. Sedikit saja tadi saya ingin mengulas apa yang beliau sampaikan ya. Sangat menarik dan begitu mendalam berkaitan dengan isu-isu yang berkembang ya di negara Afrika pada umumnya, khususnya di Niger ya. Jadi beliau tadi mengangkat masalah zakat berkenaan dengan isu yang menarik yang beliau angkat itu tentang zakat gaji ya atau ujroh. Kemudian juga tentang umlah musfaroh atau disebut dengan mata uang apa tadi kripto ya, mata uang kripto. Lalu beliau juga tadi yang ketiga itu isu-isu yang beliau angkat tentang intaj az-ziraiyah wal hayawanat, yaitu penghasilan dari hasil tani dan juga ternak ya. Kemudian yang keempatnya itu berkenaan dengan al-ma'daniyah, yaitu barang-barang tambang ya, barang-barang tambang. Barakallahu fiik. Dan juga beliau tadi membahas ya tentang tantangan-tantangan yang dihadapi ya, tahadiyat ya. Antum tatahaddatsuna bitahadiyat ya fi Nigeria atau fi dual Afrikia. Ya, masalan hunaka thalatha masyakil ya. Yang pertama adalah ada pengaruh ya, Afrika ini pengaruh ta'sir al-istimariyah, yaitu pengaruh dari penjajahan ya, kaum penjajah, sehingga kemudian itu menimbulkan efek yang meluas, muncul qadiyah al-masakin ya lil hukumah, yaitu kemiskinan yang terjadi di pemerintahan juga kan gitu. Nah, kemudian yang ketiga di antara tantangan yang beliau kemukakan tadi tentang kekurangannya an-naqs wa dha'af fil ma'rifah al-mu'asarah haula tanzim az-zakat, yaitu kekurangan kelemahan dalam informasi-informasi yang kontemporer ya, yang kekinian berkenaan dengan manajemen zakat di negara Nigeria dan juga di Afrika pada umumnya. Barakallahu fikum ya Ustadz. Walan nati ad-daur al-rabi' ya, ad-daur al-rabi' atau al-muhadir al-rabi' tasyarraf li Dr. Yulizar Sanrego al-Indonesi al-Jinsiyah wa huwa ma'ruf al-ma'ruf la yu'araf wal yatafaddal alaihi mashkura. Tafadhal Ustaz. Wa huwa ma'ana alhamdulillah.
20 menit ya.
Naam.
Baik.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Alhamdulillah, salatu rasulillah. Subhanaka la ilma lana illa ma 'allamtana innaka antal alimul hakim. Allahumma aghnina bil ilmi wa zayyina bil hilmi wa akrimna bit taqwa wa jammilna bil afiyah wa ba'd. Sudah bisa ditampilkan ya slide-nya belum? Al-arad yani. طبعا أول شيء أشكر لجنة هذا المؤتمر الدول الخامس للزكاة. Halo.
Ada panitia boleh dibantu menampilkan.
Baik.
Bil ijraat mawjud.
Aywa, syukran.
Afwan. Tafadhal Ustaz.
طيب خصوصا لهيئة الزكاة الوطنية بجمهورية إندونيسيا لهذه الدعوة وفضيلة المتحدثين أو المحاضرين وكذلك رئيس الجلسة وكذلك إخواتي في الله طبعا استمرارا لما تم صرحه المتحدثون السابقون. النقاش لا يزال طبعا يتعلق بالتحول الرقمي في مجال الفقه الإسلامي next هذا هو محتوى المناقشة اليوم الذي أريد مناقشته معكم جميعا أيها الإخوة. في هذا القسم يعني النمرة الأولى أرغب في مناقشة كيفية التطبيق أو سوي التحول الرقمي في قطاع الأعمال، قطاع التجاري، قطاع الصناعات، التسويه في المؤسسة الزكوية من أجل تحقيق رفاهية ومصلحة المجتمع كما هو مكتوب عليه في رؤية هيئة الزكاة الوطنية بجمهورية إندونيسيا. وثانيا يعني أريد أن أناقش العناصر أو الأركان التغيير للتحول الرقمي. والثالث هناك العلاقة بين التحول الرقمي ومقاصد الشريعة. والرابع للوسائل حكم المقاصد، يعني كيفية إجراء التحول الرقمي ليس فقط كعادة ولكن أيضا كممكن أو يعني sebelumnya ya كممكن أي enabler عامل التمكين يجلب الفوائد أو المصالح. وأخيرا إن شاء الله سنناقش التحديات كما قاله المتحدثون السابقون. يعني أستاذ أوني قال أستاذ أوني عن البدائل، وكذلك يعني في الأدوات الاتكات والمبادرات يعني. وطبعا هناك البحث أو البحوث في مجال قضية فقهية وعلاقته يعني بالنوازل المعاصرة. Next. قبل مناقشة المزيد نبغى نعرف طبعا مفهوم التحول الرقمي، ايش مضامين يعني في هذا المصطلح. يعني مفهوم التحول الرقمي الاستفادة من التقنيات الحديثة لتكون أكثر إدراكا ومرونة في العمل وقدرة على التنبؤ والتخطيط للمستقبل. وبهذه السمات تتمكن من الابتكار والتحقيق وتغيير جذري، أي يعني التغيير revolutionary، perubahan revolusioner، والمواءنة بشكل أسرع لتحقيق النتائج المرجوة من أعمالها وسير نحو النجاح، يعني efficient and effective. والثاني استراتيجية لخلق قيمة تنافسية، competitive value، وفريق عمل وثقافة إبداع، طبعا لاستدامتها واتصالات التقنية المعلومات لتحقيقها. وكلمة التحول يعني طبعا كلمة الأساسي من هذا المفهوم، أي المفهوم الرئيسي or key concept. يعني الرغم في التغيير حيث يتطلب أسلوب العمل الجديد، طبعا أساليب العمل أو المبادرات التي تتطلب قيمة تنافسية تتماشى مع مقاصد الشريعة. Next، lanjut. وبالتالي لا يحدث أو لا تتحقق التحول الرقمي إذا لم يحتوي على العناصر التالية. أول شيء يعني استراتيجية التي تعطي قيمة تنافسية جديدة مع ثقافة الإبداع، أي فكر أبدأ أو فكر جديد ممكن باتصالات تقنية المعلومات، أي teknologi informasi. الأصل يعني خلقت استراتيجية قيمة تنافسية بالتفكير إبداعي أو innovation بأسلوب جديد ممكن. إذا ما في فكر إبداعي ما في قيمة التنافسية. طبعا العناصر الثلاثة الأولى تحتاج إلى البيانات والتحليل. إن شاء الله يعني في الأخير سنناقش كيف دور البيانات لتحليل المسألة، أو كيف هذه البيانات تؤدي إلى إنتاج أو الابتكار أو البدائل التي سوف نناقشها في الأخير. Next. طيب. Ini ada dua ya. Lanjut. Oke. في هذا القسم أريد أن أوضح لكم أيها الإخوة أن في فكر الإسلام أي شكل من المعاملات مبني على المصلحة، لذلك أي مبادرة، أي بدائل، أي أسلوب العمل الجديد يحصل من هذا التحول يجب تتوافق مع الشريعة من أجل تحقيق المصلحة، وهذا دور الشريعة مهم جدا لكي يحصل الرفاهية وكذلك يحصل المصلحة للمجتمع. هنا نكتب لكن نعني بالمصلحة المحافظة على مقصود الشرعي. مقصود الشرعي من الخلق خمسة، وهو أن يحفظ عليهم دينهم ونفسهم وعقلهم ونسلهم ومالهم، فكل ما يتضمن حفظ هذه الأصول الخمسة فهو مصلحة، وكل ما يفوت هذه الأصول فهو مفسدة. Next, lanjut. طبعا يجب أن يكون استخدام التقنية أو التكنولوجيا قادرا على ضمان تحقيق ابتكارات جديدة وفقا للقواعد درء المفاسد مقدم على جلب المصالح. وفي إندونيسيا نفسه لضمان تحقيق المصلحة يجب أن يحصل كل منتج رقمي أو أدوات رقمي على فتوى من مجلس العلماء الإندونيسي، كما هنا نرى مثلا fatwa lanjut fatwa an imani wa kadzalika al fintech هذه الفتاوى التي قرره الهيئة الشرعية الوطنية لمجلس العلماء الإندونيسي. طبعا هذه الفتاوى سيؤثر كيف الإنتاج والابتكارات والبدائل التي تقديمها مؤسسات زكوية وكذلك مؤسسات التجارية لكي تحصل إلى مصلحة المجتمع. Next. وأخيرا هناك عدة نقاط تشير إلى وجود علاقة قوية بين التحول الرقمي وقضايا الفكر المعاصر، وطبعا هذه العلاقة تحتاج إلى بحوث أو تقديم بدائل أو ابتكارات في إدارة الزكاة وفق مبادئ الشريعة الإسلامية. أولا مثلا التحول الرقمي يتطلب ثقافة الإبداع في بيئة العمل، وثقافة الإبداع طبعا هناك النوازل الجديدة سوف يجب الهيئة الشرعية أو المجلس العلماء الإندونيسيا أن يجيب هذه الإبداع لكي يعني يحصل إلى مصلحة المجتمع. والثاني طبعا يشمل تغيير المكونات الأساسية للعمل ابتداء من البنية التحتية ونموذج التشكيل إلى التوزيع والتسويق. هذا ما ذكرناه دكتور أوني، مثل crowdfunding, marketplace, fintech, finance، وكذلك tadi ما قاله دكتور الضاكي عن العقود الذكية يعني بلوكتشين. هذه كلها طبعا يحتاج إلى البحوث، يحتاج إلى النقاش. سوف يعني يتعلق بالفتاوى التي أخرجه مجلس العلماء الإندونيسي. والثالث يتطلب موارد بشرية موثوقة وذات خبرة ومجهدة نحو العملاء، وهذه طبعا يحتاج إلى الكولابوريشن، إلى العلاقة قوية بين العملاء وكذلك الموظفين. سوف بهذه الإنتاج أو بأدوات الابتكارية أو الأدوات الرقمية يحصل إلى التسهيل والخدمة للمجتمع. وأخيرا طبعا يجب أن تكون التقنية أكثر من مجرد أداة، بل تعمل كممكن. التقنية أو التكنولوجيا يعني فقط آلة المساعد، والأساس الذي يجب للمؤسسة الزكوية يعني كيف يعمل أي كيف تعمل بفكر إبداعي لكي يؤتي الشيء الدلائل الابتكارات التي يمكنها التسهيل في الدفع والتوزيع، وكذلك التعاون بالفينتك مثلا، وكذلك التطبيق في ماركت بليس، كراود فاندنج والآخرين. وفي الآخر طبعا أنا أدعو إخوة في الله كي هناك البحوث أو التقديم في الأطروحات العلمية التي ليس فقط التدريس أو البحث فقط في مجال التنظيمية، لكن كذلك هناك البحوث أو النقاش المناقشة من مجال الفقه الإسلامي. شكرا لكم على اهتمامكم. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. وفوت
Waalaikumsalam. Ya, syukran jazilan ala muhadaratikum al-qaimah wal-rai'ah wa ismahuli an astantij min muhadaratikum. Jadi tadi beliau Ustadz Yulizar di antaranya adalah di sini mengupas tentang hubungan ya antara transformasi digital dengan pembahasan fikih gitu ya. Begitu saja fikih kontemporer yang berkaitan langsung dengan zakat. Ada 4 hal diantaranya di situ disebutkan pentingnya dalam hal digitalisasi ini menuntut daya kreativitas gitu atau thaqafah al-ibda ya, sehingga itu tercipta di lingkungan kerja yang kondusif ya, fi bi'ah al-amal. Kemudian juga beliau menyinggung pentingnya teknologi yang lebih maksimal ya, bukan hanya semata-mata alat gitu, tapi juga betul-betul mampu berfungsi, sekaligus memberikan efek manfaat ya, memberikan kemudahan dan mencapai sasaran, terutama kaitannya dengan tujuan-tujuan asasi strategi dari zakat itu sendiri. Kemudian juga beliau mengungkap dalam hal ini pentingnya SDM, jelas ya. Jadi at-tahawul ar-raqmi ini menuntut ya yataqallab mawarid basyariyah, yaitu SDM yang kuat gitu, yang paham tentang teknologi ya. Sehingga dengan begitu bisa mengoperasionalkan ya kemajuan digital sehingga cepat beradaptasi, dan kemudian juga mendorong masyarakat ataupun warga netizen gitu ya. Itu yang paling penting tuh, pemasaran itu untuk bisa mau membayar zakat gitu lewat alat-alat ataupun kemajuan digital ini.
Milenial ya.
Barakallahu fikum Ustaz. Syukran jazilan. Al-an topan ala kulli al-muhadirin ana karais al-jalasah naqulu lakum syukran jazilan wa jazakumullah khairal jaza ala muhadaratikum wa ma'lumatikum wa musahamatikum al-qaimah ar-ra'i'ah wa nafi'ah insyaallah. Katsir minna nastafid min hadhihi an-nadwah al-alamiyah haula az-zakat atau at-tahawul ar-raqmi bima yata'allaq bizakat. Walan indana waqt nazal takriban nisfu sa'ah ya. Yumkinuna an-niqash yani naftah rubama hunaka tadakhulat wa soal al-as'ilah al-matruhah min dimni al-muhadirin fa alaihi yatafaddal man minkum salasa sailin ya, man yurid an yas'al falyatafaddal bilugha Indonesia atau bilugha al-Arabiyah atau bilugha al-Injiliziyah falyatafaddal. إذا كان غير موجود ممكن أنا أسأل.
في يعني هذا سؤال
موجود
في العرض يعني هناك ال Q&A من أبو عاطف.
من أبو عاطف.
شوف يعني في العرض في السكرين.
ما السؤال؟ أنا لم أرى يا أستاذ. غير موجود هنا. في chatting ولا؟
لا في هذا في السكرين هذا موجود.
أبو عاطف.
أيوة.
عندما تعمل مؤسسات الزكاة مع الشركات المالية. أيوة. في كثير من الحالات تتعامل مع الرقمية دائما مع البنوك. Ribawiyah. Mohon maaf ya. Ini ribawi, al-bunuk ribawiyah konvensional. Ma huwa ra'yu asy-syari'ah fi dzalika? Aywa, ada. Tafadhol, ini jadi ada pertanyaan ketika lembaga-lembaga ataupun kantor-kantor zakat, ya, lembaga-lembaga zakat itu bertransaksi dengan perusahaan-perusahaan yang sifatnya pendanaan ataupun harta ya, di beberapa banyak keadaan itu terjadi transaksi ya, sinaah ataupun produksi-produksi digital yang senantiasa itu bertransaksi dengan bank-bank yang mengamalkan ribawi gitu. Ya, al-bunuk ribawi ya. Bagaimana pandangan menurut syariah berkaitan dengan ini? Tafadhal al-an nu'ti fursa awalan ila Syekh Abid Samirat. Ya Doktor, tafadhal.
بسم الله والحمد لله والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله. شكرا للإخوان المحاضرين في هذه الندوة القيمة اللي أثروا النقاش من خلال آرائهم سواء الفقهية أو الأمور الإدارية المتعلقة بالزكاة أو حوكمة الزكاة أو رقمنة الزكاة. وشكرا للأخ السائل اللي هو أبو عاطف إندونيسيا. فحوى السؤال: عندما تعمل مؤسسات إدارة الزكاة مع الشركات المالية في كثير من الحالات تتعامل الصناعة الرقمية دائما مع البنوك الربوية، ما هو رأي الشريعة في ذلك؟ حقيقة الأصل في التعامل أن يكون مع الشركات اللي جل عملها إسلامي، وهناك شركات كثيرة تتعامل مع بنوك إسلامية ومصارف إسلامية ومؤسسات إسلامية، لكن حسب الرأي المتواضع إذا لم يكن هناك شركات تتعامل في ضمن المنطقة أو ضمن الدولة مع مصارف إسلامية، يهمنا سلوكيات العمل أو المنهجية في إطار العمل. إذا كان إطار العمل حلال هنا الذي تتعامل فيه الشركة بالعلاقة مع مؤسسة الزكاة أو مع صندوق الزكاة هنا، فأعتقد لا ضير من هذا الأمر. لكن إذا كان هناك مؤسسات إسلامية الأولى أن يتم التعامل مع مؤسسات إسلامية تتعامل مع مصارف إسلامية بحتة. لكن إذا كان ضمن المنطقة أو ضمن الدولة لا يوجد مؤسسات إسلامية تتعامل مع مصارف إسلامية، بل المؤسسات تتعامل مع بنوك ربوية في هذه المنطقة أو في هذه الدولة، فأنا يهمني التعامل وإطار التعامل والسلوكية في هذا العمل. إذا كان هذه السلوكية أو هذا المنهاج في هذا العمل إطاره حلال شرعي فلا ضير ولا بأس في ذلك.
Baik, syukran. Wadih. Syukran. Jadi di sini tadi beliau memberikan keterangan ya, jelas ya, kalau memang seeloknya lembaga-lembaga zakat itu untuk bertransaksi dengan lembaga-lembaga ataupun syarikat-syarikat yang produk-produknya juga tidak bertentangan dengan syariat Islam, gitu kan. Ya, kalau misalkan ada ribawi tadi ataupun hal-hal yang haram, tentu saja itu ada hanya menyanyiakan ini saja ya. Jadi agar dihindari ya, karena khawatir terjebak kepada sesuatu yang diharamkan. Barangkali begitu yang saya tangkap. Barakallahu fikum, Ustaz. Hal hunaka soal akhar tadakhulat? السؤال الثاني
Ustaz, ini ijabah idhofiyah.
نعم. هناك إجابة إضافية. تفضل يا دكتور الحراني فليتفضل.
نعم. كيف يتم تنفيذ التحول الرقمي في الأردن؟ هل ذلك التطبيق في قطاع تجميع أموال الزكاة فقط أم يشمل التوزيع؟ ما هو مثال ذلك؟ حقيقة في السنوات الأخيرة مؤسسة صندوق الزكاة الأردني في المملكة الأردنية الهاشمية خطت خطوات واسعة في مجال التحول الرقمي، وهذا جزء كبير من عملنا. اليوم احنا العالم كلياته يتجه نحو الثورة المعلوماتية وثورة الاتصالات والثورة الرقمية، فإذا لم تواكب هذه المؤسسة وهذا الصندوق الزكاة الأردني كغيره من المؤسسات يبقى عمله تقليدي، عمله قاصر. اليوم احنا لا يقتصر عملنا فقط على تجميع الأموال، لا برضو كمان على توزيع الأموال من خلال البطاقات الذكية، من خلال الرسائل التي تصل من خلال الهواتف، برضو كمان من خلال مؤسسات الإي فواتيركم. بطاقات الدفع الإلكتروني من خلال رسائل الSMS، من خلال البطاقات أيضا المشحونة بمبالغ مالية التي توزع إلى الفقراء، أيضا عمليات التحويل المالي المباشر إلى الفقراء من خلال فتح حسابات لهم في البنوك. فلم يقتصر أمر اللي هو الرقمنة أو أمر التحول الرقمي على تجميع الأموال من الأغنياء، لا بل برضو كمان شملوا على الأغنياء، وهذا ما طبقناه خلال جائحة كورونا. كان هناك فترات إغلاقات لمدة أسابيع بل أشهر، فكيف كنا نستطيع الوصول إلى الشريحة الفقراء وشريحة المساكين والمحتاجين واللي تضرروا من جائحة كورونا؟ كنا نصلهم من خلال هذه التحول الرقمي، البطاقات، عمليات الحسابات وغيرها من الأمور. نعم، شكرا.
اسمح لي يا رئيس الجلسة.
استنى شوية في أذان يعني.
أيوه.
أذان العصر.
الحمد لله.
Ya, sudah dijawab ya. Jadi pada prinsipnya di Urdun juga sudah di lembaga-lembaga zakat sudah mempraktekkan ya transaksi melalui digital. Bahkan tadi melalui di toko ya, ada ada kartu-kartu tertentu ya untuk transaksi pembayaran zakat dan juga termasuk masalah tauzinya. Baik, Toib, syukran jazilan Ustaz Abid.
Syukran.
Hunaka soal akhir?
اسمحوا لي هذا رئيس الجلسة.
تفضل أستاذ.
فقط يعني أضيف إلى ما جواب دكتور محمد لأبي عاطف.
نعم.
يعني الأصل كما ذكرت في العرض الثالث، الأصل يعني أن في الفقه الإسلامي أي شكل المعاملات مبني على المصلحة، ولذلك أي مبادرة أي أسلوب العمل، حتى مثلا مبادرة جديدة في أدوات الرقمية، هذا لازم يعني التحقق، يعني لازم يجب أن تتبع أو تتوافق مع الشريعة في يعني في إطار مقاصد الشريعة. هذا أصل حكم الأصل، لكن هناك التحديد في وجود المصرف الإسلامي ممكن الباب يعني من باب المستثنيات، يعني يمكن في الضروريات كذا، لكن أصل الحكم لازم يعني تتوافق مع الشريعة، تتوافق مع مقاصد الشريعة. والله أعلم.
Baik, barakallahu fiik Ustaz Yulizar. Nuti fursah Dr. Fani Sarani mungkin idhafah falyatafaddal.
نعم أستاذ.
تفضل أستاذ.
إذا كان المقصود من الشراكة والتعاون مع المصارف الربوية هو استخدام حسابات الجارية لدى البنوك التقليدية، فإن ذلك لا يجوز فقها وشريعة، ولذلك لا يسمح لمؤسسة الزكاة أن تقوم بفتح حساباتها الجارية وحساباتها الاستثمارية لدى المصارف التجارية. لماذا؟ لأن ذلك من التعاون المباشر لديهم، لأن بذلك تقوية لشوكتهم، لأن بذلك تقوية للنشاط وأنشطة الربوية. وهذا ما يقول به جل الفقهاء haitsu qalu anna kulla ta'amulin yumakkinu lil banki tijari mumarasatal muharram bishaklin mubashir yu'tabaru minal i'ana al muharram mislul ida fil hisab al jari. Wa kadzalika qala ba'd as-salaf wal khalaf haitsu qala masalan Syekhul Islam Zakaria Al-Ansari falau ba'a alaina bimma yattakhidhu khamran bi ayya alama aw yadhunnu minhu dzalik min ma'rufin bil fujuri bihi aw masalan fil madhhab al hanbali haitsu qala al amala al alam al buhuti wa la yasihu bai'u ma qasada bihil haram ka'inab wa ka'asir li muttakhidhi ma khamran wa kadzalika zabibun wa nahwa wa kadzalika walidzalika naqulu anna al asla la yajuzu wa la yusmah li muassasati zakah an taftah hisabatiha al-jariyah wal istithmar ladai al-masarif ar-ribawiyah wa yattakhidhuha ka hisabat li al-muzakin illa li daruratin aw hajatin tanzilu manzilat ad-darurah. Jazakallahu khairan.
Ala idhofah semakin kuat tadi ya. Jadi pada prinsipnya sama ya. Beliau menguatkan lagi, jadi tidak dibenarkan ataupun tidak boleh ya melakukan transaksi ataupun lembaga-lembaga zakat untuk melakukan transaksi yang sifatnya tadi ada unsur-unsur riba dengan perusahaan-perusahaan konvensional yang menerapkan sistem ribawi. Terima kasih Ustaz. Barakallahu fiik. Au rubama hunaka idhofah min Ustaz Mahmud. Mawjud huwa mazal mana? Ustaz Muhammad Awal Maiduki al antum indakum fik al ra'i. Baik, naftah fursah asaliyah rubama hunaka tadakhulat al-ukhra atau soal tafadhal.
Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam.
Ana la asma'akum bijayid.
Mazal Ustaz Muhammad Awal.
Muhammad Awal, ana asma'akum.
Aywa. Hal indakum fikrah aula yani as-su'al?
Ma indana as-su'al.
Su'al
lakin antazirkum wa sa'ir al-ikhwa idha kana indahum su'al يسألني ولكن باللغة الإنجليزية.
لهذا هناك في سؤال كيف عندما تعمل مؤسسات إدارة الزكاة مع الشركات المالية في كثير من الحالات تتعامل الصناعة.
أنا لا أسمع السؤال مؤسسة إدارة الزكاة مع الشركة المالية في كثير من
مؤسسات إدارة الزكاة تتعامل مع بنوك الربوية. كيف رأيك في نيجيريا؟ هل تسمع؟
الشيخ أنا لا أسمعكم.
طيب شكرا.
لا أسمعكم.
طيب بارك الله فيك.
يا سلام آمين.
لا بأس.
يمكن أن ترسلوا رسالة إلى رقمي.
لا هنا موجود.
وسأجيبكم إن شاء الله إذا أنت تسمعني.
أيوة. في سكرين موجود. في زوم.
سكرين موجود.
هذا سؤال. لكن باللغة العربية.
في كثير من
Wajadta soal? Am lam tajid?
The screen is a question that you may answer. Can you see the screen? Brother Lawa, I think you're still muted.
Ya Allah.
Ya, silakan. Please.
ترجم يا أستاذ.
نعم، تفضل ترجم.
لأفهم ثم أجيب لكم بإذن الله.
ما شاء الله.
يا سلام. Hello?
أيوة.
Yes, Brother Lawal. Would you like me to translate the question on the screen in English?
Ya, silakan, dilanjutkan, Kak.
يمكن إذا كان موجود دكتور حسبي موجود.
Yes, Brother Lawal.
Dr. Hasbi.
How are you? Yes, I'm here. How are you, Brother
موجود.
Lawal?
إذن فعليك بالإجابة هذه السؤال أو ترجم بلغة الإنجليزية.
أنت أجيب يا شيخ.
إنجليزية.
Brother Lawal. Brother Malam Lawal, أجيب هذا السؤال. هذا السؤال how about the relation between zakat institution and conventional bank, especially in digital technology? How about you?
Yeah. How?
Relating about zakat institution and conventional bank, especially in the digital technology. How about your opinion in this question?
Well, my opinion with respect to the subject matter is it differs from one place to another. Where the Muslims are in majority and the leadership are Islamic friendly, it has to be in total according to Islam and has to be in Bankil Islami. But where Muslims are minority or where the leadership are not friendly to Islam, then at the ruratu tubihul mahasurat. That is what is going to be applied to solve a particular situation. Therefore, there is no categorical statement on the subject matter, but rather it depends on the location and the situation and also the strength of Islam in that community or in that environment. But as for me, here in Nigeria, even though the system seems to me is a multi-religious system we are operating, just like Indonesia and somehow, but we have Islamic, windows of non-interest banking in some banks, and we have three main Islamic banks, which are the Jais Bank, the Taj Bank, and now the Lutf Bank. But in Salim Bank and some few other banks, we have the Islamic window. Therefore, using the conventional banks for zakat depends on the situation and where you are according to Sharia. The ulama of that particular area must look at it and issue fatwa according to the situation. I hope I'm understood. Brother Zaid, if Hasbi, if I did not answer very well, please help me to answer in the Indonesian language so that everybody will understand from Indonesia.
Okay, thank you, Malam Lawal Medoki. Hopefully you in quiz.
Yeah.
Thank you, Malam Lawal Medoki.
Jazakumullah khair.
Thank you so much. Ya, tadi sebetulnya jawabannya hampir sama ya, memang sama dengan apa yang disampaikan oleh Dr. Oni ya. Jadi tidak dibenarkan ataupun tidak boleh ya, kecuali ada kecualian ya, tadi belum penegasan ketika situasinya memang sangat darurat, situasinya berbeda-beda ya. Kemudian beliau tadi juga mengeluarkan kaidah fikihnya ya, ad-darurat tubihul mahzurat ya. Baik, syukron.
Jazakumullah khair.
Afan.
Terima kasih.
Ya, sama-sama.
Sama-sama.
Baik, sudah dijawab ya, dan masing-masing narasumber jadi sudah memberikan respon. Terima kasih ya. Barakallahu fiik. Barangkali di sana ada lagi pertanyaan, panitia, apakah masih ada waktu kita? Kalau tidak ada berarti ditutup ya.
Sepertinya udah cukup, Pak.
Udah cukup ya. Baik, ya ayuhal ikhwah al-muhadirun, ashkur wa nashkuru lakum jami'a ala khudurikum fi hadhihi an-nadwah al-qaimah wa taban istafadna min hadhihi an-nadwah kathir jiddan min khubara wa dakatir imma fi Indonesia atau fi Urdun atau kadalik min Nigeria. Wa natamana muassasat khasatan di zakat ya fi kulli dual al-alam al-islami yatatawwar bishaklin jayyid atau ahsan wa hatta yahsul ila al-agrad al-syariah al-agrad al-syariah al-islamiyah kama arafna. Wa nakhtatim wa syukran. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Subhanallah wa bihamdika asyhadu an la ilaha illa anta astaghfiruka wa atubu ilaik.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much to Mr. Imran for moderating the plenary session and to all the speakers for their time and insights. Now, before we continue, we would like to kindly ask for all speakers and participants to turn on their camera for a photo session.
Thank you.
Kindly wait as the committee is taking the picture. Committee, are we finished? Kindly please turn on your cameras for the photo session. Thank you. We have now finished the photo session. Alhamdulillah, we have finally finished all plenary sessions of the 5th Icons. We hope that all participants and speakers enjoyed the discussions and obtained new knowledge and benefited from them. Now, we will move on to the next agenda, and likely the most anticipated agenda of Day 2, which are the announcements of the best presentations. These announcements will be led by the committee. To Brother Abdul Aziz, the time is yours.
All right. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And very good afternoon from Jakarta, Indonesia. So, honorable speakers, panelists, and moderators, the distinguished organizing committee, and all participants of the 5th International Conference of Zakat. Thank you for still joining us until the last session of the 5th International Conference of Zakat. I firmly believe that this occasion is the most awaiting moment for everyone, particularly for those who join the parallel session of the 5th International Conference of Zakat, because shortly we will announce the best papers and presenters of the 5th International Conference of Zakat. After several tight selection through relevant criteria, finally we, the committee, has decided the winners of the parallel session in the 5th International Conference of Zakat. And the decision is final. It cannot to be contested by anyone who joined the parallel session. So let's move. Let's announce the third place of the best paper and presenters, and the winner of prize money equal to 2 million rupiah is awarded to Mr. Azman Abdurrahman, Afaf Sukari, Hussein Azmi Abdullah Tahidi, Muhammad Firdaus Abdurrahman from the Faculty of Sharia and Law, University Science Islam Malaysia, with the paper entitled "The Need for Crowdfunding System for Heart Disease Patients Among Asnaf in Malaysia Toward Realizing Malaysia's Share Prosperity Vision 2030." A massive congratulations for Mr. Azman and the team. Alright, thank you. Let's announce the second place of the best paper and presenter, and the winner of prize money equal to 3 million rupiah is awarded to Mr. Nur Jamaluddin and Mr. Muizzuddin from Sekolah Tinggi Ekonomi Syariah Islamic Village, with the paper entitled "Literacy, Religiosity and Awareness on Zakat of Millennials, Case Study on the Intention of Zakat Among the Youth in Tangerang." Once again, a massive congratulations for Mr. Nur Jamaluddin and Mr. Muizzuddin for the achievement. And shortly, we will announce the first place. So please take a breath, everyone. Okay, the first place of the best paper and presenter, and the winner of the primary prize money equal to 5 million rupiah is awarded to Miss Aisyah As-Salafiyah, Mr. Raam Slamet Rusdiana from Taskia Islamic University College and Sharia Economic Applied Research and Training, Smart Indonesia, with the paper entitled Professional Zakat Sentiment Analysis. A massive congratulations for Miss Aisyah and Mr. Aham Slamet Rusdiana for very good achievement in the 5th International Conference of Zakat. Ladies and gentlemen, dear brothers and sisters, that's all the winners of the parallel session, the 5th International Conference of Zakat. On behalf of the committee, we would like to say thank you and congratulations for the winners. And the winners are urged to contact the committee to claim the rewards. So for those who have succeeded to achieve the Best Paper Award, please do not be sad or disappointed. Please try again in the next Icon. See you in the 6th Icons in 2022. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Brother Aziz, for announcing the awards. And congratulations to the awardees. MashaAllah, may your success bring benefit to the world of Zakat and to our Islamic community. For those who have not yet achieved an award, please do not feel discouraged. All your work was outstanding. And we know that you have put your best effort into those papers and did the most you could. Now, we will move to the final session of today, which is the reading of the resolution of the 5th International Conference of Zakat. The resolution will be read by Dr. Muhammad Hasbi Zainab. To Dr. Muhammad Hasbi Zainab, the floor is yours.
Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum. Okay, thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon from Jakarta. How are you? I'm happy you in healthy and fine, inshallah. So here, please allow me to deliver the resolution of the 5th International Conference of Zakat or Iconz. The digital transformation phenomena has been occurring in the global Zakat administration. Such massive transformation recently relate to the COVID-19 pandemic. Indonesia, as the great hub for Islamic social finance sector, has a crucial role in advancing the digitalization of Zakat management globally. The phenomenon of digital Zakat has been introduced since 2016 by the National Board of Zakat of the Republic of Indonesia, or BAZNAS. Digital Zakat refers to digitalization in Zakat payment through phone-based apps and web-based apps that provide services for Zakat payment. Moreover, the digitalization in Zakat is also extended to the mechanism and management of distribution as well, and empowerment programs to achieve greater efficiency. However, the existing studies on the digital transformation of Zakat institution have been limited. Such limited studies explain the digital transformation of Zakat institution and the complexity of factors causing the digital divide in Zakat management. So, therefore, the 5th Iconz today aims to initiate a scholarly platform to discuss digital transformation in Zakat administration and how such transformation could elevate the resiliency level of Zakat management in facing hardship during the pandemic, so the Zakat institution will operate efficiently to provide a tool for the Ummah to achieve prosperity amid the pandemic. Eventually, after the knowledge obtained from the plenary and parallel session, and also from the keynote speech within these 2 days until today, until this level, until today, the committee of the 5th Iconz highlighted several Zakat issues and provided numerous recommendations or several recommendations for Zakat stakeholders, which are: 1. As the institution which manages the public funds, accessibility and transparency are the primary issues in the Zakat administration. Hence, the 5th Iconz call of all Zakat institutions to take advantage of the advancement of digital technology to optimize the accessibility and transparency of zakat management and strengthen the digital transformation in zakat collection, management, distribution, as well as in reporting performance. Okay. 1, 2. The fifth Iconz raises the issues of the digital divide or gap in zakat institution, which hinders the ability of zakat institution to move forward. The fifth Iconz thus urges all relevant stakeholders such as the authorities or universities to provide the zakat institution with relevant training and guidelines to assist zakat institution in digitizing zakat administration. More importantly, the regulation to support the digital transformation of zakat institution is urgently needed. 3. Presently, the agenda of economic recovery after the pandemic is rising. Thus, the fifth Iconz encourage a strong partnership and collaboration among the stakeholders of zakat to contextualize better the role of zakat in supporting the government in the economic recovery agenda. In this regard, the zakat institution may assist the government by prioritizing the zakat distribution to the productive programs. Means of zakat distribution becomes relevant to assist small and micro entrepreneurship or SMEs affected by the pandemic. That is, zakat stakeholders might take attention to this matter. 4. The fifth Iconz identifies several innovations in zakat distribution at the time of the pandemic. Such designs draw the relevance of zakat institution in leading the practice of social finance, in which other similar institutions can take the lessons. The fifth, as the inclusive development of digital transformation becomes critical in the coming periods, such discussion of zakat in this matter should be continued. That is the upcoming, yes, I added this one. That is the upcoming event, World Zakat event such as the World Zakat Forum International Conference 2020 might extend the idea by gaining more insight from zakat stakeholders widely from numerous countries in the world. Yeah, that's all of 5 of the resolution from the fifth Iconz resolution that we can convey. Heavily, our efforts in advancing the zakat movement, especially in supporting digital transformation in zakat management, will be overwhelmed by pleasure and blessing from the Almighty Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala. And thank you for your participation. And also special thanks for the committee here that was attending offline here. Thank you so much. And also thanks for the speakers, for the presenters, and also for the participants. Thank you so much. Thank you. Alhamdulillah. That's for me. Demikian. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Dr. Muhammad Hasbi Zainal. Alhamdulillah, that was the resolution for the fifth Iconz. Now, dear audience, we we have finally reached the end of the 5th International Conference of Zakat. During these 2 days, we have listened to many fruitful discussions from many experts in the related fields. We would once again like to express our gratitude towards all the respected speakers who have made their time to come and share their insights. We would also like to give a special thanks to the committee and our partners, UIN Syarif Hidayatullah Jakarta and Universitas Muhammadiyah Hamka, for their hard work and dedication in organizing this event. Finally, last but not least, we would like to thank the audience and all the participants for attending the event. Without you all, this event would not have been a success. We hope that this will not be the last time we see you all, and we can continue to communicate and share ideas with one another even after the event. Let us pray and hope that the pandemic resides soon, so that the world can heal and go back to normal, so that the next Iconz, the 6th Iconz, we can all see each other in person. Amin ya Rabbal Alamin. As the Master of Ceremony, on behalf of the committee, I deeply apologize for any mistakes or inconveniences that have happened during the time we delivered this event. We hope that you all enjoyed the event, and I, Arwa Piladitya Rarasokta, officially close this event. See you all on the next International Conference of Zakat. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you for everyone.